State Committee this year. And also our speaker, Harris Representative Aladdin, Mr. Ram, Mr. Taufik Budi Santoso, Ministry Rohmin Danuri, Mr. Felix Fernando, and Mr. Nathan Karabi. Also, our moderator is discussion from various view from pentahelic perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 affects all us, the government, the businessman, the community, academy, then also media. The challenge we have been faced to easy one. In this case, the sector most severely affected in transportation. Data from economic research predict that will be decline in the turnover more than 30% problem in the transportation industry. The decline is common of the transportation and logistics sector, also hurting economic growth. Based on the data, gross domestic economy Q3 2020 is minus 3.4. Is enough, even though is better than Q2 in this year. Therefore, we need policy and the action that out of the box and extraordinary to make society can transport safety and healthy, and how transportation company can survive and operate in this pandemic with the number health protocol rules such as limiting passenger capacity and so on. Ministry, the transportation continue the priority health protocol in continue this development so that health is maintained and economic recovery also going. To boost the economy, we are assured the transportation infrastructure project still continue to improve connectivity between regions in the middle of the COVID pandemic. Although our government is struggling with the effort to overcome COVID-19, it does mean that aren't paying attention to our infrastructure project. For example, Patibang project in the West Java. Why we need Patibang port? As we know, the existing port is getting crowded, such as Tanjung Priok, Tanjung Mas, Tanjung Perak in Surabaya. So we need another large port improve the efficiency of logistic transportation and its Patimban port. Patimban port will boost economy in the West Java and trade growth, especially automotive sector. In 2025, it's estimated that Indonesia will produce over 3 million automotive. I say this because based on the ASEAN Automotive Federation in 2020, Indonesia got second rank in the automotive production and ranked number 1 on sales in ASEAN. So a big potential for us, especially in Jawa Barat on Patimban. With Patimban will bring many advantages, such as a distribution facility for goods, not only national but also export-oriented. And I will reduce congestion in Jakarta, do activity of logistic truck, and to from Tanjung Priok. Patimban would be would be a captive worker, then more than 20 million people can work there. And also, Batam City is projected to become a maritime city and maritime school. The construction maritime school is collaboration between Ministry of Transportation and provincial government of West Java and the city of Glasgow College. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the government of Indonesia, I'm very happy that Indonesian seminar is a trust to all pentahelic actors and bring optimism to very particularly for West Java, generally for Indonesia. Hopefully, the event will bring more input and refreshment for the government, etc. So very warm welcome to each and everyone to you. Have a fruitful discussion here with official open seminar. Thank you.
West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Okay, Minister of Transportations of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Budi Karya Sumadi, thank you very much for your opening remark. And ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next agenda, I would like to give you the opportunity to have a Zoom photo sessions. And to everybody at your own place or anywhere you are that are participating in this event, I would like you to activate your video. And now we are going to have a photo sessions. Okay. Well then, the operators will assist us with this, and I would like you to count down from 3 to 1 and be ready in your screen. 3, 2, 1 for the first screen, 3, 2, 1 for the second screen, 3, 2, 1 for the next screen, 3, 2, 1, next screen please, 3, 2, 1, next screen please. 3, 2, 1. Next screen. Okay. Well then, thank you very much for your participations. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to guide you to the next agenda of today's event. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy is actually the tagline of West Java Economic Society. And today, it is our pleasure, actually, to invite the president of West Java Economic Society. I personally really admire Ibu Profesor Dr. Ina Primiana, SIMT.
West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Mr. of Indonesia, Mr. for the Regional Development Training Coordination of the Coordinating Economic Affairs, as Assistant Governor, Head of Department, Analysis Institution, University Russia, Dr. Aladin Derilo as Vice Secretary General of ASEAN, Mr. Lep Van Dorn as Acting Lead Country Economist for Indonesia World Bank, Dr. Taufik Budi Santoso as Head of the Regional Planning Agency of the West Java Province, Prof. Rohmin Dahuri as Advisor to the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu as Head of the Fiscal Policy Agency of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Felix Fernando Wanggai as Head of Policy and Performance Analysis of the Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas, Dr. Herawanto as Head of Bank Indonesia West Java Representative Office and its staffs, Dr. Aldrina Irwani as Chairperson of the Association of Indonesian Economists Chapter Bandung Coordinator of West Java and its staffs, Dr. Ade Sulci as Chairman of the 2020 West Java Economic Society Committee and all the committee members of the West Java Economic Society 2020, management and members of ISEI Bandung and in Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, the participant of the 2020 West Java Economic Society International Seminar, which we cannot mention one by one. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you to each party who has been involved in organizing this international seminar named Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery, Policies and Actions. This seminar is the highest achievement of the first series of activities carried by the West Java Economic Society. The West Java Economic Society 2020 started with a scientific writing competition for undergraduate students, followed by a research method workshop for postgraduate students and lecturers, and also scientific conference call for paper. WGIS is a collaboration between the Indonesian Economists Association Bandung under the West Java Coordinator and Bank Indonesia, the West Java Representative Office. WGIS is a form of West Java's community's contribution to the economic development in West Java and at the national. WGIS is a forum for implementing the synergy of various elements in society by creating a sustainable scientific ecosystem from various levels such as undergraduate, postgraduate students, and also from various groups from different backgrounds such as academics, government, media, practitioners, and the communities. We are expecting with the formation of WGIS can provide positive benefit and contribution to the regional government, central government, and also other stakeholders. Furthermore, we hope that WGIS will also be able to hold other activities in the coming years. Before coming to a close of these remarks, I sincerely hope you will enjoy the seminar and thank you for your participation. Welcome to the Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery, Policies and Action International Seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
West Java Economic Society, West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy, presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society, West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy, presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Okay, Ibu Ina Primiana, thank you very much for your welcoming speech. And ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with our next agenda of today's event. We are going to invite the Honorable Bapak Herawanto from Bank Indonesia, Representative Office of West Java.
West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Minister of Transportation Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Budi Karya Sumadi, the Honorable Assistant Governor of Bank Indonesia, Bapak Dwi Pranoto, His Excellencies Professor of Applied Analysis of Institution, HSE University, Mr. Leonid Polischuk, Advisor of the Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries, Professor Rohminda Huri, our prominent speakers, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for Asian Economic Community, Mr. Aladin Derilu, Economist of Indonesia for World Bank, Mr. Lab Van Dorn, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, Bapak Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, Head of Policy and Performance Analysis, National Development Agency, Mr. Felix Fernando Wanggai, Head of Regional Development Board, Bapeda West Java Province, Bapak Taufik Budi Santoso, our colleagues, Professor Ina Primiana, Professor Nuri Effendi, Dr. Aldrin Herwani, and all board members of Indonesian Economics Association in West Java, Head of the Financial Services Authority Region 2 for West Java, Bapak Indarto Budi Witono, Chairman of the West Java Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Head of West Java Investment One-Stop Service Agency, Ibu Noneng Komaraningsih, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, good morning. Sampurasun. It is such a great honor for me to meet all of you today and having this opportunity to welcome all of the speakers and the participants at the first International Conference on Regional Economic and Development of West Java Economic Society 2020. First of all, let us express our gratitude to the presence of Almighty God. First, since we are still given the opportunity to meet in this precious event. Second, as we all may be given health and strength to contribute more positively in our lifetime. This pandemic, I could say, has brought its own blessings as we could conduct this event virtually, so there are more people could join. I do highly hope this event is not substantially different from the one which we could meet in person. But still, let us hoping for an imminent recovery of these unprecedented times, and I'm looking forward to the next joyful moment gathering together among us in Bandung. Dear prominent guests, I could inform you that this international seminar is part of a series event of West Java Economic Society, or WJES 2020, which is organized together by Bank Indonesia Representative Office for West Java Province, of course, in collaboration with Indonesia Economics Association, or ISEI Bandung, which is also coordinator of ISEI All West Java. The main purpose of conducting West Java Economic Society is to provide a forum for people to contribute their thoughts for a better economy through ideas written not only in academic way, but also in more applied ways. A forum that is designed to produce variety of regional economic policy recommendations, as well as a forum that is established for a meeting place between academics, business people, and the authorities or government. And a forum that all of the ideas and thoughts produced in it could be useful, not only for West Java, but also for Indonesia, as what we call as West Java for Indonesia. Further, we believe that this forum could contribute for a better global economy at the end. Something that we say as the spirit of West Java for a global economy. As we have known, global nowadays is facing a COVID-19 pandemic, which caused severe impact on health risk, as well as disrupt the economic throughout 2020. The implementation of large-scale social restriction, or we call it PSBB in West Java, to stop the COVID-19 outbreak has caused a contracted economic growth to minus 4.08% on the third quarter of 2020. The economic recovery has been very important and requires synergy from all parties, as well as the academics, governments, and businesses, so the economy can continue to improve along with well-guarded health risk. We completely realize that we need to embrace every different interest into one ultimate goal to make the economy recovers as soon as possible. Therefore, we are always open with second opinions to unravel any obstacles. Beside the talks, the discussion of regional policies between academics, authorities, and businesses that have been held several times at several cities throughout West Java province since this opening of this event months ago. I could gladly tell you that one important part of the series event of West Java Economic Society 2020 is on the academic side. This WGES 2020 also consists of call for papers, writing competition, and training on research methodology for undergrad students, workshop for PhD students and young faculty members, as well as the international seminar like today. The very first event of West Java Economic Society was held on 30th September 2020. I proudly announce that the enthusiasm of people joining these events are remarkable. It is shown by the submission number of 52 papers on call for papers and 115 papers on writing competition for undergrad students, which were submitted by participants all over Indonesia. Furthermore, the successful workshop for PhD students and young faculty members was attended by 63 participants. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we are conducting the first international conference on regional economic and development as the highlight of a series event of West Java Economic Society 2020, which will be attended by incredible speakers who are, of course, experts in their respective fields, as well as policy update by Mr. Wahyu Utomo and public lecture by Professor Leonid Polishchuk. The international seminar will be divided into two sessions. For the first plenary session, the theme will be current and post-pandemic economic recovery, regional development perspective, and the honorable speakers are Mr. Aladin Dirilo, Mr. Ralph Van Dorn, and Mr. Taufik Budisantoso. And for the second plenary session, the theme will be sustaining regional economic development, anticipating global uncertainties, which will be delivered by honorable speakers Professor Rohminda Huri, Mr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, and Mr. Felix Fernando Wangkai. At this opportunity, I would like to thank everyone who get involved in conducting this event, especially to ISEI Bandung, the coordinator of the ISEIs throughout West Java province as our partner. I strongly believe that this forum could be a good platform for gathering ideas and aspirations in order to produce variety applicable recommendations in economic policy, which could be used as references by the authorities and the governments. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I invite all of you to join the first international conference on regional economic and development of West Java Economic Society 2020. Hopefully, it could give you new insights and courage to contribute more on regional economic development. Once again, Welcome to West Java, and I wish you all a productive day. Thank you. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Okay, Bapak Herawanto, thank you very much for your opening remark. And we are going to continue with our next agenda for this opportunity. And soon we are going to invite to present the policy update, and it will be presented by Dr. Insinyur Wahyu Utomo, MS. Before inviting the Honorable Dr. Insinyur Wahyu Utomo, let me introduce his brief profile. Mr. Wahyu is the graduate of Bandung Institute of Technology, Civil Engineering, and he continued his study for master degree in Regional Science Cornell University, United States of America, and he continued his degree in the PhD or for Doctor of Philosophy in the same university.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for introducing me. And also I would like to say thank you for inviting me to speak, to give a speech in this important international event. And High Excellency, Mr. Budi Karya, Ministry of Transportation, Mr. Herawanto from BI, Branch West Java, Mr. Taufik from Bapeda Jawa Barat, Mr. Ralph Van Dorn from the World Bank, High Excellency Mr. Aladin Derilo, Deputy Secretary Council of ASEAN, our colleague from Ministry of Finance, Mr. Fabrio, our colleague from Bapenas, Mr. Felix Wanggai, and then maybe I would like to say also hello to Professor Leonid Polischuk from HSE University, Russia, Mr. Dwi Pranoto, Head of Regional Development, Bank Indonesia, and of course, Professor Dr. Ina, President of WJES from West Java. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to again appreciate for inviting me in this important event and allow me to use a presentation in giving a speech today. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe you can start to turn the page, please. Okay, go ahead. Next. Okay, next. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with giving you the global national economic condition post-pandemic economic recovery. It should be noted that based on data as today, November 25th, 2020, Indonesia ranks first with the most active cases of COVID-19 in Southeast Asia. The total has now reached more than 60,000 active cases. The second position is in South Asia is the Philippines with around 26,000 active cases, and then continued by Myanmar, around 19,000 active cases, and Malaysia, around 14,000 active cases. At global level, the United States has the highest total of COVID-19 cases, reaching more than 12 million cases based on data today. The number is equivalent to 25% of all COVID-19 cases that occur in the world. Meanwhile, the active cases in the United States reached more than 5 million active cases. Indonesia is also among the 25 countries with the highest active cases in the world. Therefore, the Indonesia government continues to inform and strongly ask the public to be disciplined in implementing the 3M, mencuci tangan, memakai masker, dan menjaga jarak movement to suppress the transmission of COVID-19. People are encouraged to familiarize themselves with washing their hands with soap, wearing masks, and keeping their distance. Global economic growth recovery is expected to be slow, and this economic impact is expected to last a long time due to the uncertainty among when the COVID-19 pandemic will end. The global negative effects of COVID-19 are as follows. The estimated transmission is 8 million people, and the death rate is high, reaching 450,000 people worldwide. The lockdown policy to reduce the spread of the virus disrupted social and economic activities in many countries, affecting the decline in world oil prices, as well as disrupting the flow of capital investment. Travel ban will disrupt the tourism and aviation sector in the long run. The unemployment rate increased as experienced by other countries advanced as in the US and European Union. The OECD projection of economic growth in 2020 is estimated at -6% and 7.6% for the second hit scenario. Next. The COVID-19 pandemic has a major impact on the national economy. The economic growth in third quarter 2020 year-on-year basis will experience a contraction of -3.49%, but not as deep as the economic growth in the second quarter 2020, which was -5.32%. Improvement in economic growth need to be maintained and enhanced to boost global confidence. Next, it is a fact that Indonesia's economic spatial structure dominated by a group of provinces in Java, which contributes to GDP amounted to 58%. The impact of COVID-19 is seriously impact to the economic growth in Java, including West Java province.
Termasuk di Provinsi Jawa Barat.
Next. In fact, that Indonesia's economic spatial structure dominated by a group of provinces in Java. Economic Indonesia is loss of enthusiasm for spending, where most of the Indonesia economic dominated by consumption. You can see here that the consumption may be around 57%. Some people are reluctant to spend since there is no certainty when the vaccine for COVID-19 can be used widely by the public. Next. Now let me inform you the progress of government action in implementing the strategy for handling COVID-19 through the National Economic Recovery Policy. Next. According to the President's instruction, COVID-19 handling and economic recovery must be balanced. The government is still trying to accelerate the economic growth without ignoring the health issues, because the government realized that health is the most important thing. But of course, the economic growth is also another thing that we have to handle or to tackle. Next. The development theme of Government Work Plan, or RKP 2021, is accelerating economic recovery and social reform, focusing on the recovery of industry, tourism and investment, national health system reform, reform of the social protection system, and disaster resilience system reform. Next. Disaster resilience system reform is carried out to support the acceleration of post-pandemic handling. There are at least 10 strategic issues, among others, strengthening disaster data, information and literacy, strengthening disaster risk reduction plans, strengthening of disaster emergency management, strengthening of disaster management regulations and systems, development of alternative disaster management, financing innovation, strengthening of preparedness through social engineering. Next. Economic recovery strategies through COVID-19 vaccination implemented to protect and strengthen the health system and maintain productivity to minimize social and economic impacts. The COVID vaccine is planned to be implemented from January 2021 to March 2020. Target who will be vaccinated maybe around 160 million people, with assumption one person will get 2 times injection with a suspectability of 14 to 21 days. Priorities who will be vaccinated in the first stage are medical personnel, military officers, police, and the general public, mostly the people who age between 18 to 59 years. Economic recovery strategy through government investment is needed to increase economic growth and creates new employment. For every increase in investment at about 1% leads 0.3% economic growth. For every increase in 0.3 economic growth leads to 0.16% job creation. For every 0.3% increase of economic growth leads to 75,000 labor participation. And this is data based on LPAM FAUE in July 2020. In the effort to accelerate the economic growth, the government is still focusing on finalizing the implementation of National Strategic Project, or we call it as PSN. Based on the PSN criteria, right now we are processing more than 200 projects with 10 programs with a total investment about more than 4,700 trillion rupiah as a new list of PSN. And it is also covers more than 23 sectors and programs. The revised presidential decree number 56/2018 now is in the finalization stage. And the PSN implementation status, next. As October 30, 2020, maybe around, you can see here in this pie chart, about 6 projects are already completed with a total value of 48 trillion rupiah. And then more than 28 projects already operated partially with a total value of 1,300 trillion rupiah and so on. At least we can see here that the government is still working on finalizing the infrastructure project, because we believe that in this time, infrastructure should be accelerated. And once the pandemic will be over, the government or the Indonesia will have a strong competitive for the investment. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our calculation also, more than 60% of the financing this project are based on the private sector. And to invite more private sector to participate in the infrastructure development, the government right now is trying to revise the existing regulation, which allow or maybe will give more easiness for the private sector to participate in the project implementation. Economic recovery strategy through regulatory reform by issuing Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja, or we call as Omnibus Law. The urgency of regulatory reform, I can say here, as a response to the biggest challenge to maintain and provide the widest employment opportunity. Also, as an instrument for simplifying and increasing the effectiveness of the bureaucracy. Simplification, synchronization, and trimming of regulation on the number of rules and regulations which hold up job creation and national development. And lastly, it will giving protection and convenience for small medium enterprise to enter formal sector through ease of establishment, licensing, and guidance. The progress of implementation regulation based on Undang-Undang Omnibus Law, we have 40 RPP and 4 RPRPRES, which now is in the stage of absorbing stakeholders' aspiration. Most of the implementation regulations are available in our website, www.undangundang or uu-ciptakerja.go.id. The government is willingness to absorb any comments and input from the people, from the professional association, from academician, and all related institutions. In the future, government is also aware that economic recovery strategy should consider and cover the digital transformation, enable technology to improve value of things such as artificial intelligence, IoT, big data analytics, and other technology are important and should be developed. Currently, the government has started in various areas such as creating the system for digital government, digital economy, and digital society. Utilization of technology for disaster resilience and regional development is also important. It is necessary for responding to natural constraint, condition, and economic growth. Accelerating economic recovery strategy through implementation of business continuity plan and area business continuity plan are needed for accelerating economic recovery in the economic strategic area and UMKM. Achievement of the National Economic Recovery Program, I can report here that from the total investment around 695 trillion rupiah, the realization is about 401 trillion rupiah. PEN or National Economic Strategy Program has experienced a significant acceleration during September and October 2020. Several new programs will be distributed in November and December 2020. The government is also preparing the program for 2021, which will focusing on creating a mass work field of or padat karya in various possible sectors, and I will explain later on. Data exchange platform, or we call one data architecture, next, should be made because the accuracy and security of data exchange system between ministry and institutions are needed. The main problems with the data are limited data integration, information, and decisions made without clear data, and difficulty in assessing data and information due to long bureaucracy. One data architecture needs security system stored securely by stakeholders and equipped with data integration, modeling, and visualization functions. For your information, right now the government is also working hardly in finalizing the One Map policy, which will enable the implementation of spatial planning in the central and local government with more accurate and more secure. Selection of priority projects. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you also that right now Bappenas and us already create some criteria for two sub-themes. For every themes have project criteria such as relevance, impact, and readiness. And this is already used for us, by us, to select which project that should be implemented in the first or in the second stage. Next, patent validates through two clusters, including the social cluster and the social health cluster. The goal is to provide resilient health services, improvement of social welfare, encouraging strategic industries, utilization of Indonesia, future talents, and so on. Okay, so this is my last presentation. As I mentioned earlier, that the government in 2021 will focusing on the labor-intensive programs in the framework of national economic recovery. Those cover several activities such as, next. Okay. Labor-intensive program in the context of PEN using government spending. Programs that are already running are social protection and programs are not optimum yet are labor-intensive. The two programs have the same goals to creating employment and increasing GDP. Outcomes of labor-intensive program from some ministries show that some ministries have achieved high realizations and some still need for improvement. The acceleration program is carried out in 2021 as a goal in creating labor-intensive programs and increasing the GDP. The potential of labor-intensive security for North Coast or Pantura of Java Island. Priority location needs urgent treatment in facing the rock floods and land subsidence. In Pantura, Java Security Program is the RPJMN 2020 to 2024 major projects and has the potential to be carried out in a labor-intensive system. Ladies and gentlemen, the government already announced that the northern part of Java should be industrial area. And we will protect for the industrial area with this program. So in this program, what we call as a North Coast of Java Island for avoiding rock floods and rivers are important because it also protect the industrial area from rock floods and also some erosion from the sea. Next. The potential of another potential labor intensive is a mangrove planting and production waste will be implemented in 34 provinces for mangrove planting in 31 provinces for productive waste. The program has a labor absorption target of 74,000 people. Another program is Food Estate Improvement Program for Central Kalimantan and North Sumatra in Humbang Hasundutan. This program have short-term and also medium long-term stages. The development area right now, we are planning for around 45,000 hectares and focusing on increasing agriculture output by utilizing the technology. In South Sumatra and Papua Province, a food estate program for the intensification of swamplands from the Ministry of Agriculture. The two locations will be equipped with strategic environment assessment. This is another program will be run by the government. So we will have some food estate program not only in west part of Indonesia but also including eastern part of Indonesia. Finally, development of special economic zones, it is another potential program that we have to push because the special economic zone has a potential investment target in 2025 around 725 billion rupiah, a trillion rupiah, 725 trillion rupiah, and it is will absorb about 15 or more people of labor, and it will also contribute to about 1.5 trillion value of export yearly. And the special economic zones, right now we are preparing already in 15 areas throughout the countries, and we are now preparing another special economic zones with the technology basis in Nongsa, in Batam, and also KEK Batam Aerotechnic. I know that West Java also suggesting or proposing some other KEK, and this is also will be considered by us because KEK will be our target, our strategy how to invite more investors to come to Indonesia. I think that's all the policy that the government preparing right now. And again, thank you for inviting me in this event. And I would like to close with say thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning.
West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Wahyu Utomo MS, thank you very much for your comprehensive explanations about policy update. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the time for us to come to the next agenda of the day, which is the first plenary sessions. And for this, I would like to invite the moderators, who is Ibu Diana Sari, SA MGT, PhD. Before inviting Ibu Diana Sari, please allow me to give you a brief explanations about her profile. Ibu Diana Sari used to study in Pajajaran University and in Pajajaran University, and then she continued her study to Monash University for master degree, Master of Management, and also PhD programs in the same university. And Ibu Diana Sari has an interest in her research, which are sustainable marketing, consumer behavior, international marketing, internationalizations of small, medium enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome Ibu Diana Sari as the moderators of the first plenary session.
West Java Economic Society. Moderator Diana Sari, Director Innovation and Corporation, Universitas Pajajaran. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the MC who has introduced me. Since we will learn about how to recover and to be resilient in this pandemic. The economists from OECD said that the world is facing an acute health crisis and the most dramatic economic slowdown since the Second World War. The end is not yet in sight, but there is still much policymakers can do to help build confidence. Then today's event, the WJES International Seminar, is very appropriate in this situation to give us insight about how to do the policies and actions. This is very interesting that the theme, the entitled of this seminar is Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery Policies and Actions. So we not stop until the policies, but we will do the action as well. For the first plenary, we will have the prominent speakers. We have 3 prominent speakers. His Excellency Aladdin Derillo, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, Mr. Lap Van Doorn, Acting Lead Country Economist for Indonesia World Bank, and also Mr. Taufik Budi Santoso, Head of Regional Development Board, Bapeda, West Java Province. For the first speaker, I would like to read the brief of his CV. Our first speaker is His Excellency Aladdin Derillo. Dr. Aladdin Derillo is appointed as the Deputy Secretary General for Asian Economic Community for 2018-2021. He supports the Secretary General of ASEAN by providing leadership in the implementation of AIC Blueprint 2025, and will lead the AEC Department of the Asian Secretariat. He also provides strategic advice to support ASEAN's economic integration agenda. Before appointed for this role, Dr. Rillo was a senior economist with the Asian Development Bank Institute in Tokyo, where he designed and administered capacity building training and policy dialogue on development issues. Prior to that, Dr. Rillo worked at the Asian Secretariat for more than 10 years, where he served in various positions, the latest as Director and Chief Economist of the Asian Integration Monitoring Office 2010-2013. Dr. Rillo holds PhD and MA degrees in economics from the University of Hawaii and an AB in economics from the Ateneo de Manila University. He has also held various lecturing and senior economist positions in the region and beyond. Okay, without further delay, I would like to welcome His Excellency Aladdin Rillo to give his presentation entitled Asian Beyond the Pandemic, Recovery and Resilience. Please welcome His Excellency Aladdin Rillo.
West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Yeah, it seems that Dr. Rilo is not ready yet. I think we will move to another speaker, another prominent speaker for today. It's Mr. Taufik Budi Santoso, Head of Regional Development Board, Bapeda, West Java Province. Before we start, let me introduce the CV of Dr. Insinyur Haji Muhammad Taufik Budi Santoso, MSoc Science, Social Science. Beliau mendapatkan doktor dari Doktor Ilmu Sosial Politik Universitas Pajajaran dan sekarang menjabat sebagai Kepala Subbidang Kepala Biro. Mohon maaf, ini sebelum menjabat sebagai Kepala Bapeda, beliau adalah Kepala Biro Pemerintahan dan Kerjasama Sekretariat Daerah Provinsi Jawa Barat. Ya. Dan sekarang adalah Kepala Badan Perencanaan Pembangunan Daerah Bapeda Jawa Barat. Kepada Bapak Taufik, kami persilahkan Pak, waktunya 25 menit dan setelah ini kita akan langsung mendengarkan dari pembicara yang lain. Setelah itu baru akan ada Q&A. Jadi kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang partisipan pada International Seminar pada hari ini, bisa menuliskan pertanyaan di chat dan akan dibacakan setelah semua presenter mempresentasikan presentasinya. Terima kasih. Silahkan, Bapak. Maaf, belum terdengar suara.
Sudah terdengar, Ibu?
Ya, sudah sekarang. Terima kasih.
Yes. Your Excellency, Bapak Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister of Transportation Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Bapak Wahyu Tomo, Deputy of Spatial and Regional Development, Coordinating Minister of Economic, and Honorable Professor Ina Primiana, President of West Java Economic Society, Honorable Bapak Herwanto, Head of Bank Indonesia, West Java Representative Office, Honorable speakers, and also honorable all members of ISE and commissioners of West Java branches, and all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and Sampurasun. First, please allow me to give a warm greeting to all attendees. I'm very honored to be invited in this West Java Society seminar. On behalf of West Java Province Government, I would also like to mention huge appreciation to Bank of Indonesia, West Java Representative Office, in collaboration with Bandung ISE for conducting this important event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at glance, West Java area is more than 35,000 square kilometers, or 1.8% of Indonesia total area. West Java is the most populous province of Indonesia with more than 49 million people and almost 20% of Indonesia population. Despite the large population, West Java has a major role in Indonesia development. With 18.79 million productive age, West Java is the third highest economic growth in Indonesia and the highest foreign and domestic investment, which contributes 70% to the national economy. In 2019, West Java was the top contributor for national export, the top contributor national foreign direct investment, the highest contributor of the manufacturing industry sectors, and its gross domestic regional product supports more than 33% of Indonesia economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the first case of COVID-19 in West Java was found in Kota Depok on the 2nd of March 2020. And today, the confirmed case per 23rd of November 2020 are more than 48,000 cases, more than 7,000 active cases, more than 40,000 recovered, and 800 death cases. The top municipality and district of COVID-19 cases are Bekasi City, Depok City, Bekasi Regency, Bogor Regency, Bandung City, and Bogor City. The value in handling the pandemic in West Java are proactive in tracking, tracing, and testing, transparent policy. The information about COVID-19 is easy to access via Picobar pcobar.go.id. PCOBAR is abbreviation of information related COVID-19 in West Java. So the third one is science-based policy, the policy based on the research and involve experts. And then the fourth one is innovative initiatives such as affordable, rapid, and PCR test pack, ventilator, and others. And also collaborative between pentahelic, academics, business, government, community, and media. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused a domino effect not only in health sectors, but also in social and economic aspects. In West Java, there are significant impact of pandemic on many economic activities. In tourism, in example, more than 1,000 hotels temporarily closed, caused more than 20,000 layoffs. Impact on small and medium enterprises, which are 28.1% SMEs stop operating and 85% SMEs income decrease. In April, 77% of the number of SMEs that have credit apply for credit restructuring and non-performing loan of West Java SMEs increased to 4.2%. Almost 2,000 companies are closed and impact on almost 120,000 employees. COVID-19 also impact on household consumption, government spending, investment, export, and import that affect the GDP of West Java. The COVID-19 is projected in increasing of poor population and unemployment. Despite COVID-19 pandemic and its disruption, West Java held the highest total investment realization. Total investment value in West Java as of 2020 is USD 6.2 billion. This investment contribute to additional employment of 86,000 in West Java. This created new job vacancies to reduce the unemployment and the poverty caused by COVID-19 pandemic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, social restriction is needed to prevent the spread of pandemic, as the consequences that reduce the activity of public and business sectors. This condition requires policy to maintain financial stability. West Java government provides stimulus and incentive for business and workers to ensure their financial system stability. The economic recovery scenario are rescue, and the second step is recovery, and the third step is normalization. This scenario is produced by West Java Recovery Economic Task Force in 2020. And the members of this West Java Recovery Economics Task Force, one of it is Professor Ina Premiana, and she gave these 3 steps of recovery economic of West Java. The rescue is focused on workspace in all sectors and reviving the SMEs. The recovery is focused on labor absorption in all business sectors. Finally, the normalization is focused on continuing the recovery program to other economic sectors, including the infrastructure development through PPP and other creative financing. Regarding the pandemic COVID-19 condition, the opportunity for West Java are trade war that is looked to house economic activity and moving away from China, step up national self-dependency, healthcare, automotive manufacturing, digital innovation, sustainability, and tourism. And the top sectors to be developed in West Java are financial and business services, education, transportation and storage, construction, agriculture, forestry and fisheries, manufacturing, mining, wholesale and retail trade, food and beverage, and other services. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, Regarding the pandemic COVID-19, West Java development policy is formulated to increase regional competitiveness as well as rehabilitation and reconstruction of COVID-19 pandemic impact through accelerating economy recovery and strengthening regional health systems. Following this, we support health sector infrastructure development, accelerated investment, industrial and trade recovery, improve food security system, and tourism development. For those programs, we have allocated from regional budget is more than 510 billion rupiah. The priority program will be directed to overcome the unemployment, such as training, creating new job vacancies, the economy and SMEs, credit relaxation, and generating existing business activities. To support this policy, West Java collaborate many resources funding from national budget, local budget, provincial agency and city, community fund, and municipal bonds. We also initiated the creative financing such as loan for economic restoration, public-private partnership, and corporate social responsibility. There will be a new potential infrastructure development beside of the development in two metropolitan which has developed, which is Bodebek, Karpur, and Bandung Raya. Located in Cirebon Raya, Rebana will be a new metropolitan area in West Java, which will develop 13 industrial area in 43,000 hectares land. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to end my word by expressing our gratitude for inviting us in this event. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and hopefully we are blessed with health and happiness. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Taufik Budi Santoso, who has given us insight about what the Regional Development Board has done and prepared to recover from this pandemic. There is also the economic scenario that has been done by the Regional Development Board. There is a 3 steps, begitu ya Pak Taufik. There is a 3-step economic scenario, including rescue, where the Bapeda focus on workforce, and also recovery, where focus on labor absorption, and also normalization that focus on other economic sector. Yeah, we see that Mr. Rilo has come. Yes. Okay. Hello, Mr. Rilo. Very good morning.
Yes, good morning, Ibu.
Yeah, I'm Diana Sari, the moderator for today, the first plenary session. Then we will give you 25 minutes to present your paper entitled Asian Beyond the Pandemic, Recovery and Resilience. So now is the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Diana, for the kind introduction. And let me also take this opportunity to thank the West Java Economic Society for inviting me to present on behalf of ASEAN. And my presentation will focus on the overall response by the region to overcome the pandemic, And if you look at the different response, we can go to my slide, please. ASEAN collective response actually is intended mainly to achieve economic resilience in the long term, but more importantly, to be able to overcome this pandemic and to recover better. That's why in my presentation, I'll talk about first what ASEAN has done so far in terms of addressing the pandemic. And then later on, I'll talk about the most important response in terms of the recovery plan that the Secretariat has submitted to the leaders this month. I think, as we all know, ASEAN is now in a crisis like no other. Like other countries in the world, this pandemic has not spared the region. It has actually turned this unprecedented crisis into unprecedented uncertainty in the region. In fact, until now, 9 months into the pandemic crisis, I think the outlook for the region continues to remain dim, such that by the end of the year, for example, we expect ASEAN to contract, our economy to contract by around 3.8% this year. And actually, this is the first time in 22 years that the region is going to have an economic contraction. Although next year, we expect the region to rebound to around 5.5%, I think the uncertainty is still there in terms of the overall strength of the recovery. When you look at this current crisis, and if we compare this with the crisis in 1997 and 2008, I think unlike the financial crisis in 1997, during that time, if you recall, output actually recovered quickly, although it took a while before it reached a pre-crisis level in terms of the level of growth. When we look at this current crisis that we're currently experiencing, it's actually very difficult to predict when this crisis is going to end, primarily because the virus is still evolving at this point in time. And I think that makes also the ability to predict the strength of recovery also very difficult, considering that since the virus is still evolving, it will definitely still impact on the overall capacity or strength as well of the global economy, which ASEAN economy also depends on. Similarly, based on our analysis, unlike the crisis in 1997 and the global financial crisis in 2008, this current crisis has actually affected the productive capacity of our region. And I think that also explains why it's very difficult to have a very strong recovery from this crisis. Because at the rate this pandemic is evolving, it will also make the economic shocks from this pandemic crisis deeper and longer lasting. That's why if we go to the next slide, we can see here that like other regions in the world, the impact of this pandemic to ASEAN has been quite adverse, particularly for key sectors that are directly affected by this crisis, like tourism, MSME, and aviation. For example, it is expected that by the end of the year, the tourism receipts in the region will decline by around 50 to 70%. That's actually a quite huge amount. Similarly, total losses in the aviation sector are estimated to reach to around $38 billion by the end of the year. And I think already we've seen the impacts of this pandemic in the region. For example, in the first half of this year, total tourism arrivals in the region declined by around 71%. So I think the impact is really adverse. Similarly, when we look at the impact of this on economic growth, as I mentioned earlier, if we can go to the next slide, this will be the first economic contraction for ASEAN since the Asian financial crisis in 1997, 1998. Almost all countries in the region are expected to contract this year, particularly the more advanced ASEAN economies like the Philippines, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And already, if you look at the figures in the first half of the year, okay, we've seen sharp contraction in many economies in the region. I think particularly in Indonesia, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand, where we've seen growth to decline quite significantly. You know, particularly in the second quarter this year. Again, we expect growth to contract by 3.8% before a recovery of 5.5% next year. But I think despite all these difficulties, if we can go to the next slide, I think what's important to highlight here is that ASEAN, since the outbreak began in March, has remained very committed to overcome this pandemic. In my view, the political response has been very timely and decisive, because as early as February, our leaders have already committed to act together to overcome this pandemic by, for example, keeping markets open for trade and investment, and also to accelerate cooperation within the region, to work for the countries in the region to work together towards overcoming this pandemic. And I think the political response is very much also highlighted at the last summit 2 weeks ago, at the 37th ASEAN Summit that was held virtually also, 2 weeks ago. Our leaders have actually welcomed the establishment of the COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund. This is an important funding mechanism to support financing this pandemic. The leaders also welcomed the development of the regional reserve for emergency medical supplies. And again, this is intended primarily also to enhance cooperation among countries in ensuring that the region has adequate reserve of medical supplies to overcome this pandemic. Similarly, the leaders 2 weeks ago also welcome the establishment of this strategic framework on future pandemic preparedness for the region, particularly the development of these standard operating procedures that would help the region prepare to deal with future pandemics like what we're having currently. But I think the most important result of the summit also is the development of the comprehensive recovery framework that was adopted by the leaders 2 weeks ago. And let me just quickly also talk about that. If you go to the next slide, please. Here we can see that so far, I think the most important response from the region in terms of overcoming this crisis is the commitment by ASEAN region to enhance regional economic resilience despite these current difficulties. I think if you look at, for example, the initial policy response measures that different countries have implemented at the outbreak of this crisis, I think all countries in the region have managed to implement a number of accommodative policies, monetary and fiscal policies, to be able to overcome the initial shocks from this crisis. For example, also if you look at the total fiscal measures in terms of the stimulus packages being implemented by countries, I think they amounted to around 390 billion US dollars, or equivalent to 12.5% of our regional GDP. And in my view, these different stimulus measures have also help the region, particularly different countries, to mitigate the socioeconomic impacts of this pandemic. As I mentioned earlier, I think the region is very much committed to keep our markets open for trade investment. As we all know, ASEAN is very much dependent on trade. And as we all know also, this pandemic has adverse impact on the regional supply chains. Therefore, to avoid the further decline in our trade and to avoid all these adverse impacts, our economic ministers have adopted this Hanoi Plan of Action for strengthening economic cooperation and supply chain connectivity. This is mainly intended to strengthen supply chain and trade connectivity in the region, and at the same time to be able to facilitate the seamless flow of essential goods in ASEAN. In fact, 2 weeks ago, during the summit, our economic ministers also signed a memorandum of understanding on non-tariff measures for essential goods. I think the idea there is that we want all countries in ASEAN to commit for not imposing any restrictions on the flow of essential goods in the region. Hence the objective of that memorandum of understanding. And at the same time, there is now within the region a regional action plan. This is the Hanoi Plan of Action that I mentioned earlier. And efforts are also underway to be able to implement this regional plan on supply chain resilience. In fact, countries in the region have already agreed, for example, to exchange electronic documents among themselves and our other partners in the region to be able to mitigate the impact of this pandemic on the trade performance of the region. Similarly, ASEAN is looking at our existing FTAs, free trade agreements in the region, on how we can incorporate the specific provisions that would enhance the resilience of ASEAN and our partners, in dealing with future pandemics like what we're experiencing right now. So the economic response, in my view, has been very, very supportive, of the recovery. That's why, if we go to the next slide, while the immediate objective in the region is to contain the spread of the virus, I think that's like other countries in the world are doing, ASEAN also recognizes that there is a need to move forward and to recover from this crisis. I think we recognize that in the absence of a vaccine or an effective treatment to this virus, ASEAN should be able to still move forward and make sure that our economic activities remain vibrant, despite this pandemic. And I think that is why 2 weeks ago, as I mentioned earlier, we have developed or the leaders have adopted this ASEAN Recovery Framework and its implementation plan. Let me just quickly talk about this recovery framework and implementation plan, because in my view, this is the most important response by the region in terms of enhancing economic resilience and facilitating recovery in our region. In essence, the recovery framework is our consolidated exit strategy from this pandemic. The idea behind this recovery framework was actually made by our leaders during the 36th ASEAN Summit in June, wherein the ASEAN leaders recognized the need for the region to have a comprehensive recovery plan to be able to revive economic activities and enhance resilience of the region moving forward. So that is that how the recovery framework has started. So following that, since June, ASEAN Secretariat, my team at the Secretariat, we started to develop the framework. And the framework itself is intended, again, to provide the future direction for ASEAN and how to overcome the crisis. The idea of this framework mainly is to identify what we call as the broad strategies. These are the different strategies that we think are most important in terms of facilitating the recovery. And at the same time, once we have identified the different areas that would help facilitate the recovery, within the plan or within the framework itself, we also identify what we call as different priority actions. These are priority actions that are critical to be able to achieve the objective of the different broad strategies in the recovery. I think the way we look at the recovery in ASEAN is something comprehensive, as I mentioned earlier, but we also recognize that we cannot have recovery quickly, right? Because this crisis is definitely a very deep crisis. Therefore, the recovery is expected to be gradual. So within our recovery framework, we have identified different measures that would allow the region to immediately identify measures to reopen the economy. So that is the first stage of our recovery plan. And then we have the second stage, we call that the rebuilding stage. And I think that is where other measures that would sustain the recovery would play a very important role. And then the last stage of our recovery, we call that the long-term resilience. Because in our view, this pandemic has not only revealed the vulnerabilities of the region in terms of the disruption in supply chain connectivity, for example, but at the same time, it has allowed us to look at the future in a more pragmatic way by identifying what are the different issues that would enhance sustainability and resilience in the region. That's why we have that component in our recovery plan. In developing this framework, just to give you an idea, we try to make sure, as I mentioned earlier, to make it very focused, you know, in a sense that we just try to identify or prioritize important areas where we think would help facilitate the recovery, okay, at the soonest time possible. We want to make sure that the strategies are creating lots of impact, you know, in terms of the recovery. And we also recognize that there is a need to have a balance between overcoming the pandemic and at the same time ensuring the dynamism of our economies, you know. Meaning that in the process of, for example, of reopening our economies, we have to make that in a very gradual approach so that we don't compromise the public health safety, okay, in the region. Similarly, if you are following what's going on in ASEAN, this recovery framework is also very much consistent with the other important documents in the region. For example, the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint and the other blueprints in ASEAN. So we recognize that in developing this framework, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. So what the key elements in the framework actually are consistent to the different community blueprints that are currently in place in ASEAN. I think the most important part of the recovery framework and the implementation plan is the identification of different broad strategies. So if we can go to the next slide, please. In our recovery framework, we have identified 5 broad areas that would impact our recovery most. If you look at this particular slide, broad strategy 1, 2, and 3 are actually in response to our objective in the region of saving lives and livelihoods. The first broad strategy on enhancing health systems is intended to address the very issue of health crisis in the region by looking at how we can further improve the public health delivery in the region, how ASEAN can be better prepared to deal with future pandemics, how we can make our health services more efficient moving forward. broad strategy two on strengthening human security is about addressing the impacts of this crisis on our people. I think we recognize that a lot of vulnerable groups are being affected by this current crisis. Therefore, in our view, there is a need to come up with more measures that would help these vulnerable groups recover fast, okay, from the pandemic. So we're talking here about the need for strengthening social protection systems in the region, as well as social welfare. I think under strengthening human security, we are also dealing with the need to look at the impact of the pandemic on our labor markets and so forth, and as well as the need for strengthening human capital development. The third board strategy, which we call maximizing the potential of broader economic integration, is actually the strategy that is intended to facilitate economic recovery in ASEAN. As we all know, ASEAN is very much keen in terms of creating a single market through regional economic integration. Therefore, under broad strategy 3, we're trying to look at what are the different measures that would further revive economic activities in the region in terms of keeping our markets open for trade and investment, in terms of strengthening supply chain connectivity, and also in terms of looking at how the different economic sectors like tourism, aviation, and MSMEs can recover from this pandemic. Broad strategies 4 and 5, if you look at this particular slide, are actually our efforts in the region to be able to address important developments in ASEAN, particularly the contribution of digital transformation or different digital technologies. I think we recognize that during this pandemic, as we all agree, the use of digital technologies has become very, very important, right? In fact, I think digital connectivity has become an important lifeline during this pandemic in the way technologies have been utilized to allow people to work, okay, and to allow businesses to also operate. So in our recovery framework, we put a lot of emphasis on how the region can fully adapt the different benefits of digital transformation and what measures we need to implement to make sure that ASEAN is able to accelerate digital transformation and for the region to fully embrace the 4IR. Finally, the last broad strategy is about sustainability and resilience. Again, we recognize that this pandemic has actually taught us a lot of lessons in terms of how the region should adopt a more resilient and sustainable approach towards development. So under broad strategy 5, we're looking at different strategies to address sustainability in ASEAN in all dimensions. Issues related to, for example, green infrastructure, sustainable investment, how to achieve clean energy, okay, clean growth, how to address issues related to sustainable financing. All of these are taken into account. If you look at this particular slide, again, we recognize that we have all these different broad strategies in place, but I think at the end of the day, the effectiveness of this recovery framework or plan would depend on a number of factors, right? And this would include, for example, the strength of the policy measures being implemented by countries in the region. I think it also depends on the available resources or funding mechanisms in the region, because in our recovery plan, we have identified a number of activities that would require financing. We also recognize that there is a need to have a strong institutional mechanism in place in order to make sure that the implementation of this plan becomes more effective. And at the same time, we recognize that governments in ASEAN alone cannot be responsible, or in facilitating this recovery. We need to make sure that there is a very strong engagement with different partners in the region. And at the same time, to make sure that this recovery plan or framework is really something that is creating impacts to the region, we also establish some kind of monitoring in our recovery framework. I think if we can go to the next slide, this slide basically tells us, the entire recovery framework for ASEAN. As you can see from this slide, there are 5 broad strategies that I explained earlier. And in every strategy, we have identified different priority actions. These are priority actions that we think are deemed important, okay, to be able to achieve the objective of each strategy. Just want to emphasize here that this document, we have the recovery framework itself, but at the same time, there is an implementation plan that accompanies this framework. And the implementation plan contains all the details, all the priority actions that are needed to facilitate this recovery. And if you're interested to know more about the details of this recovery framework and implementation plan, you can just go to our website at the ASEAN Secretariat, because we have already uploaded, this recovery framework and implementation plan, so that the public will have a better understanding of what we're doing in ASEAN. So in closing, let me just emphasize here that if we go to the next slide, that ASEAN is very much committed to overcome this pandemic. I think the objective in the region is to emerge strong and resilient, okay, from this pandemic, and that explains the number of different initiatives that we have implemented in the region since the outbreak. And these initiatives cover not only the economy, but also the sociocultural side of our community, as well as the political pillar of our community. In our view, there is a need for inclusive digitalization. This is very important. This is an important part of our strategy. And at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, this pandemic has actually opened our eyes on the importance of addressing sustainability issues in ASEAN. At the end of the day, I think this is also consistent on how we want our community building efforts to become more robust in the coming years. Therefore, in the development of our recovery plan, we made it a point that this is a plan that is open for everybody to engage with us, because governments alone will not be able to achieve this recovery in the region. We have to make sure that everybody is able to come in and contribute in the recovery process. I think that the role of the different stakeholders, including educational institutions, think tanks, for example, will be very critical, because we really need to have all the knowledge that is critical to better understand how the recovery in the region will be achieved in the coming years. As I mentioned earlier, this is a crisis like no other. Therefore, I don't foresee a very quick recovery in the coming years. And I think that requires, again, cooperation from everyone. And that's why I'm glad that we have the opportunity from the ASEAN Secretariat to be able to present to you what the region is currently doing to overcome this pandemic and to make sure that we achieve in the long run a resilient and inclusive recovery. So that's the end of my presentation, and I'm very happy to answer questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rilos. Very comprehensive presentation about recovery and resilience. Dr. Rilo has presented Asian Recovery Framework that at the first statement, Dr. Rilo said that Asia needs to be ready with the very real possibility of a period of prolonged uncertainty. This is very true at the moment. Then the effort has been to promote regional economic resilience with maintaining macroeconomics and financial stability and strengthening the market. Also strengthening economic cooperation, supply chain connectivity, also fiscal stimulus. Then leveraging better trade facilitation and transport connectivity. Dr. Relo also give us information about the broad strategies that Asian done There is 5 broad strategies: enhancing health systems, strengthening human security, maximizing the potential of broader economic integration, accelerating inclusive digital transformation, and also advancing toward a more sustainable and resilient future. With that broad strategies, there is, if I'm mistaken, that are 40 priority actions. So again, this one is not only about strategy, but we've been given the action that we have to do. For the participants, I know there's lots of questions. However, you can write on the Q&A button here, then we will answer those questions in the discussion session. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rilo. Again, then we will have the question and answer later. Hopefully you still have time to answer directly to the participants. Thank you. Yeah, we will come to our third speakers, Mr. Ralph van Doorn. He is an acting lead economist for World Bank Indonesia. Let me read his CV first. Mr. Ralph van Doorn is acting lead economist for the World Bank in Indonesia, focusing on macroeconomic policy, fiscal policy, and debt management. Previously, he was the country economist for Mongolia, Sri Lanka, and Maldives, and supported government on fiscal growth and debt issues in countries across Africa, East Asia, Central Asia, and Eastern Europe. Prior to joining the World Bank, he worked at the Emerging Market Fixed Income team at Credit Suisse in London, focusing on Egypt, Kazakhstan, and GCC countries. He holds a Master of Research degree in economics from the London School of Economics and a Master of Science degree in applied physics from Delft University of Technology. Today, Mr. van Doorn will present the paper entitled From Containment to Recovery, the Outlook for Indonesia. Without further delay, please welcome Mr. Ralph van Doorn.
West Java Economic Society. Ralph van Doorn, acting lead country economist for Indonesia World Bank. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Thank you very much. Selamat pagi. Thank you very much for inviting me to present the World Bank's outlook for Indonesia. So let me share my presentation now. I hope it's visible. So, selamat pagi. Thank you very much for joining this presentation on containment to recovery outlook for Indonesia. This presentation is based on our most recent publication by the World Bank in East Asia, called the World Bank East Asia and Pacific Economic Update, October 2020, which is an analysis of the development of COVID and the challenges, but also the policy trade-offs we have to combat the infection, but also to kickstart back the recovery. And that publication, we also have our analysis of Indonesian outlook. This outlook will be updated once again. These are very fast-moving developments, as you probably know. Every quarter, when GDP data comes out or balance of payments data comes out, it changes the outlook, and that happens all around the world. We're in a situation with a lot of uncertainty and a lot of scenarios that may happen in 2021, depending on how the vaccines are rolled out, how the infection profile, whether it's being contained or not. So there's a lot of uncertainty, and we hope you understand that we are all trying to digest the latest information and trying to understand what's happening and try to calibrate our outlook. So now let's go then into our recent developments as we saw them, our outlook, and then the recommendations for accelerating towards recovery. So, when we entered Q4 2020, the road to recovery seemed long. Actually, before COVID started, we already saw a long straight road towards 2045, in line with Indonesia's ambition to be a high-income country. But it seemed to be a straight road, not a winding road. And now, due to COVID, we are pushed left and right into different corners that we didn't expect to be in. And that will be more or less the theme of this presentation. So we've of course seen in the Jakarta area a reintroduction of large-scale social restrictions, which were then relaxed, reintroduced, and then again partially relaxed. And we see that is also visible if you track various indicators of mobility, for example, the Google Mobility Index. And there's actually a pretty significant, statistically significant relationship between mobility and GDP growth, whether we look at it by province or by sector. So mobility, de facto mobility is actually a pretty good indicator of GDP, so it's good for real-time monitoring. And that it's not necessarily mobility as imposed by the government, but also voluntary mobility. For example, you can see that mobility already dropped in March before the PSSB were, fully introduced. So people voluntarily start to reduce mobility, and that already, of course, had an economic impact. So Indonesia, of course, had this first economic contraction in Q2 after more than 2 decades, and especially sectors that were sensitive to this. For example, consumption dropped a lot, investment dropped. Net exports originally contributed positively, and the reason is, of course, that imports contracted more than exports in Indonesia, which both means that net exports had a more positive contribution to growth, but also the current account started to improve, and that actually continued into Q3. Q3 data, which is not displayed here, shows that we've only seen a partial recovery. The good news is that Q3 GDP growth has been, the contraction has been less than in Q2. So we see a partial recovery, but I think all observers and policymakers was slightly, it's less than was expected by many. And we'll see actually also that the micro data confirms that. If you look at sector by sector, I guess here we see one of the main stories for Indonesia. The growth has contracted, but unevenly, and especially certain sectors like manufacturing, hotels, restaurants, transport contracted sharply, because they were more exposed to external shocks and mobility restrictions. On the other hand, what we call knowledge-intensive services, think about ICT and finance, financial sector, real estate and business services, they actually held up. And that's important because that of course has a social impact, an uneven social impact, because especially sectors such as trade, wholesale retail trade, transport, hospitality or restaurants and hotels, those are what we call traditional service sectors, often run by informal firms and employing workers who therefore have no form of official social protection or social security. And that means that they're hit the hardest and they have the least access to social programs. Because many of these households, if they're not poor, so if they're not part of the bottom 40% of society, they're not covered by what's called the Unified Poverty Database. And therefore, a lot of the social programs that were put in place by the government are unable to reach those because they are not yet economically secure. They're not yet part of the middle class, but they are hit heavily by this COVID crisis, and they don't have any form of social assistance. I think we saw the same, we'll see the same picture. I think we saw it in ASEAN, by the way, across many countries, and we'll probably see it as well in the next presentation on West Java in particular. There's a big drop in tourism, really to record low. Whether we look at arrivals or service exports or transportation exports or the GDP component that's most linked directly to tourism. Again, this also has the same impact on the traditional service sector. So what does that mean? So if we kind of start zooming in, we start at the big macro, at the GDP, and now we move to the balance of payments. Now, in contrast to perhaps other countries, we see that the current account in Indonesia is improving, actually. It was the current account deficit that we had for the last few years, and it started to concern many policymakers. It has been contracted. And actually, in the third quarter, the current account turned positive for the first time in many years. Now, why did it turn positive? Well, a lot of things happened below the surface that again have, consequences for economic and social consequences. Exports have been contracting due to the global demand shock, but also the price shock to commodities, which are still one of the major exports of Indonesia. But also imports have been contracting much more than exports. Now, Indonesia traditionally has a structural deficit on the service sector side, because despite the fact that you have a few highly successful tourist spots, the major outflow in the service sector is trade-related services. And if trade collapses, that deficit in services also collapses. So the good news, if you will, is that the service sector deficit also has shrunk a lot because of that. We also see that outflows of dividend, equity dividend, dividends on an FDI, foreign direct investment equity inflows, those have also fallen. So that's a bit of a cyclicality of the economy that we see emerging. Those ultimately are positive for the current account deficit, which by itself, the World Bank is slightly, or we as a team are slightly, agnostic about the current account deficit, to the extent that it reflects, a attraction of savings of other countries into Indonesia. It's positive, but those savings have to be channeled into good investments, and ideally those savings come in the form of long-term investment. So the bigger problem we think is that Indonesia's current account deficit is not financed by productive investment in the form of equity and long-term investments in Indonesia's economy. Instead, it became increasingly financed by short-term short-term portfolio inflows in the form of bonds. And we think that is ultimately exposed Indonesia to risk. So now we see that Indonesia, on the financial flow side, indeed some of the risk has materialized. We see that in gray, we see capital flows, and we saw that in the first quarter, really large capital outflows. Both non-resident investors in the government bond market, excuse me, I went too quickly, but also equity investors in the stock market, they left Indonesia. And this is a materialization of that risk that I just mentioned earlier. Capital flows can easily reverse if they are short-term capital flows. What Indonesia needs, in our opinion, are long-term capital flows, and they're stickier. Although we see a drop in FDI inflows, we don't see a reversal. We don't see divestment in Indonesia. And why would people? Because Indonesia still is an important long-term investment destination. So that again shows perhaps the risk of relying on short-term capital flows. But luckily, Indonesia's current account deficit also shrank, which helps reducing that exposure. We also see that the exchange rate, we look here at the nominal effective exchange rate, meaning the exchange rate weighted by the trade shares of Indonesia's partners. It definitely has depreciated a lot, but then recovered, and now it's slightly depreciated again. But it generally held out well, I think. And Indonesia has not, has retained its access to capital markets by issuing global bonds, which is good news. We see that, on the other hand, in the banking sector, the slowdown in economic growth also is associated with a slowdown in credit growth. So despite all the efforts put in place by the fiscal response package to encourage more credit expansion, especially to small and medium enterprises, that has not materialized yet. And bank credit growth has decelerated to its lowest rate since 2003. On the other hand, Indonesia went into this pandemic in a macroeconomic sense in a fairly good position. It had low debt, only 30% of GDP. Its deficit was contained. Its current account deficit was okay. And its banking sector was in a fairly good shape with low non-performing loans and banks having a fairly good capital adequacy ratios. And that's important because Indonesia went into this crisis in a position of strength. And that, but it's important to continue monitoring financial sector risks, because as loans become non-performing, it will start being absorbed by the capital buffers of the banks, and the capital adequacy ratios may go down. At the same time, there's a very big loan restructuring program ongoing, which means that loans that would normally become non-performing are now being restructured, which is important to monitor in the future, because some of those restructured loans at some point, the banks have to decide, are they still likely to be repaid, or will they become non-performing? So this is something worth monitoring. If you go to the budget, these aren't the latest data, but we see, of course, that Indonesia's fiscal balance accounts are very different from they were the past few years. We see a big drop in cumulative revenue, and revenue will be much lower in 2020 than it was in 2019 and 18. If you compare the red line against the orange and gray lines, it's currently underperforming relative to what could be expected by this time of the year. But some revenue items, are still performing well. We understand that tobacco excise, for example, is still performing well. On the other hand, expenditure is now outpacing the growth of the last few years, which is, of course, a reflection of the fiscal packages, especially social aid spending. As a result, the deficit is much higher, and the debt stock is also much higher than it was in past years, and it's now approaching, I think, 35% of GDP. And we project it to reach about 38% of GDP by the end of the year, but we'll get to that. Now, Indonesia, of course, is not the only one, and Indonesia is not an outlier, and that's important to realize. And I think also the previous presentation also showed that many ASEAN countries are heavily affected. Indonesia is a fairly closed, large economy compared to its peers in ASEAN, and we also see that Indonesia is less affected by the global growth demand shock compared to, say, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand, which have a much larger contraction projected by the World Bank in 2020. Also, in terms of fiscal balance, Indonesia's fiscal balance is projected to go into a shallower deficit compared to other countries in the region. And because of its relative closeness, the impact on the balance of payments and the current account deficit is also quite different. We don't see a strong deterioration of the current account balance as we see, for example, in Thailand or Vietnam. Instead, as we saw earlier, we see an improvement of the current account balance. And that's kind of unique to Indonesia's, the structure of its export and import basket. Now, if you look at the package that was announced by the government of 695 trillion, we think this is a package that targets the right things: healthcare, social protection, more sector-specific spending, MSME spending, financial corporations, and tax incentives. So by and large, we think, the objectives of this package, saving lives, protecting the poor, ensuring an adequate supply of food, and kickstarting the recovery. Those 4 objectives we agree with, and we also think this is a package that addresses the right sectors. The question is then more about, is it implemented well? And as you probably know, and I think the data came out yesterday, I tried to update it with the data that's public by now. The government has disbursed about, almost 59% until mid-November. So it is underspending relative to its budget. It has disbursed about 400 trillion by mid-November out of a target of 695 trillion. And we see also an uneven implementation, and the heat map shows, based on the latest data as of mid-October, where we were. So the good news is that social protection, after a slow start, is now disbursing rapidly. And you can see it is probably going to reach 100% disbursement by the end of the year. And the reason is that a lot of the social protection was disbursed as cash. And therefore, easily it reached the intended recipients. On the other hand, other types of response, like healthcare, depends on the global supply of health-related medical equipment, which has now, those bottlenecks are now been relieved, but also procurement of goods and services. And that traditionally in Indonesia is slow. So the slowness of healthcare spending and maybe sector spending is kind of also reflected by structural challenges in Indonesia to disburse fast. It is simply difficult in Indonesia. And we hope the government knows it, and they've been trying to improve procurement. But it's still, it's still a lot of work to be done. And maybe in response to that, we understand that there's been some reprofiling of the targets, which we haven't included here yet, but it was in CNN Indonesia last night, about how it's being reprofiled, and that may lead to better implementation of these packages. But where do those packages go? And I think it's important to not only look at the fiscal numbers, but also look at the facts on the ground. So we've run high-frequency surveys, and we are putting them online on our website, and I can share the link later. We see that most packages, like Kartu Sembako, electricity bills reduction, PKH, if you compare the estimated beneficiaries that were reached compared to estimated targets, so compare the yellow against the red, in most cases, the safety net measures have reached the target coverage. In many cases, we see the yellow is very close to the red, or even exceeds the red, which means they definitely reached the target number of beneficiaries. The problem is, it's also about the quality of spending, and we see that as of August, the latest round of our survey, 10% of households in the bottom 40% have not received, who have experienced income shocks, have not received any economic relief measure. So although we see that implementation in quantity terms has been going well, there is an exclusion problem. And also we see that there's some implementation problems with Kartu Prakerja in the beginning, which now has been catching up as far as I understand. The other news is that the GDP Q3 data also is confirmed by the micro data. We see that the employment recovery has started. If you compare the May round of a high-frequency survey, compare August, we see that while in May, 76% of breadwinners reported stopping working, by August, 90%, 76 was still working, 90% is working by August. And also there's a lower incidence of income reduction, which is good news, although still 50% of breadwinners who continue working are still reporting income losses. So the good news is that the employment reduction has been slightly recovering, but still we see large income losses. So those are kind of some of the micro data that we see. Now let's go to the outlook. So here's our outlook that we published last month. We expect a GDP drop in 2020 of minus 1.6% and then a recovery. But mind you, this is a recovery that in level terms does not mean that GDP will be back to normal by 2021. The level of GDP in 2021 will still be below 2019 and demand will be lower. So what we get is a permanent shift downwards of trend GDP growth. And we see that in many countries, all countries in East Asia Pacific that the World Bank looks at, we project that the GDP trend will be permanently lower than it was before the pandemic. We see that the current account is going to widen again as the economy will recover and go back to normal. We see that the fiscal balance, we project about 6.3% deficit, and will gradually recover the deficit to below 3% by 2023, in line with the government's commitments. And the debt, we project to reach about 37% at the end of this year, and then stabilize around 43% in the medium term. But this is our baseline, and we also have a severe scenario where we project what would happen if mobility restrictions are reintroduced. And of course, that has happened. So the 1.6% is probably slightly optimistic. And we have a severe scenario, GDP growth would drop to 2% in 2020. And given the uncertainty, we have to be having multiple scenarios, both of the severity of the downturn and the projected recovery. Now, what does it mean for poverty? Well, for the first time in many years, we expect poverty to go up. Well, if there had been no mitigation measures, we expected poverty actually to go up from 3.1% using the extreme poverty rate to about 3.4%, while then gradually falling again as the economy recovers. Now, this scenario is probably not going to be realized because of all these measures put in place by the government, and especially the social protection packages, which really have helped. They've been implementing fast, and they probably have helped mitigate the impact of poverty. That's good news. So what does it mean for our policy recommendations for the recovery? Now, before COVID, the road from going from upper middle income country to high income countries seemed to be straight. And that is not the case anymore. We have three sharp curves: a pandemic curve, a recession curve, and a debt curve that all have to be managed through monitoring, tracing, isolation, and expanding capacity, test and treat, by supporting families, firms, and banks, giving them cash to store the cent and restart, but also to make sure that the debt curve is managed by increasing fiscal space for investment and increasing tax revenue. So how do we get there? So here are a couple of recommendations. First of all, handling the pandemic curve. Indonesia still needs to increase its health system to better handle the pandemic curve. That means more testing. Indonesia is still only around the number 150 in the global ranking on testing per million people, even though we see that the testing positivity is now reducing, which is good news. But still, Indonesia still has very high rate of daily increased infections, and they have to manage it better. In terms of the recession curve, it's important to continue to address challenges delivering social assistance, not only now in 2020, but also next year. And we see that the budget 21 has put in place still a fairly large package to continue social support, which we think is quite important. It's important to also continue to support firms to help them stay afloat during this crisis, for example, by giving some sort of a wage subsidy so they can be kept on the payroll and their social capital and productivity can be maintained. And then how to start and restart. Can firms adapt to a new economy that may be more digital? Can they latch onto the fast-growing sectors of the economy, including healthcare? What can they do about supply the medical sector next year to help with the recovery? And also, how can we make sure that to avoid spillovers from the real sector down to the financial sector? Because if the financial sector is affected, it will deepen the recession. So it's important to keep the financial sector healthy so it can support the recovery of Indonesia's economy. And deepening reforms are critical to ensure that there's a faster recovery. It's important for Indonesia to improve the investment climate and the firm's access to capital, labor, and production inputs, because this really has the potential to turbocharge Indonesia's economic recovery. Workers seeking jobs may need different higher order skill, and that has been a structural problem. Before the crisis, Indonesia has grown fast pre-COVID, but the economy has generated mostly low skilled service sector jobs rather than higher order skilled jobs. And this would be more and more important post-COVID. So this is something to work on, both by improving the labor market, but also the education system. It's important to resume efforts to close the infrastructure gap, which Indonesia already had a very large gap pre-COVID of, we estimate, about 1.6 trillion US dollars compared to the emerging market average. And that has only widened over the years. And post-COVID, Indonesia will have to start investing more in infrastructure, but with a more constrained budget. So then the question is, how can Indonesia improve the fiscal space for those investments into human capital and infrastructure capital? And here we go to the fiscal. It's important to reallocate and eliminate the subsidies, the energy subsidies, the fertilizer subsidies, and reallocate them to more productive uses. For example, more investment in research in agriculture to make the farmers more productive and support increasing their ability to generate more income. But ultimately, what Indonesia needs is increase, to satisfy its spending needs, increase more its revenue. Indonesia's tax to GDP will be about 8.5% in 2020. That's probably less than half than the emerging market average. That means tax reforms are very much needed for Indonesia to create a fiscal space for investment and to avoid climbing up further along the debt curve. So I'll stop here. You can always go to our website to download our latest report. And I'm now open for, let's go to the next presentation, then open for questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Van Doorn. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will come to the question and answer session shortly. However, before we start for the question and answer session, I will summarize a bit of what Mr. Van Doorn has presented. Interesting thing from his presentation is the point 3 about the accelerating toward recovery. He suggested that how to handling the pandemic curve. One of them is a robust health system preparedness. Also, how to turning around the recession curve by addressing challenges in delivering social assistance will help families today and tomorrow. Also, like avoiding spillovers from the real to the financial sectors and deepening reforms in critical to the recovery. Also, it is suggested how to accelerating toward this recovery is reform to improve the investment climate, including improving firms' access to capital, labor, and production inputs, has the potential to turbocharge the economic recovery, and also like the allocation and elimination of subsidies will help increase investment in infrastructure and human capital. Okay, now we have come to our Q&A session. Our speaker is still here. Mr. Dr. Taufik, Dr. Derilo, is he still here? Yes. Sorry. Yeah, we have 11 questions already. Then for the question, we will give, okay, we have 3 questions. I will read the first questions. It is from Herma Juniati. What kind of policy and action perspective in the transportation sector in the context of post-pandemic economic recovery? And the second question, I will read 3 questions first. Can we link short-term emergency response with the promotion of local economic activities in this pandemic situation? This is the question from Mrs. Yuli Dewi. And the third question is, what will be done by Bapeda responsible for dealing with the increase in unemployment due to COVID-19? So for the first questions, maybe the panelists can answer this one. Well, actually, this one is specific for the perspective in transportation, but I think you can answer this question as well. Yes, maybe start from Dr. Rilo.
Thank you so much, Ibu Dayana. I think the question is about transport sector, particularly the policies that are needed to get this sector back on track again after this pandemic. I hope I got the question correctly. But maybe let me answer it within the context of ASEAN, because again, transport connectivity has been an important part of our recovery effort, because we recognize that connectivity is crucial in ASEAN right now, particularly in terms of keeping our markets integrated. And the only way to do that is to make sure that transport sector plays an important role. So having said that, in our recovery plan, what's happening so far is that our senior officials and even the ministers of transport in the region have agreed to develop some kind of guidelines. These are guidelines that would enhance the operations of the transport sector across different modes of transport, like land, maritime, and air travel or air transport. So there are now existing guidelines that have been developed that would enhance the operations of the different modes of transport in the region. For example, we've been working with UNSCAP in Bangkok with the development of these regional guidelines on road freight transport connectivity in ASEAN. And these guidelines are currently being developed. Similarly, there are guidelines to come up with what we call a smart port. We recognize that there is a need to enhance the operation of the ports in the region by adapting digital technologies to enhance the operations of these different ports in the region, and also to minimize physical contact during this pandemic. There are also efforts in the region to develop guidelines to facilitate air travel in ASEAN, particularly to ensure that there is maximum safety procedures being observed for people traveling by plane. So all these guidelines are currently being developed, and some of these are already been in place to support the recovery of the transport sector. Similarly, I think one important policy here is in terms of how we can get the transport sector being able to contribute to immediate economic recovery in the region. And I'm sure you've heard about the ASEAN Travel Corridor Framework arrangement. This is actually an initiative being proposed by the government of Indonesia for ASEAN countries to consider. And this travel corridor arrangement has already been adopted and approved by our leaders. And now it's about to be implemented. And again, the transport sector can play a very important role in terms of ensuring that this travel corridor arrangement will become successful, okay, to support the recovery efforts in the region. I think those are the most important policies or guidelines that have been developed so far, Ibu, to support the recovery of the transport sector in ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe from West Java, want to add more information about this transportation sector post-pandemic?
Thank you very much, Budiana. If I'm not mistaken, the transportation that questioned by Ibu Herma Juanita is related with two aspects. First is to make sure how we handling the health logistic. So I think this is very important, especially for remote area. We have also remote area in West Java, and we make sure that the road and also the facility in health services are doing well, and we hope that it can handling also the illness people and others. So this is the important things of transportation aspect for in the rescuing the step one in our strategy. The second one is same with Mr. Aladdin, is related with connectivity. West Java also has a major project which is right now is under construction, like Mr. Ministry of Transportation mentioned before. We have a new port in Subang area in Patimban. And we also have a new international airport in Majalengka, Kertajati. And right now, the Patimban will be accelerated to be operated in December. So it can be supported the economic aspect, especially for export and import for West Java companies, especially in surrounding Karawang regencies and also Subang regencies and also Bekasi regency, which is this location is the place of investment in Indonesia, especially in automotive sectors, electronic and others. So I think the transportation is the main, have a strong role for coping the pandemic. I think this is for the first question about transportation. May I proceed for the second question?
Specifically for the Bapeda one?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
And then for the second question from Wardana is related with the labor intensive program for coping the unemployment with arise from pandemic COVID-19. So West Java province as one province in Indonesia has to do refocusing and reallocation of the government budget. This should be, we already done it, and we changed the focus and also the allocation to handling the health and also for social safety net and for recovery of the economy. And for unemployment, we also emphasis on existing unemployment and new unemployment due to other caused by the COVID. So we try to spend our program, our budget for conducting the program of social safety net is more than 1.9 million people dealing with social safety net directly, consists of giving the money and also for preparing the health, the food security. So we do that in this pandemic COVID-19. And also we have some program for SMEs. So digitalization of SMEs is right now is very important. The impact of pandemic is very hampered the SMEs, especially the conventional SMEs who not using the digital economics project. So we do that, and also we doing the preparing for how we create more investment to West Java. This month, we do the West Java Investment Summit. This summit is under Bank Indonesia and West Java Representative Office, collaboration with government of West Java to promote the sectors that can be attract more investment from Indonesia itself or from abroad. So we do that also. And for unemployment also, we have some program for labor intensive program. So all project, especially infrastructure project, is shifting from conventional project to a labor intensive project. And for doing that, we already doing the government degree for regulated labor intensive project in West Java. I think that's what can I answer about the
Yep. Thank you very much.
Maybe, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Pak. So I'll give the second question to Mr. Van Doorn. Can we link short-term emergency response with the promotion of local economic activities in this pandemic situation?
Thank you very much. I think that's indeed what's important. It's important to to look at how you can support economic activity, and there's some of the response went to the financial sector to make sure that the financial sector doesn't destabilize the economy, but instead can help continue to support it. But also labor-intensive programs can be important. And I think that there have been a lot of programs have been put in place, both driven by the central government level, but also at the village level. So we understand there are various cash for work programs done especially by the infrastructure ministries put in place, the Ministry of Public Works and Transport. We also understand there may be a project about restoration of mangroves, which would both have an employment impact, but then, of course, also an impact on the environment by increasing the absorptive capacity of Indonesia to absorb greenhouse gases. So there are various projects that can help with a more green recovery by both being labor intensive but also have other benefits, for example, on the environment, or to help combat climate change. So it's also important to, when you have local governments, that they are able to deal with the revenue shortfall. Like the central government, many local governments have seen a drop in revenue and increase in expenditure, and also that expenditure has been, so the transfers from the central government have been reduced in 2020. So there have been, the government has increased the ability to let subvention governments borrow from the central government to deal with the shortfall. So I think, so those programs that we put in place are very helpful to support local economic activities. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come to the second part of this question sessions. First questions, it's for Mr. Aladin Derilo. How interconnected within Asian countries can enhance the economic for Asian member itself? And the second question, what is the most appropriate policy to improve the economy during a pandemic? During the pandemic, it's from Anki Febriansha. And the third question, how to prepare banking in Indonesia to face Asian banking integration framework in era of Asian Economic Community in 2025. This is from Sophie Suryasnia. Sorry, the first question is from Mr. Wardana. So please, maybe the first question is specifically for Dr. Rilo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much again, Ibu Diana. I think the question, if I understood it correctly, is about the role of integration, right, in ASEAN, particularly in terms of how greater connectivity or integration in the region can help the region overcome this pandemic. I think since 2015, the region has been trying to create an integrated market through the ASEAN Economic Community, for example. And the way we look at regional integration in ASEAN is this is one way for the region to become more competitive and would enhance the contestability of our economies. And that's why we are seriously looking at how within this current environment, we can still able to proceed with our market integration. As we know, this pandemic has disrupted supply chain connectivity. Therefore, a part of our response efforts in the region is to go directly in addressing that issue, because supply chain connectivity is an integral part of our market integration. Because without that kind of connectivity restored, then I don't think our market integration will proceed as planned. That's why if you look at the overall efforts in the region, as early as February, there is already a commitment in ASEAN among the leaders to restore supply chain connectivity by ensuring that supply chain resilience is being addressed effectively, and at the same time to ensure that there is a seamless flow of essential goods in the region. And these are efforts that already been addressed, okay, in ASEAN. Because once we restore connectivity in the region, I think that would again help revive economic activities, particularly in the area of trade. And as I mentioned earlier, we have now an action plan, a regional action plan in place that would help restore supply chain resilience in ASEAN. And in addition to that, we have put in place a number of regional measures. For example, the MOU that I mentioned that would prevent countries from imposing non-tariff measures, okay, and especially in essential goods. And also we have also implemented the exchange of electronic documents for trade transactions. I think those are measures that we think are important in ensuring connectivity during this pandemic. Yeah. Thank you, Ibu. Or do you need to do you want me to answer the rest of the questions, the other questions, or?
Yeah, the other questions that related to the Asian banking integration, maybe you can
Okay,
answer that as well.
like that. Thank you. I think ABIF, or the ASEAN Banking Integration Framework, is again a key initiative under the ASEAN Economic Community, and the idea is to create an integrated single banking market in ASEAN. In implementing this framework, there was already an agreement in ASEAN to have this common framework to be adopted by participating countries under ABIF, or the ASEAN Banking Integration Framework. But the implementation of this ABIF is actually dependent on the countries themselves, because what happened was that we have developed the framework, regional framework, but the way to implement this will be done bilaterally. Okay, meaning that if, for example, if there's one commercial bank in Indonesia that wants to establish a presence in the Philippines, then that bank in Indonesia should be able to work directly with each counterpart with a commercial bank in the Philippines. And therefore, I think to be able to implement that, it follows that those banks that are willing to participate in the framework should be able to make themselves sound, okay, in terms of their operations. So I think the basic question in terms of ensuring sound prudential requirements observed by those banks, having adequate liquidity, capital adequacy, and so forth. I think those are critical elements, because only sound banks within the region are able to participate within the ASEAN Banking Integration Framework arrangement. Therefore, I think it's up now to the banks to make sure that there remains sound, okay, in their operations. Otherwise, without those critical preconditions, I don't think they will be eligible to participate in ABIF. So again, the question is what, for example, banks should do. I think they have to make sure that they keep themselves sound, in terms of their operation, so that the bilateral arrangement to implement the ASEAN Banking Integration Framework will be possible. Okay, because I think in the ASEAN Banking Integration Framework, there are already set criteria being identified by member countries, and those criteria will be applied to any bank, any commercial banks in the region that would want to be part of this banking integration arrangement. Thank you, Ibu.
Okay, thank you. So that is the framework, but it's really depend on the bilateral. Okay, we move to the second questions. I think maybe Mr. Vandor want to answer this one. What is the most appropriate policy to improve the economic during a pandemic, maybe based on the study that has been done by World Bank? You can share to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, so to go outside of Indonesia, a lot of this is learning by doing. We haven't, had in the modern age really pandemics. We've had, of course, regional epidemics, also in Asia, but nothing at this scale for the last 100 years. But what we recommend is to take an integrated view of policy, and this is something we published as the link I sent via the chat box called worldbank.org/EAP update. That's where we actually look at what are policy measures that countries can consider, and then specifically apply to East Asia. And I think to some extent Indonesia is already doing it, but can of course always be better. So one is, most importantly, building capacity for smart containment. Testing, tracing, isolating, but also incentivizing the development and preparation of vaccine distribution efficiently and fairly. Now, what can Indonesia do there? Of course, Indonesia is, I think even West Java has been part of these vaccine trials. The biggest challenge in Indonesia will, of course, be procuring the vaccine, but there's already a budget in 2021, and distribution. And of course, there are challenges to how to safely distribute. Some of these vaccines may be easily distributed in large scale in urban areas because they have a very large, very low temperatures. Others seem to be more promising. They can be kept in a fridge and kept for longer, and that may be better for rural areas. So there's a lot of choices that have to be made, on which vaccines work best in which area of the country as diverse as Indonesia. Second, initiate fiscal reforms, widening the tax base with more progressive taxation, less ways for spending on energy subsidies. So this is something we recommend generally as part of the fiscal response, and Indonesia isn't there yet. There have been attempts in pre-COVID at widening the tax base and make taxation more progressive and reduce subsidies, and that has to be continued once the recovery has taken hold. The third one is widening social protection, covering the existing poor, but also the new poor, and investment in the infrastructure of delivery. And to apply that to Indonesia, as we saw earlier, Indonesia's social protection package has probably allowed a stabilization of the poor, of poverty, which is great news given the scale of the crisis. But that doesn't, of course, in the past years, Indonesia has more than halved poverty in 2 decades. And of course, there will be new poor, those who were economically insecure, but just above poverty, they may have fallen back into poverty, especially if they worked in the informal sector. So how can you cover them? And that goes into investment in infrastructure of delivery. How can Indonesia better monitor the impact of its social protection measures, having high-frequency surveys that help monitor the impact, but also investing in both the poverty databases, but also in the staff skills on the ground to make sure that you avoid inclusion and exclusion errors, meaning make sure that those who deserve to be included are included, and those that should not be included are, excluded. So that's important, the infrastructure of delivery. Now, support for firms is important. Preventing bankruptcy and unemployment, but without inhibiting the efficient reallocation of workers and resources to firms and sectors. And there, I think Indonesia can probably do maybe more work. A lot of the support package has been related to loans, loan restructuring, interest subsidies, and encouraging more loans to be issued to MSMEs, and then tax relief. So that focuses on firms that are formal. They pay taxes and they have access to debt. Many firms don't have that access. So how can you reach informal firms? And how can you make sure that firms also retain their workers, so you don't lose the social capital and productivity that's embedded in those firms? So once recovery takes hold, you don't get kind of what we call hysteresis effect, which are kind of irreversible drops in productivity. Because generally we do expect that that's going to happen. But how can you reduce those losses in productivity post-COVID? Financial prudence, credible commitments to transparency and early restoration of financial discipline. And Indonesia has, of course, focused on a lot of it on the financial response by relaxing some of the measures, by allowing loan restructuring at a large scale. But it's important that once we go back to a more prudent type of regime, that the loans that have been restructured are properly classified again as non-performing or performing. So restore financial discipline. One thing we haven't spoken about is smart schooling. What do you do with schools once they reopen? Sanitary protocols, social distance, practicing, and student re-enrollment. Now, the good news from micro surveys has been that most students are still enrolled. They're still studying. That was, of course, the biggest fear. The vast majority of students are still studying. The problem is that half of the students are not studying using IT equipment, distance learning and apps. So they are learning, but not using the latest distance technology. So it means we get a divergence in the student learning opportunities. How can we avoid those? But also once school reopened, how can you make sure that students will continue to practice the right protocols to avoid spreading infections? And finally, deepen trade reforms. Indonesia can get out of this by becoming more open to both trade and investment. And we say that to all the countries in ASEAN and East Asia in general. Make sure that you open up to goods, small goods trade, open up still protected service sectors, transport, communications, and greater openness in China. That's what we recommend to all the countries. Apply to Indonesia, make sure that Indonesia becomes a more open economy, so that the recovery, once it takes hold, generates more high-paying and more productive jobs than it did in the past. So those are 7 areas that we think are important for an optimal COVID recovery. And also we see that Indonesia is practicing some of them, but it can always be better and always can be adopted more widely. And we all encourage the government to take those steps.
Yep. Thank you very much. So do you want to add some more, Pak Taufik, or we move to another questions because we still have a list of questions? We move to another questions? Yes, okay. Yes. We open the third part of this Q&A sessions. We have 3 questions here. Well, yeah, I think this one is a very interesting question. We can see that this street vendors example is culinary business in the West Java region do not pay attention to the COVID-19 protocol, and they continue to sell in order to survive. What is the policy for those who work as a street vendor? It's from Haryadi T. Putra. Also, another question for Mr. Van Doorn. In 2019, World Bank warned Indonesia government in terms of insurance industry. In your presentation, NPL in Indonesia banking industry worsened during 2020. How's your view or from World Bank with regard Indonesia insurance industry, particularly in post-pandemic? I don't see Mr. Derilo anymore. Oh, maybe he has left already. So maybe we start from these 2 questions. Start from Mr. Taufik, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Bu Diana. Regarding the question from Pak Haryadi, yes, we have some situation related with how we implement the health protocol, especially in street vendors and all the business in West Java. Right now, we are preparing the regulation dealing with how we can do the law enforcement, especially for doing the health protocol. Right now, the status is still in preparing with our parliament. Hopefully, in this December, the regulation will be produced and implemented. And also, we would like to mention that we do our best from the government side, national government, also provincial and local government, collaboration with police and also with army and other stakeholders. We are encouraging the business economic to do the digitalization, like selling through e-commerce, and also to use QR code to other facilities that serving the people, and other cases platform that can be used for less contact economics in West Java. And also we are preparing the digitalization not only in urban area, but also in rural area. We have more than 300 villages that still in blank spot for accessing the internet. So we do that in this year and next year, supported also by the government of Indonesia. I think that's the answer about the question from Mr. Haryadi. Kemudian.
Thank you very much, Pak Taufik. Okay, next, Mr. Van Doorn, about the insurance industry.
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, so definitely Indonesia's, there's it's important for Indonesia to strengthen its the supervision of the non-bank financial sector. We think that there's we think that there's that the government has those plans in place in the RPJMN, but it has not yet been implemented. Now we think this is something where we have to wait and see what's going to happen over the next few years. I mean, we've heard that the government is planning to enact more financial sector reforms. For example, it has been put in the media that there will be a financial sector omnibus law focusing on financial sector development, and we hope that law is going to focus on some of the three major issues that we see, which is making sure that the financial sector is deepened, because it's at the moment Indonesia's financial sector is very shallow. That Indonesia, the financial sector has become more efficient and well regulated, and that would hopefully also address the risks that was asked in this question about insurance companies. But also the financial sector contributes to more resilience, which is that it helps those who are impacted by shocks, whether economic shocks or health shocks or shocks by natural disasters, that they have access to more products to insure themselves. So I hope that partially answered the question. Because I don't have the exact answer that the person is looking for. But generally, we do expect to see some financial sector reforms to strengthen the financial sector supervision and resilience.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. I think we have 7 more minutes, but we will use this last minute for Bapak Taufik and Mr. Van Doorn to have a concluding comment. Thank you. Yeah, maybe start from Pak Taufik. Silakan, Pak.
Yes, thank you, Bro. I would like to mention that, I would like to say that government of West Java, with all the stakeholders doing the handling the pandemic COVID-19, and we hope that we optimize that we can do that, and with support from the people of West Java and also support from national government of Indonesia. And we hope from this seminar can produce the solution for doing the recovery, economic recovery, especially for Indonesia and also for West Java. I think that's what I can say. Thank you, Budian.
Thank you, Pak Taufik. Now, please, Mr. Van Doorn.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so this pandemic is a learning process for all of us, and we have to adapt, perhaps, to new ways of thinking, new ways of working. So the World Bank is still, evaluating across many countries in the world, what's being tried and what's working, what's not working. And we're still at the very beginning of this. So we hope that, that we can still contribute to Indonesia's development, both in the recovery period the containment recovery period, but also once we're back to a new normal, we will continue to contribute to Indonesia's development. And also, we hope to be able to continue to also help West Java with various projects in which we're supporting, various cities, and I think Bandung, for example, and other cities. Well, maybe not necessarily West Java, but elsewhere in Indonesia, to both also work on the, to making sure that the cities can contribute to better lives for its residents. So we will continue to support Indonesia at both levels on its development track. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So widespread disruption from COVID-19 has made countries think how to respond to this disruption. Developed nations respond differently with the less developed nations. So hopefully the interconnectivity in Asia can expedite the recovery. And also, hopefully we can take the points from the presentation of all the prominent presenters today and build the policy with actionable strategy to speed up, to accelerate the economic recovery in West Java region and also in our country, Indonesia. So thank you very much. Hope you enjoy our first plenary session for today's international seminar. And also once again to all the presenters, Bapak Taufik Budi Santoso and also Mr. Rudolf Ralph Van Dorn, I'm sorry. And I'm Diana Sari, the moderator of this first session. I'll give the stage to the MC. So once again, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung, West Java Economic Society.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen.
West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung, West Java.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the first plenary sessions guided by Ibu Diana Sari as the moderator. Ibu Diana Sari, thank you very much. And she's the Director of Innovations and Corporations of Pajajaran University. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot of things that we need, to let you know. Actually, this international seminar on post-pandemic and economic recovery policies and actions is not the only activity that we have during this week, but actually this is the series of several activities. And I believe that some of the audience are waiting for the result of certain competitions that you have been joining. Okay, so let me just refresh your mind that this activity is actually the series of other activities. The first one is research writing competitions and research methodology training for undergraduate students. And it was held in November the 17th, 2020. So the theme of that activity is strengthening West Java's economic development, anticipating global uncertainty. And it was held in the 17th of November 2020, and it was participated by 115 teams. And then the second activity that has been held actually last week, it was it was it was on November the 19th and 20th, 2020, workshop for young lecturers and young researchers. The theme for that activity was approach in economics, management, and accounting research, and that event was participated by 41 teams or 41 participants. And, that was actually the theme for qualitative classes. And for quantitative class, the theme was a little bit different. It was impact evaluations using randomized control trial or RCT. And that activity was participated by 22 teams. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have the activity actually on the 24th, which was actually yesterday. So it was call for papers. And today, we had the international seminars. For call for papers, it was held in the 24th of November 2020, and 54 papers was submitted. And the theme for all those papers are actually various, and let me just mention one by one. Sustaining regional economic development, anticipating global uncertainties on policy impact, and then international trade and investment, empowering small, medium enterprises, new sources of economic growth, and last but not least, decentralizations, impact, and digitalizations. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to show you the video highlight.
West Java Economic Society.
Well then,
West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
okay then, ladies and gentlemen, that was the video highlight. As we can see, it was really wonderful. And soon we are going to come to the second preliminary sessions. But before coming to that one, of course, we are going to have a lunch break. But before coming to lunch break, I would like to tell you several informations actually. That after lunch times, we are going to have, just like I mentioned earlier, we are going to have the second plenary sessions, and there will be also prominent speakers. You have to attend actually. Please don't miss it. And then after that, we are going to have very important moment that I think this moment has been awaited by many participants of the seminars, because we are going to have the announcement of the winner of the competitions, research writing competitions and everything. And then, ladies and gentlemen, please do not leave your Zoom room meetings because we are going to have a musical performance from Java Jive. It is actually a nostalgic moment for those who went to a university in 1990s actually. So Java Jive. Okay, so this musical group, the Legend musical group, is actually from Bandung. Please enjoy, and please make sure that you join us again at 12:45. Thank you very much.
bersandar di pelukmu, menatap di matamu. Apakah kau ragu padaku? Kini aku ragu padamu. Oh, adakah cinta yang tulus kepadaku? nafas memacu di dalam ruang seiring hasrat manusia. Oh, oh, gelap melanda jiwa dan mereka terlena. Oh, begitu cepat dosa itu terbuat. Jari yang lentik lemah meraih setumpuk uang kertas dan pergi bergegas. Malam meninggi langkah sang gadis pelan dan menghilang di pekatnya malam. Deru nafas memacu di dalam ruang seiring hasrat manusia. Oh, oh, gelap melanda jiwa dan mereka terlena. Oh, begitu cepat dosa itu terbuat. Deru nafas memacu, deru nafas memacu di dalam ruang seiring hasrat manusia. Oh, oh, gelap melanda jiwa dan mereka terlena. Oh, begitu cepat dosa itu terbuat. Hai gadis malam, adakah terlintas untuk kembali pulang ke dunia yang hilang? Hai gadis malam, adakah terlintas untuk kembali pulang ke dunia yang hilang?
West Java Economic Society International Seminar Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery Policies and Actions 25 November 2020. Opening remarks Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister of Transportation Republic of Indonesia, Public Lecture. Leonid Polishchuk, Professor of Applied Analysis of Institution. Policy Update Wahyu Utomo, Deputy for Regional Development, Ministry for Economic Affairs. Closing remarks Dwi Pranoto, Assistant Governor, Head of Regional Department, the Central Bank of Indonesia. The first plenary session Ralph van Doorn, Acting Lead Country Economist for Indonesia World Bank. Felix Fernando Wanggai, Head of Policy and Performance Analysis, National Development Agency, Bappenas. Taufik Budi Santoso, Head of Regional Development Board, Bapeda, West Java Province. Moderator, Diana Sari, Director Innovation and Corporation, Universitas Pajajaran. The second plenary session, Aladin D. Rilo, Vice Secretary General of Asia. Rohmin Dahuri, Advisor of Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries. Febrio Natam Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, BKF, with moderator Evi Mariani, Managing Editor The Jakarta Post. Special performance Java Jive, West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society, International Seminar, Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery, Policies and Actions. 25 November 2020. Opening remarks, Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister of Transportation Republic of Indonesia, Public Lecture. Leonid Polishchuk, Professor of Applied Analysis of Institution. Policy Update, Wahyu Utomo, Deputy for Regional Development, Ministry for Economic Affairs. Closing remarks, Dwi Pranoto, Assistant Governor, Head of Regional Department, the Central Bank of Indonesia. The first plenary session, Ralph van Doorn, Acting Lead Country Economist for Indonesia World Bank. Felix Fernando Wanggai, Head of Policy and Performance Analysis, National Development Agency, Bappenas. Taufik Budi Santoso, Head of Regional Development Board, Bapeda, West Java Province. Moderator, Diana Sari, Director Innovation and Corporation, Universitas Pajajaran. The second plenary session, Aladin De Rilo, Vice Secretary General of Asia. Rohmin Dahuri, Advisor of Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries. Febrio Natam Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, BKF, with moderator Evi Mariani, Managing Editor The Jakarta Post. Special performance, Java Jive, West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society International Seminar Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery Policies and Actions 25 November 2020. Opening remarks Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister of Transportation Republic of Indonesia, Public Lecture. Leonid Polishchuk, Professor of Applied Analysis of Institution. Policy Update. Wahyu Utomo, Deputy for Regional Development, Ministry for Economic Affairs. Closing remarks. Dwi Pranoto, Assistant Governor, Head of Regional Department, the Central Bank of Indonesia. The first plenary session. Ralph van Doorn, Acting Lead Country Economist for Indonesia World Bank. Felix Fernando Wanggai, Head of Policy and Performance Analysis, National Development Agency, Bappenas. Taufik Budi Santoso, Head of Regional Development Board, Bapeda, West Java Province. Moderator, Diana Sari, Director Innovation and Corporation, Universitas Pajajaran. The second plenary session, Aladin D. Rilo, Vice Secretary General of Asia. Rohmin Dahuri, Advisor of Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries. Febrio Natam Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, BKF, with Moderator Evi Mariani, Managing Editor, The Jakarta Post. Special Performance, Java Jive. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung. West Java Economic Society International Seminar Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery Policies and Actions 25 November 2020. Opening remarks Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister of Transportation Republic of Indonesia, Public Lecture. Leonid Polishchuk, Professor of Applied Analysis of Institution. Policy Update. Wahyu Utomo, Deputy for Regional Development, Ministry for Economic Affairs. Closing remarks Dwi Pranoto, Assistant Governor, Head of Regional Department, the Central Bank of Indonesia. The first plenary session. Ralph van Doorn, Acting Lead Country Economist for Indonesia World Bank. Felix Fernando Wanggai, Head of Policy and Performance Analysis, National Development Agency, Bappenas. Taufik Budi Santoso, Head of Regional Development Board, Bapeda, West Java Province. Moderator, Diana Sari, Director Innovation and Corporation, Universitas Pajajaran. The second plenary session, Aladin D. Rilo, Vice Secretary General of Asia. Rohmin Dahuri, Advisor of Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries. Febrio Natam Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, BKF, with Moderator Evi Mariani, Managing Editor, The Jakarta Post. Special Performance, Java Jive. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Test.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the international seminar on the post-pandemic economic recovery policies and actions. So now, actually, this is the time for us to come to the next session, which is very important sessions. It is public lectures. But before coming to that one, please allow me to introduce our speaker for the public lecturers, which is Mr. Leonid Polishchuk. Mr. Leonid Polichak is actually from, okay, let me start with the educational background. He's from the Institute of Economic, Soviet Academy of Science, Novosibirsk, Russia. He is a candidate of science in economics in 1991. And then let me come to the employment history. His National Research University, Higher School of Economic, Moscow. And then he used to also work for the as a research associate in IRIS Center at the University of Maryland, College Park. And he has an experience in California Institute of Technology as a visiting professor of political science. And then he used to be the visiting professor also in the economics in the University of British Columbia, Department of Economic. And also, he's a visiting professor in Simon Fraser University, Faculty of Business Administrations. And he's also associate professor of economics in Novosibirsk University Economics Department. And the areas of research that he's performing is institutions and development, institutionals and policy reforms, political economy, public choice, economics of social capital. And his experience in teaching covering a lot of subjects. Those are microeconomics, public economics, institutional economics, game theory, economics of civil society, industrial organizations, economic of reforms, law and economics, economics and federalisms. And he's also joining in the professional associations. To mention some of them, European Economic Associations, Society for Social Choice and Welfare, and International Society for New Institutional Economics, Association for Studies in Public Economics. And let me just also advise you with his professional services. He is a chair, member of the academic committee of the Russian National Award in Applied Economics. And the editors also, that's actually the things that he's also doing. Russian Journal of Economics, editor for Journal of the New Economic Associations, advisors, associations of independent centers and economics analysis, and he's also the coordinators of the international research programs of institutions development and interest groups. Ladies and gentlemen, I get to mention some of the publications. There are many actually, but let me just mention two of them. Okay, the first one is Property Rights Without Democracy, the Role of Elites, Rotations and Asset Ownerships. And the second one, Ruling Elites, Rotations and Asset Ownerships. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if I have to mention one by one, it will take forever. So let me just present you Mr. Polichak.
West Java Economic Society. Public Lecture. Leonid Polichak, Professor of Applied Analysis of Institution. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Terima kasih banyak, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Selamat sore.
Hello, selamat sore, Mr. Polichak. Before coming to your presentations, hello, sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, sir?
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us. As the one who are going to share something about the economic, your insight and also your thought about the economics. And it is actually our privilege and our honor to have you in these international seminars. So you are now in Russia, sir, right? Is that so?
No, I am not. Actually, I'm presently in Canada, in British Columbia, on the Pacific coast.
I see. Okay, so you are in different country now.
Very different countries. Yes, I'm really a global citizen. I teach in Moscow. I live in Canada. I used to work in Sweden. Last but not least, I had the privilege to travel to Indonesia quite a few times. So that was several years ago. And I'm incredibly excited to have this opportunity to speak to this distinguished audience and to share with you my thoughts on what the development after COVID could look like.
Exactly. So hopefully the COVID will be ended, soon. And 7 years you visited Indonesia, and hopefully that this opportunity can make you feel like you are at home actually in Indonesia. So, sir, time is yours. So I will just let you
Excellent.
do your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. And again, very good afternoon to all of you. Let me pull up my presentation and just make sure that you see the screen. I would appreciate if any of you, ladies and gentlemen, can confirm that my screen is visible and I can proceed. Can you see the screen? And hello?
Yes, sir. Perfectly, sir. We
Can
see
you
the
see my
screen.
screen? Can you see the presentation, please?
Not yet.
Not not yet. Right. All right. Let me try to do it again then. And how about now? Now you should probably do.
So now we can see it clearly. Slideshow.
Terrific.
Okay. Well,
Now
thank you
we
very
have
much.
full
So now we
screen.
can see it clearly, sir. Thank you
Excellent.
very much. Please go on, sir.
Thanks very much. And again, as I said, it's a pleasure and privilege to talk about what we should expect after COVID in terms of economic recovery and what lessons Indonesia can draw for looking to the future. First of all, what was COVID pandemic? It is quite obviously a dramatic crisis, a shock for the mankind, for the humankind, for the economy, for the society, for healthcare. It's a major human tragedy. But on the other hand, it's also a wake-up call. Banks, companies, different institutions ran stress tests to see how they cope under stress. So COVID was a major stress test for governments, for societies, for institutions, for healthcare systems. And it is also a variable opportunity to take stock of the past and think out of the envelope, looking into the future. Post-COVID life is not going to start from a clean slate, but there is a perceptible sense of a new beginning, similar to what people experience after wars. What people do after wars, they look around, they clean the debris, they rebuild, and they move on. Now, as I said, stress tests reveal weaknesses, bottlenecks that would otherwise remain latent and could go unnoticed in everyday life. And COVID-19 as a stress test, it did exactly that. It brought up to the surface, to the fore, multiple governance failures, gross inadequacy of public health systems around the world. It revealed dramatic inequities and divides in societies. It revealed polarization and lack of trust in governments and institutions. Just on a quick aside to show how stress tests reveal problems that were unnoticed before, let's take the case of retirement homes. These are facilities for elderly people who cannot take care of themselves. So they spend the rest of their life in these facilities. And there are thousands and thousands of them around North America, Europe, and all over the world. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it looked just fine, except that when the pandemic hit, it appeared it was a host of very severe problems, deficiencies, malfunctioning, and as a result, in some provinces and states of the United States, up to 80% of all deaths are in these long-term care facilities. So these institutional deficiencies were heretofore concealed. For example, residents, patients of these healthcare homes, oftentimes were given sedatives to keep calm, not to complain. But now the pandemic revealed that very clearly. And something quite similar happened at a much larger scale, not just different institutions, not just different services, not just different tragedies, but the way this world operates more generally. Just today, I pulled it up from the screen. Today, the US stock market, Dow Jones, hit the all-time high, over 30,000 level. And of course, President Trump immediately took credit of that. Why is it so high amidst an economic crisis? Well, that's a separate issue, which I will not be discussing. But this is definitely good news for wealthy people. It's definitely great news for those who have big investment savings, because the returns to their investments is going to go up considerably. But here is another picture, which is quite unexpected. Do you know what is this? These tens of thousands of cars are people lining up for food banks. Where? Third world? No, it's the United States. And this is a close-up look of this lineup of people just lining up for food, spending hours to get something on their table before the forthcoming holidays, the Thanksgiving. 50 million Americans in the US feel food insecurity. Apparently, the growth that the world economy experienced until recently, until COVID, was quite unbalanced and quite non-inclusive. It led to sharp divides and polarization of nations and societies. Prosperity was not evenly shared, and as people say, a rising tide would lift every boat. Well, it did not. A vast majority of boats did not go up. In fact, they sank quite a bit. They sank because the prices of labor, due to automation and globalization, were falling. At the same time, payoffs to capital, as you can see again from this slide, was steadily rising. And of course, such development provided fertile ground for illiberal populist policies and politics around the globe. The US, Brazil, Philippines, Turkey, Hungary, name a few, which are patently anti-science, anti-plurality, anti-tolerance, xenophobic, often anti-Muslim, very often anti-progress, and they threaten democratic institutions. Usually populists are COVID deniers. They believe in simple solutions and magic bullets, which cost their nations dearly. Now, how you can fix all of this? First, a reminder that institutions remain key to a better future. And this chart shows quite clearly a very strong statistical correlation between the institutional quality, I don't have time to go into how exactly it was measured, and economic prosperity, logarithm of GDP per capita. And this correlation, this association between institutions and prosperity is a firmly established fact, which no one really denies. What was changing is the view as to what institutions are required for sustainable growth. If you go back several decades, late 1980s, early 1990s, the view that prevailed at that time, and there might be some people in the audience old enough to remember that firsthand, was this orthodox view of the Washington Consensus, which emphasized free markets, property rights, and financial stability as key components of good institutions. Well, quite a few countries followed these prescriptions. Some of them were in the post-communist world, which I know firsthand. Some of them were in the developing world, which I know something about as well. And these efforts, these policies often failed to deliver shared prosperity, sustainable growth. And instead they resulted in oligarchic economies, societies, and polities. Here is a more contemporary view, which was advanced by a number of distinguished institutional scholars. To name a few, it's Douglas North and also Daron Acemoglu and James Robinson. They stress that good institutions have to be inclusive, open access. They should be public goods or public production inputs available to everyone without any discrimination. Everyone can make use of these institutions to do well economically. Well, the modern view does not reject the orthodox one, but rather it stresses equal and open access to markets, property rights protection, finance, social service, prosperity. But this is something that did not happen in many countries around the world. Now, big question is how to establish inclusive institutions. Institutions are usually very inertial. Economists say they exhibit strong path dependencies and inertia, which is also known as institutional drift. If you have inclusive institutions which are amenable to economic growth, they reproduce themselves by a virtuous circle. Inclusive politics keeps inclusive economic institutions. Inclusive economic institutions empower broad segments of the society, and those make sure that rules of the game remain level and fair. And vice versa, extractive oligarchic institutions also reproduce themselves because elites have control over the economy and over the political life, And as a result, these institutions repeat themselves over and over again in a vicious circle. Now, are there any opportunities in history where you can change the nature of an institutional regime, especially if the regime is not sufficiently inclusive? The answer is yes. Such windows of opportunity to improve institutions and release them from oligarchic capture open up at what is known as critical junctions, which are periods in history when established institutional orders are destabilized by powerful shocks of various nature, and qualitative changes become possible. Well, critical junctures are forks. They are institutional bifurcation points where various, as they're known, sorting factors can send institutional trajectories sideways. Among other examples of critical junctures, among other factors that can upset the established economic and political order and can create an opportunity for a new beginning, infectious diseases are prominent causes. Perhaps the best known case of an institution of critical juncture in institutional development, discussed in depth in various publications, is the plague pandemic in Eurasia, in North Africa, in mid-14th century, which is known as Black Death. It was a huge disaster. Probably there is nothing that you can compare in human history to the life losses during this pandemic. About a quarter of the world population died in a matter of several decades. And this map shows you how this Black Death spread from what is now Crimea, via Asia, to all over Europe and caused huge devastations. Now, Black Death was a critical junction because, among other things, it made labor more scarce. And as a result, it led to very different institutional trajectories in Western Europe and Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, because labor, peasants became more scarce, they became more economically empowered. And that led to the abolition of serfdom and to emergence of more even societies. Whereas in Eastern Europe and most prominently in Russia, precisely for the same reason, because labor became more scarce, landlords put in place much more severe restrictions on freedoms and mobility to make sure that peasants do not move away. And that led to entrenchment of serfdom. Another example of an infectious disease which shaped institutions was the well-known case of mortality of European settlers to the New World, to former colonies. In some of these colonies, infectious diseases such as yellow fever and malaria killed lots of settlers from Europe because these people had no immunity to such diseases. And in other places, such as what is now New Zealand, Australia, and North America, climate was not as hostile. And as a result, settlers stayed in the second case and preferred just to take out resources in the first. And as a result, this occurrence several hundred years ago affected the institutional quality of modern countries in the world. And I'll get back to that on a separate occasion a little bit later. Now, what was a sorting factor? Suppose you are at a critical junction, and at that time, the nature of the institutional regime going forward is uncertain, is undecided. Well, a very important sorting factor is what is known as plurality. Plurality means how many parties are at the table and how many voices are heard at the time the new institutions are being shaped. What matters at this time are checks and balances, dialogue, consensus, and inputs from various groups in the society. All of these are key ingredients of obtaining inclusive institutions. Now, the policy reform orthodoxy of the late 1980s, early 1990s used to downplay the importance of consultation, consensus, and plurality in the society, which favored instead fast, resolute reform, which is carried out in isolation from what the society approves, wants, needs, and so forth. The model was the so-called liberal Pinochet idea. Pinochet is the late Chilean dictator who used iron fist to make economic and political changes. And of course, he was not liked because of massive murders and political crimes that he had committed. But the idea that there is a strong leader that implements the necessary reform was a very popular and a very appealing one. But what is a problem with this approach is that there is a monopoly in some group, in some thinking, in some political movement over the selection of institutional regime. And that leads to oligarchic, extractive institutions, not inclusive institutions. If I may, I hope I'm not abusing my privilege to talk to you. Let me take an example from my own research. Here on this map, you see on this chart, you see what I call the institutional map of the transition world. Every dot here are countries of the world. I wish I can show you Indonesia. It's somewhere here. I don't know where it is, unfortunately. But along the vertical axis, I measure the quality of control of corruption. Along the horizontal axis, I measure voice and accountability, essential democratic quality of a country. So there are about 200 observations here, nations of the world. And what I highlight here are countries of the transition region, countries which are formerly communist economies. There are about 2,500 of those. And you see that these countries spread out throughout all of this plot of all of this cloud that we have here. There are some countries with very poor institutions on both of these counts. There are some countries with pretty strong institutions, among the best in the world. So although all of these countries started out their development from fairly even conditions, all of them were Moscow-controlled regimes and economies, their divergence was very different. Their future development was very different. We observed strong divergence of institutional quality. So what explains this divergence? Analysis that I myself and some of my colleagues performed shows that a very strong explanatory factor, as I call sorting factor at a critical junction, was how inclusive and how consensus-based was the policy reform process in these countries in the early 1990s. That was a time of critical junction. And we measure the degree of inclusion by the number of political beta players. Beta players are defined in political science as political actors who have the power to block implementation of policy decisions. If power is very heavily concentrated in one hand, the number of beta players is one. It's essentially dictatorship. But in more diverse and more competitive polities, the number of beta players can be 3, 4, 5, depends. Could include parliaments, could include dominant political parties, could include the church, could include the military. So what we show is that the number of beta players is, in fact, a very strong and significant predictor of the quality of institutions over the next 30 years. And again, let me stress, number of beta players are measured at the critical junction, not across the period, but just in the early 1990s. See how strongly this number predicts institutional quality on every count. And also, please notice how strongly this number predicts the inequality measured by the Gini index. More beta players at the time of reform means much, much lower inequality for years to follow. Okay, which takes me to the next question, which is how likely is inclusion after COVID? We were arguing, and I showed these dramatic pictures from the US, that growth before COVID was anything but inclusive. What can we expect after COVID? On the one hand, kind of good news, but good news with big quotation marks, is that oftentimes in history, dramatic upheavals resulted in more inclusive institutions. The Civil War in the United States, 1860s, led to the abolition of slavery. Revolutions in Europe in mid-19th century led to Bismarck's welfare state in Germany, the first state ever that introduced public pensions and universal public health. Universal single-payer healthcare was established in the UK after the Second World War. And closer to you, ladies and gentlemen, the 1997 Asian financial crisis led to democratization and building of a welfare state in Indonesia. Historians know quite well that common enemies create a sense of unity. We're in the same boat. This time the enemy is the COVID. American economic historian Charles Tilly famously said, states make wars and wars make states. And this could also be true for the war against the coronavirus. So all of this bodes well for greater inclusion after COVID. But on the other hand, on a less optimistic note, we have to observe that COVID is, in fact, a huge inequality multiplier, enhancer, because COVID's economic hardship falls disproportionately on the poor who do not have savings and cannot work remotely. I'm a professor, I'm fine, I can keep doing my job. Being in Canada, teaching in Russia, lecturing in Indonesia, and little changed except that I don't have the pleasure to see you personally, but well, it is what it is. But otherwise, for other groups, OECD Development Outlook for 2020 lists multiple discriminating factors, which include education, gender, age, place of living. Low-pay workers are particularly severely hit. Workers in non-standard jobs and those in the informal sector. Now, these people usually do not have savings that would allow them to carry on through the crisis, through the shutdowns, lockdowns. And on the other hand, these people usually cannot work remotely. So when there is a quarantine, then, well, these people have to give up and lose their source of livelihood. There were lots of debates in the spring of this year about what the economic recovery after COVID will look like. Some people say it would be V-shaped, you know what it is, sharp fall and then sharp recovery. Would be W, well, several zigzags, will be L-shaped. Now, the consensus seems to be that it's going to be K-shaped because some sectors and industries will rebound, but others will stagnate on a further decline. Another thing to keep in mind is that the Great Recession of 2007-2009 has left long-lasting economic scars on those who entered the labor market at that time. Some people talk about a lost generation, and the same could be expected of the COVID. And as if it were not enough, already divided societies are polarized and paralyzed by deep disagreements about what government should and should not be doing. How much of government do we need to have in our life? That's something I want to talk to you about for the next 15 minutes. But first, let me show you a couple of recently taken photos, also the United States. These are rallies against government-imposed COVID restrictions, such as staying home, closing businesses, wearing face masks. Look at these people. This guy has an umbrella, but these two have something much more convincing in their hands. So these are strongly minded people, and they say, we want to keep our freedom. We don't want to be subject to government control. We know better what to do. So quite obviously, there is a sharp disagreement about these issues that the US elections have just revealed very strikingly and very clearly how sharply people are polarized in their views on these very fundamental matters. If there is anything that different experts, different analysts agree about what has happened during COVID and after COVID, one thing of agreement, American political commentator Fareed Zakaria, you can see him every once in a while on CNN, put together a very nice small book summarizing this thinking. So one of his conclusions is that government is important. The pandemic highlighted the role of government as a key emergency relief provider. You all know there are colleagues from Indonesia's central bank. Central banks are the lenders of last resort. Well, the government is the insurer of the last resort, because if small disasters happen, you can draw on your private insurance. But if something as comprehensive and as strong and as damaging as COVID happens, people look the government, because the government is the insurer, the last resort. It's supplier and coordinator of healthcare, vaccination. It is the enforcer of the pandemic containment regulations. This is a war. And in war-like emergencies, governments take wartime-like measures. And as a result, they run wartime-like deficits. A huge role for governments is envisaged in the COVID's aftermath to ensure equitable access to vaccination, which is a hugely big deal. It's expensive, it's logistically difficult. There are lots of debates about how vaccines can be allocated in industrial developed countries. Canada, for example, they say, well, we don't have any production of our own vaccine, so we'll have to wait until some other countries will be able to share us. That's what they have. And then the question is, who's going to get it first? But this is government's job, because poor people living in remote communities, there is no way they can get access to vaccination because of the cost and also because of logistics. Vaccines have to be kept in very cold condition. It's not just vaccination, it's education, it's health, it's finance, access to markets. All of these are key ingredients of inclusive institutions. World Bank's recommendations for the post-COVID period make it abundantly clear. What we have to have is emergency financing to mitigate economic, health, and social impact on the most vulnerable. It's very important to protect human capital expenditures to avoid reversal of progress. It's extremely important to provide steady funding to ensure continuity of public services, and again, support to vulnerable and poor. One thing that gains currency during the COVID crisis is that, in fact, we do not, excuse me, we do not need a government to handle the pandemic. A lot can be done ourselves. We ourselves can decide what is safe, what is not. We ourselves can decide whether we should travel or not. We ourselves, if nothing else, can help each other using community networks of self-sufficiency. And as far as I know, such ideas have some currency in Indonesia as well. All right. Well, if a society is able to replace government, this society should have some ingredients. And the most important ingredient is what is known as the capacity to work together for a common cause. And such capacity is known as social capital. And by the way, I'll get back to the Indonesian situation very shortly. And one great news is that social capital is abundantly present in Indonesia. And this is an extremely valuable development resource. But to what extent really communities, local networks, mutual help can be an adequate substitute for government in handling COVID and in development after COVID? US political scientist Elinor Ostrom, the first ever woman to receive a Nobel Prize in economics, she introduced the idea of co-production. And she worked around the world studying co-production cases, including Indonesia. She has quite a few followers and colleagues. She passed away recently, and she's mourned by all those who knew her, myself included. So co-production means the delivery of public goods and services is done jointly by efforts of governments and communities. A very important question is whether inputs provided by governments and communities are substitutes. In other words, whether governments and communities can replace each other, or they're complements, in which case the input from community does not replace the input from the government, in fact, makes the input from the government more efficiently used. Well, if they're substitutes, then a big question mark is, why do we need to have both of these parties? If governments are better at doing this than communities should have no place. Vice versa, if communities, as some people argue, are better in doing this, then government should have no place. So if these inputs are substitutes, the case for co-production is unclear. And I want to show you a couple of illustrations which show in what capacity social capital is the most efficient. The first chart here on the left. Horizontally, I measured trust, not myself, it's Belgian economists, which did a very fine analysis of this issue. So this is the level of trust of different countries. Sorry, it's blurred, but you can find Indonesia, of course, here somewhere. And this is the percentage of the informal economy, shared economy in this particular country's GDP. If social capital, trust, communities network is a substitute for government, then you would expect that greater level of trust would result in more shared economy because people don't need governments. But in fact, it's all the way around. You see that higher level of trust leads to a much smaller shared economy. High trust countries have almost no shared economy. They operate in the formal sector. Why? Because trust in the community translates in the trust of the government, and the government is happily and willingly endowed with massive resources to provide enabling environment in the formal sector. And here is another chart. These are some French economists. They study the link between trust and the size of the welfare state, public social expenditures as a percentage of GDP. And again, you would expect that if there is a high trust society, then you would need less of the government. So you would see something of that sort, you would expect. But in fact, what we see is something like that sort. In fact, you probably see a couple of twin peaks here. Why twin peaks? Well, not just a monotonically sloped line, that's a separate matter. I don't have, unfortunately, to talk about that. But that again indicates that a society with high level of social capital, a society with the ability to work together for a common good, is not a society that replaces governments. It's a society that makes sure that the government does a good job. So that's the lesson to take home. A couple of recent illustrations. Sweden. These are a couple of countries which outsourced COVID containment and mitigation to the communities. One country is Sweden. I lived in that country, worked there for several years. I know it quite well. It's a country with a huge welfare state, cradle to grave, with very strong government and with extremely high level of trust. But the government in Sweden decided not to impose any restrictions on COVID, and instead to rely on people's rational choices, on the hope that the country will develop herd immunity. In other words, there will be a sufficient number of mildly infected people that will recover, and that will create the collective immunity. Well, here's the outcome: death per 100,000 population. This is Sweden, and I take as comparisons neighboring countries, Scandinavian countries, and you see that this is 4 times as high as in Denmark, almost 10 times as high as in Finland, and more than 10 times as high as Norway. So there's a huge failure. And this is another illustration. This is also a country which I know quite well. This is Belarus. And these flags are original Belarusian flag. They look a little bit like Indonesian, don't they? But they have 2 white stripes instead of yours. So what happened in that country, the dictator that runs this country by name Alexander Lukashenko was a COVID denier. And he left it entirely to the country to handle the pandemic. The people did remarkably well because the stock of social capital in Belarus goes through the roof. And they managed to contain the pandemic. But after that, there was an election. And in that election, Lukashenko received something like 10% of the votes. He claimed he received 80%. And the country took to the streets, and the protests are ongoing for 3 months. And I think the days of that dictator in power are numbered. So what is required, as I said, is not government and society as alternatives. What is required is a government and society working together, working in concert with each other. Inclusive institutions in the post-COVID era require strong government with massive resources and powers. Many societies do not trust governments. In the first instance, in fact, they do not trust their collective ability to hold governments accountable. And the demonstrators in the US that I showed you carrying handguns, they do not trust governments. They're fearful of a leviathan. It's a biblical metaphor of a powerful government that abuses its power. And as a lesser of the 2 evils, they prefer a limited government, which does not have the capacity for inclusive development. But to make another reference to Asimov and Robinson, 2 outstanding thinkers in today's economics and political science, they recently published a book titled Narrow Corridor. And they argue that successful inclusive development is possible in a narrow corridor where civil society is strong and keeps up with the state's growing power as an equal partner of a large state. Several economists, Easterly is probably the best known of them. He used to be with the World Bank and wrote quite a number of scathing reports about failures of development in different countries of the world. They published an influential article where they emphasized the role of cohesion in development. And this curve describes GDP growth in logarithmic terms in countries with a high level of cohesion. This is the same for countries in low level of cohesion. And what you see here is that there was a recession in the 1980s, and during this recession, there was stagnation in low cohesion countries. And after the recession, the growth resumed, but it was slow, unimpressive, whereas high cohesion countries kept growing. 2 other economists, Tim Besley and Thorsten Persson from the UK and Norway, respectively, they published a book called Pillars of Prosperity. And in that book, they argued that economic success is predicated on states' fiscal and legal capacity. Successful development requires a strong state with sufficient fiscal and legal capacity. But these capacities, in their turn, are based on cohesion and what is known as common interest politics, as opposed to redistributive interest politics. Asimov and Robinson and their co-author Johnson, some 20 years ago, observed a phenomenon which they called a reversal of fortune. They noticed, well, something which is pretty obvious for anyone who knows history, that several hundred years ago, the most prosperous among the former European colonies were the empires of Mughals in India and Aztecs and Incas in the Americas. Their income level was much greater than, for example, what is now New Zealand, Canada, the US, and in a large part of Europe. But then there was a reversal of fortune. And North America, Western Europe caught up and moved forward because they had institutions that provided better protection for property rights. But if you look into the future development puts a premium not only on protecting property rights and other conventional objectives, but also on inclusion. And we can argue, speculate, this is what I expect, that there is another reversal of fortune on the horizon. And that one will give advantage to nations that make their institutions more inclusive. I have a few, maybe 5, max 10 minutes left to wrap up. And let me talk a little bit about Indonesia. An important caveat is that I'm not an expert in Indonesian development. I'm following what is happening in the country since my work in Indonesia several years ago. But so these are rather superficial observations, and I would be surprised if some of you disagree, in which case I would appreciate a correction. But if you look at the development of Indonesia over the last 20 years, it was very impressive. Your country displayed strong and steady economic growth. 4% annually, it's third fastest economy in G20, only after China and India. Property rate has been halved. But at the same time, quite disturbingly, inequality has been rising, especially wealth inequality, which made Indonesia's president, Joko Widodo, call it a dangerous level of inequality. And who are excluded in Indonesia? Well, usual suspects: poor, uneducated, informal workers, with reservations, women, people living in smaller, isolated communities. And there's also considerable inequality of opportunity, which is based on gender, ethnicity, place of birth, parental background, and so forth. If you look at this chart, this is how inequality grew from the 1990s. This is Indonesia, and you see a significant growth in both in absolute and especially in relative terms, much more than in pretty much every other country. In China, in absolute terms, inequality growth was bigger than in Indonesia, but in relative terms, not as big. So inequality in Indonesia is unfortunately a serious problem, and that's an obstacle to inclusion. Indonesian institutions, these are the charts taken from the Worldwide Governance Indicators database, show how the quality of institutions in Indonesia, measured by different measures, evolved over the 25 years period. This is voice and accountability, political stability. Government effectiveness did grow, regulatory quality did exhibit some growth, but the rule of law was honestly stagnating over the last 15 years, and control of corruption had its ups and downs. In other words, institutions in Indonesia did not quite keep up with growth. What are Indonesia's comparative advantages? Again, in my humble opinion, it's an outsider's view, and I'm sure you know much more. But what strikes someone like myself, what struck me when I started working in Indonesia was first your size. Bigger nations are, if you ask people, if I ask my students around the world, what is the biggest country in the world population-wise, then everyone would say China. Second biggest, well, everyone would say India. Third, there would be a slight pause, people would say, okay, it's probably the US. Fourth, silence. And many people do not realize how huge Indonesia is. It's the fourth biggest country in the world. It's not just population, it's also size. How many countries can have a domestic flight that would take more than 6-7 hours? I don't know many such countries. Russia is one, Canada is the other, probably the US and Indonesia, that's it. So you are a very big country, and that's great because big nations have the economy of scale in the provision of public goods and services. Your country is also very diverse. And diversity is shown to have adverse impact on governance. There are quite a few studies that show that. But then on the other hand, some scholars argue that the right amount of diversity, which is in fact observed in Europe and Asia, advances development because more diverse nations have better opportunities to share ideas, to take advantages. They complement each other. So diversity is a resource, an asset of development, not a liability. But one thing which I would like to emphasize in closing, and this is where Indonesia really stands out, and you have to congratulate yourself on first achieving this remarkable result, but also secondly on having this invaluable asset in your hands looking to the future, is social capital. And social capital is measured by trust. So this axis, vertical axis, shows a measure of trust in a particular country. Don't ask me how it's obtained. I don't have time to go into that. And this one is GDP per capita. And one thing you observe is that there is a visible correlation between economic prosperity and trust. But also what you observe is this is Indonesia. And it is a little bit of an outlier in that it has a very high level of trust. There are only a few countries with a trust greater than Indonesia. And with this trust level, the country should be here. Well, I'm not saying it has to be, but it could be here. Because in that case, this regularity between trust and development suggests. This gap indicates that Indonesia has a huge development resource to make use. And this is trust. This is the capacity and the ability of the society to work together. How the trust will translate in better institutions, better governance. This is a measure of trust. And this is the measure of people who are civically involved, who take place in collective decision-making. And this is the share of people who participate in peaceful collective decision-making, perhaps at the community level, and the share of people who are engaged civically in being involved in debating and participating in policy decisions. So these two measures suggest that there is a strong correlation between trust and civic engagement. And this is my final slide on my presentation. When I was in Jakarta, I had the privilege to visit the Paramadina University, and I was introduced to the teaching of Nurholish Majid and his Paramadina principles, and I read quite a bit about that later on. So these Paramadina principles, I don't have to tell you about this, but it's just a pleasure to read them over again, because all of them, I think, are music to my ears. There are inclusion, there are plurality, there are integration, there are democracy. And Mr. Majid argued that all of that can be easily and naturally carried out in the Islamic framework as a path of sustainable development. So I think this is a ready-made prescription of how Indonesia should chart its development into the post-COVID future. And I'll pause here. Thanks very much for this opportunity to talk to you. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Polichak, for your fruitful presentations. So simply because we still have time, so is it possible for us to ask 1 or 2 questions, sir?
Oh, absolutely, yes, right. I'll be happy to talk more. Are you going to be using chat column, or it's going to be orally? Whichever way is fine by me.
Sorry, sir. So if it is okay, only 1 questions?
Please, well, you can ask questions by either using the chat column of this session, or by just speaking orally, whichever is preferable to you.
Okay, sir. Well then, I am really impressed with your presentations, because you are really knowledgeable about the pandemic situations, not only in one certain regions but all over the world. And these questions is especially related to Indonesia, actually, not only in Indonesia, but in many countries also. So the question is that, based on your experiences in empirical research, in terms of Indonesia or other developing countries' economy, what are supposed to be done by the governments, particularly in anticipating post-pandemic economy?
Well, thanks for this question. This is, of course, a billion rupees question, and I will need another hour to talk about this. But the bottom line is that governments have to be proactive. That governments have to offer massive support to those who are underprivileged. Governments should rely on markets, no doubts about that. Government should attract investments. Government should maintain economic growth, because the growth at the end is the single most important driver of prosperity. But especially in a country which is as diverse and as large, and I should say also, unfortunately, as unequal as Indonesia, I think reaching out to people, making sure that there are social services, opportunities available across the country from Sumatra, Java, you name it. This is exceptionally important. So the government should be comprehensive. That's one thing. Second thing, the government should be very actively engaged in dialogue. Policy decisions should be carried out in consultation with different society stakeholders, because there might be invaluable inputs and insights from communities, from societies. All over the world, COVID response was very heavily decentralized. And I think it was a natural choice because conditions vary. And in one case, pandemic spikes. In other case, it's relative calm. So in one case, you have to impose severe restrictions. And it would be best to devolve all of that to local authorities and sometimes even to communities, as many people suggest. But there are overarching issues, such as, for example, vaccination. Such as, for example, because you cannot really vaccinate half of the society that lives in bigger cities and in some islands and leave the other half alone, because that would lead to an apartheid system, because you would have to build borders between the part which is vaccinated. And also, if there is a feeling of inequity in what the government does, that would create a great deal of popular backlash. That would create a lot of instability and anxiety. So for the sake of stability and for the sake of steady, inclusive recovery, that ultimately will result in higher GDP growth rates, I think the government has to be inclusive and collaborative. So that would be my answer to this question.
Okay, Professor Polichak, thank you very much for the answers. Really satisfiedly well, actually. Thank you very much. And hopefully the one who asked the questions can also be satisfied, with the answers. Mr. Polichak, Professor Polichak, thank you very much. Once more, I would like, to convey to you for your interest, actually, in sharing your fruitful knowledge with us today. Thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely. Please feel free to circulate it. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Okay, then. I'll see you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So hopefully you could be in Indonesia after pandemic, and the Indonesian people, especially the economists, can meet you in person and then absorbs, the knowledge and everything experienced from you, especially when you do have the opportunity to come back to Indonesia.
I would love to have this opportunity. I sincerely hope it will present itself.
Okay, then. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Okay, then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Professor Polichak. So actually, it has been really quiet, actually. So we are not having, the applause. So why don't you just have applause, for Mr. Polichak? So we are coming to the next agenda in our international seminars. And but before coming to that agenda, I would like also to advise you or inform you one more time that this international seminars is not independent. It's not independently held, actually, but this is actually the series of several activities. So to remind you of what activities that we have done all these times, especially during this week. First, we have research writing competitions that we held in the 17th of November 2020, and amazingly, that event or that activity was participated by 115 teams, and out of 115 teams, 45 teams were invited to join or to participate in workshops, and 11 best teams were given the privilege to present their research. And 3 best teams are selected to be the winner. And regarding the winners, we are going to have announcement by the end of today's activity or today international seminar. So be patient and stay tuned with us. And then the second activity that we had on 19 and 20th of November 2020 was workshop for young lecturers and young researchers. 41 young lecturers and researchers were participating in that event. And then yesterday, actually, 24th of November 2020, we had also, one activity which was call for papers, and 54 papers were submitted to the committee. And today is actually our last event, which is the international seminars. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we are coming to the second plenary sessions. And please allow me to introduce the moderators of these second plenary sessions, who is Ibu Evi Mariani. Ibu Evi Mariani is managing editors at Jakarta Post and has been the journalist based in Indonesia for about 20 years. She graduated from Department of Communication Science at the Faculty Social and Political Sciences, Gajah Mada University in 2000. She received her master's degree in urban study from University of Amsterdam. She was a 2011-2012 Herbert Humphrey Fellow at Pilgrim Mary College of Journalism in the University of Maryland. Her works at the Jakarta Post in collaborations with Tirto.id, Tabloid Jubi, and Vice Indonesia won 2 awards in 2020. Tasrib Award from Indonesian Independent Journalists Alliance, AGI, and Excellence in Public Service Journalism from the Society of Publishers in Asia, SOPA. One of the award-winning works in the collaborations in unveiling sexual abuses on campus called Nama Baik Kampus. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Ibu Evi Mariani.
West Java Economic Society with moderator Evi Mariani, Managing Editor, The Jakarta Post. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Now let me introduce our 3 distinguished panelists. Our first panelist today is Pak Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, but let me read Pak Rohmin short bio first, okay? So, selamat siang Pak Rohmin. Selamat siang. Okay, Pak Rohmin Dahuri is a...
Good afternoon, Evi. Actually, I'm in my car on the way from Indramayu to Jakarta. I just had a meeting with the fishermen over here in Indramayu. Yeah, so.
Oh, wow, okay.
If sometimes my connection will be interrupted because I'm in the car.
Oh, wow, okay.
I'm ready for West Java Economic Society and the audience.
Okay, this is one of the advantage of pandemic, I guess, Pak. You can impart your knowledge and wisdom from your car in Indramayu. It's cool. Okay, so Pak Rohmin Dahuri is a former Maritime and Fisheries Minister from 2001 to 2004. He is now an advisor at the same ministry, Maritime and Fisheries Ministry. And Pak Rohmin was born in a fisherman village in Java's northern coastal town of Cirebon, and he finished his PhD in School for Resources and Environmental Studies, Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia in Canada, on ecological and resource management studies. So you're not far from your hometown, Pak Rohmin, at the moment. Okay.
This 50 kilometers away.
Oh, yes. The next panelist is Pak Febrio Nathan Kacaribu. He is the head of Fiscal Policy Agency, the BKF, at the Finance Ministry of Indonesia. Pak Febrio was appointed to the position during COVID-19 pandemic. He finished his PhD in economics in University of Kansas in the US in 2012. And third panelist is actually he's my senior in Gajah Mada University. Halo Bang Felix, apa kabar?
Yeah. Halo, Mbak Evi. Yeah.
Halo, udah
Yeah.
lama nggak ketemu Bang Felix.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so Felix.
Yeah. How are you, Pak Rohmin juga? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh iya, saya lupa bilang assalamualaikum.
For my senior, and my teacher.
Okay, Bang Felix, I call him Bang, yeah, but
yes.
For the sake of propriety, maybe Pak now. Pak Felix Wanggai, born and raised in Jayapura, Papua, is now the head of Policy and Performance Analysis in National Development Planning Agency, or Bappenas. In 2009, he was a presidential staffer for Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Pak Felix finished his doctoral degree in Pajajaran University after finishing a master's degree in Flinders Institute of Public Policy in Flinders University, Australia. His thesis was the politics of formulating a regional development policy, the case of Papua, Indonesia, 1998-2006. But you're talking about West Java right now, okay, Pak Felix?
Yes.
And he finished his undergrad degree in international relations in Gajah Mada University. The same with my undergrad degree. So.
Thank you.
Now, is Pak Febrio here, already here? Okay. Okay, because Pak Febrio is not here, maybe Pak Rohmin can start first, I think. Pak Rohmin, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Effie. First of all, I would like to thank me in this very important directly share my slide presentation. Okay, so my sharing will be the strategy for economic recovery and transformation to sustain regional economic development with special reference to West Java province. Let me begin with the state. I believe that all the ultimate objective, which is how to advance, prosperous, and sovereign or sustainable area. So this is the by the way, after 75 years of independence, we have to be thankful to our God that in almost all aspects of development, Indonesian nation has enjoyed progress. But if we look at the gross national income per capita and then put it, our achievement is only $4,050, and then our country up until now still categorized as upper middle income country. So we are not yet the high income or rich or prosperous countries with gross national income per capita bigger than 12,535. So if we look at this figure, and then our homework is indeed very tall order, because the criteria to be prosperous nation more than $12,000, while our achievement up until now is only $4,050. And then if we are talking about the advancement or the of one nation, is not defined by income, but defined by technological capacity or achievement. And technology adapter country, meaning more than 60% of Indonesian technological need still imported from other nations, while developed or advanced countries or technology innovator country means more than 60% of its technological needs produced by what we call his own nation. So we are still like behind of the target there, and our global innovation index also not quite charming yet, which is only the 85th rank from the global context, while in the ASEAN region, Indonesia is number 7. So this is our challenge and problem ahead. So basically, according to economic what we call prescription, if one nation from middle income country become high income, the economic growth should be bigger than 7% per year, if possible, in 10 consecutive years. And we have also problem unemployment, high economic inequality, and so forth, yeah. At least there are 10 major problems or challenges that we are still facing. So this is the condition of poverty in Indonesia back in last year or 2019, according to the Indonesian Statistic Agency. Our poor people decreased to 9.4%, which is about 25.4 million. But the poverty line is 420,000 rupiah per month. Yeah. If we adopt the poverty line defined by the World Bank, which is $2 per person per day, yeah, or $60 per person per month, and then Indonesian poor is still about 100 million people, about 40%. So that is huge challenge for the government. And Indonesia also still confronted with high inequality. According to the Swiss Bank, Indonesia is the 4th most unequal country in the world, because 1% of the Indonesian riches has wealth about 49% of the country. And then this is our Gini ratio, still 0.38, yeah. And then we have also big problem about malnutrition and stunting growth. About 30% of our children facing so-called stunting growth. And then we have also a problem about the what we call regional disparity in terms of development. Look at this one. Java Island, which is only 5.5% of the total land area, its economic contribution almost 60%. Yeah. So if these imbalances remain without any correction, I don't think Indonesian economic will be competitive, because our logistical cost is very expensive. Up until now, Indonesian logistical cost about 24% of our GDP. And ecologically on Java Island, if there is rainy season, flooding or hydrometric what they call disaster almost everywhere. Yeah. While outside of Java, especially in this eastern part of Java, like Pak Felix original area in Papua, yeah, almost not untapped, yeah, by a smart development program. This is our human development index, also very mediocre. Yeah. And with the global pandemic and global economic slowdown, Indonesia also will be affected very much in terms of the economic. This is West Java. So, although the regional gross domestic product of West Java province in 2019 was about 146 billion US dollar, the third largest after Jakarta and East Java province, but its RGDP per capita was only 2,970 US dollar. which is much lower than the country's GDP per capita, about 4,500. In 2019, poverty rate was 6.8, and it increases to 7.9 in second quarter this year, which are lower than country's poverty rate of 9.2% and 9.8% consecutively. The increase in poverty rate in both West Java and national level has arguably been a direct negative impact of the pandemic COVID-19. In 2019, unemployment rate was about 8%. That is the second highest after Banten province, and much higher than the country unemployment rate, which is only 5.280%. This is the development performance of 30 provinces in Indonesia. As you can see, Jakarta province has the highest regional GDP, which is about 195 billion US dollar, yeah, followed by East Java 162 billion US dollar, and then the third place is West Java 146 billion US dollar. Yeah. But look at the poverty and unemployment rate and also human development index. West Java is only has a human development index as medium human development index. This is the poverty rate, yeah, 7.9 in West Java, yeah. And this is the unemployment rate of our province, West Java, 7.99. This is the second highest after Banten province. This is the Gini ratio, also quite high. West Java Gini ratio is the third highest in among 34 provinces of Indonesia. The highest one, surprisingly, is Yogyakarta, yeah, 0.42, and then followed by Gorontalo province, 0.41. Human development index, as I said, the West Java is only in medium among 34 provinces is Jakarta, followed by Yogyakarta, yeah. While the lowest one is still Papua, 60.84, and then followed by West Papua, 64.7. This is the profile of Gini ratio of 34 provinces in Indonesia. Human Development Index, as I said, Indonesia ranked number 10 among 34 provinces of Indonesia. So the impact of pandemic COVID to the West Java, yeah, basically I don't want to bore you, yeah, worldwide. I think almost all countries of the world have been affected by pandemic. Yeah. Only 3 countries I noticed which are not what we call severely affected by this pandemic. Yeah. This is Indonesia. So as you know of, you know better than I do, yeah, that the economic growth, become contracted, and then unemployment consequently rising. The same is true for poverty rate as well as Gini coefficient. This is the Indonesian GDP, yeah, and then this is the economic growth and contribution of regional GDP by region. As you can see here, the island or area which is hardest hit is Bali, actually, minus 6.8%. This is simply because more than 80% of Bali economies very rely on one sector, which is tourism. And as you know, tourism is a sector which is hardest hit by pandemic. Yeah. This is export volume of Indonesian commodities. If you see this table, actually our what they call sector business put the positive growth in terms of export value. So based on that reason, it's already determined by government that 9 sector is expected to be what they call a foundation for our economic recovery. Impact of pandemic in West Java. I think I don't want to bore you basically in employment, purchasing power, and so forth. This is the RGD gross domestic product structure in West Java. Yeah. So in this case, the largest employment provider is manufacturing industry, about 40%, and then followed by trading or perdagangan, and then the third place is in agricultural sector or pertanian. Okay. So poverty rate also affected. So this is my suggestion for policies and program for West Java economic recovery. Yeah. So number one is what we call focus on labor intensive program, yeah, and then the provision of stimulus subsidies to micro, small, and medium enterprises also very recommended, especially for priority product according to the local potential. And then we have also to strengthen the social safety nets to reduce poverty. Expanding the target for the implementation of market operation through the use of digital technology, supporting the development of creative industries, including digital media, improve performance of regional owned enterprise, or we call it BUMD, yeah? And then mobilizing all available macro, financial, and structural policy tools, preserving the economic productive capacity, keeping the supply chain works, scaling up regional pandemic responses, and of course we have to make what we call solid coordination among stakeholders. And this is my final chapter for presentation. Yeah. So I think you know better than I do. So, I agree with the previous speaker that in order to graduate from middle income country to become advanced and prosperous countries, we have to boost our economic growth, if possible, bigger than 7% per year. Yeah? And then we have also to make a concerted effort that investment plus export should be bigger than consumption and import. And because we have confronted with high economic inequality, we have to make sure that any development policies and program should be inclusive. So Gini coefficient must be lower than 0.3. Yeah. So this is our what we call systematic framework, how to transform from West Java in existing condition in the yellow box to become an advanced, prosperous, and sustainable West Java. So what I mean by advanced, prosperous, and sustainable West Java has 7 key performance indicator. Number one, gross national income per capita should be bigger than 12,000, and then our technology capacity should be moved from class 3 to become class 1, and we have to make a very serious effort to make sure that there is no unemployment, meaning all working age group should be employed either by their own or provided by the government. And then in terms of inclusiveness, Gini ratio should be kept less than 0.3, because Indonesian population is the 4th most populous country in the world, about 270 million. So we have to make sure basic need like food, energy, and pharmaceutical should be secure. Yeah? We cannot rely anymore on large import. Yeah? And then the 6th performance indicator is human development index should be very high. And last but not least, our environmental quality and environmental carrying capacity should be in good or very good quality. In order to transform from yellow to become blue box, I have 6 recommendations. Number one is we have to transform traditional agriculture and fisheries sector into a modern modern, which is environmentally friendly industries, because I am as the son of traditional fishermen, it is impossible for fishermen or farmer to become prosperous without application of proper technology and management. And to be frank, more than 70% of our farmers and fishermen are traditional. So our job in West Java is how to transform traditional agriculture and fishery sector to become once again environmentally friendly industrial agriculture and fisheries. Number two is to strengthen and develop more competitive, inclusive, and sustainable manufacturing sector by using state-of-the-art technology. The word inclusive is very important because West Java actually has the most industrial estate, about 30, about I think about 40% of industrial estate in our country located in Java, and yet poverty in West Java is one of the highest. Yeah, so this is like paradoxical situation. So that means that the modern sector occurring in West Java right now is not fair. Yeah, I mean the economic rent or benefit of modern sector occurring in West Java mostly become regional leakage. I mean the economic rent not prevail in West Java, but probably goes to Jakarta or to foreign nation, because most of the industrial estate in West Java, like in Bekasi, Karawang, mostly from foreign nation, and without government protection, okay, with the wage is very low, yeah, that's to me like backwash or regional leakage. So that's why we find everywhere in Indonesia, be it in Banten, West Java, even Jakarta or East Kalimantan, many industrial estate surrounded by a slum area, by a poor community, because the benefit basically reap or flow into Jakarta or foreign nation. Number three is to enhance mutual and win-win cooperation between micro, small, medium enterprises and large corporation. So we cannot afford to confront between MSME and large corporation. So our government has to play the role to make these two entities of our economy to make cooperation on win-win basis. Yeah? Right now, like social jealousy, yeah, between micro, small, medium enterprises and large corporation. The fourth recommendation is, of course, to strengthen and develop R&D in order to boost our innovation. Yeah, because without innovation, without science technology, just forget it. We cannot be a developed or prosperous nation if we only rely on the bounty of natural resources. The fifth recommendation is to develop human capital. And last but not least, our government should do her best to make investment climate, is of doing business on political economic policies as conducive as possible. This is just to give you the structure of livelihood of or development sector. As you can see, number one is actually in the trade, and number two, manufacturing sector, number three, services and agriculture, forestry and fishery sector provide about 13.2 employment opportunities. This is regional minimum wage. Surprised me because West Java is the fourth lowest in terms of regional minimum wage. Pak Felix is very low, yeah, compared to other provinces. Yeah. And then this is the income of fishermen in West Java. Also for ABK or crew fishermen is very low, only 1.4 million rupiah, while the minimum what they call income if fisherman is called prosperous is 4.5 million rupiah. Gitu ya. And then this is the farmer, also the what they call nilai tukar is quite low, yeah. And then, as I said, West Java about 28% of industrial estate in Indonesia located in West Java, and yet poverty is still there, yeah, and other economic indicators not quite promising. This is the location of 30 industrial estate in West Java. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope my share will be fruitful for our discussion and the formulation of policy to make West Java better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Rohmin, for being very on time. It's very good. I would like to remind the attendees that the theme for the second panel is Sustaining Regional Economic Development, Anticipating Global Uncertainties. And if you would like to ask questions to our three panelists, please, you can raise hand later in the Q&A session, or you can write down your questions in a Q&A box. Okay, let me next give the floor to Pak Febrio. Hello, Pak Febrio, you have 25 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Effie. Thank you.
Hello, Pak Febrio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Rohmin, Bapak Felix, Bu Effie, and Bank of Indonesia of Jawa Barat, thank you for having me. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past, global economic challenges has come from various issues in the last few years. We can name it: financial crisis, debt crisis, domestic and geopolitical affairs, Fed funds rate, trade war, etc. Now, COVID-19 pandemic is here as one of the unprecedented crises, arguably causing one of the deepest global economic crises. It distressed both the supply and also the demand sides. It also creates domino effect on many other aspects of our life. Economic challenges still gonna be here and becoming more unpredicted, pushing industrial resilience and sustainable economic development becoming much more crucial nowadays. Next challenges, climate change could be one of the biggest ones. So we have to be ready. Back to COVID-19, globally, we see that death rate is still rising. Even recovery rate is also high. The three highest cumulative cases are now still in US, India, and Brazil. COVID-19 pandemic clearly have some waves, the first wave, second wave, and arguably some countries are now experiencing third wave. Daily cases are still increasing significantly. Nowadays up to more than 600,000 cases per day. In most countries, the activities of people at the public places has decreased substantially, more than 50% compared to the beginning of the year. And clearly the deepest of this decrease was sometime around April and May. Since April and May, clearly we have seen some slight improvement, but as we can see here, the improvement is really at a slow pace. For example, we see for the grocery and pharmacy, where we see that this is where a lot of people activity and mobility is really highly related to economic activities. This has shown good improvement, but again, it's mixed between one to other countries. In Indonesia, for example, this is quite already recovered, but some other parts of the mobility still quite limited. Ladies and gentlemen, clearly the change in mobility, human mobility pattern, put pressures on economic activities. Hence, no wonder we see our GDP growth rate in all countries in the world, especially in the second quarter, was in the deepest correction. Reduction in this human mobility, of course, clearly will recover, depends on the handling of the COVID-19 crisis, but also hopefully depends on some good news if we can have the vaccine soon. Globally, economic recovery is expected to begin in 2021, while the contraction in economic activities clearly has put pressures on budget of all countries, including in Asia, and depends on how the current economic and budget condition of each country to begin with. Some countries are introducing a bigger budget deficit. Some countries can afford a limited budget deficit. And also at the same time, if we see the results of this budget deficit is not really uniform across countries. Some of them introduce such a big budget deficit, but not clearly, obviously, helping their economy to turn around very quickly. Moving on to global trade, we can see that our global trade in recent years, even before the COVID-19, already started to be hampered by issues like trade wars and protectionism. The pandemic is here to make it even worse, to disrupt the global trade much more significantly. IMF, for example, estimates that the volume of the world trade in 2020 will be negative compared to 2009 even, when we had a global financial crisis. Global demand shrunk, caused commodity prices, especially crude oil, to fall. Although we have seen some recovery slightly in the last 1 or 2 months. If we look at the major economies around the world, we see that the manufacturing activities in majority are already recovered. USA, India, Europe, China, Thailand already above 50. Indonesia, on the other hand, shown significant improvement compared to the first quarter, but still slightly below 50. And this is a warning for us, and then we still need to watch how the manufacturing sector will be able to recover even further. In October, we see that our manufacturing performance also slightly depressed, and due to the implementation of the second round of PSBB, social distancing measure. Clearly the improvement in this sector will determine our future economic trajectory in terms of recovery. Moving on to the context of assets, movement of the safe haven assets decreased significantly and then tend to slow down for other instruments. The strengthening of economic conditions, some show some signs of recovery, and including some good news about the vaccines, the efficacies of some vaccines like Pfizer, Moderna, and also some good news about the US election, clearly have boosted investors' risk appetite. But on the other hand, new wave of COVID-19 still gonna linger to give us still some uncertainty. Lockdown, social distancing relaxation tends to be one of the major factors. However, COVID-19 cases spike in several countries, clearly becoming a caution for us to look at the fourth quarter of 2020. America, European countries are still moderate in Q4. However, majority of Asian countries are predicted to have a better recovery path starting from fourth quarter, including Indonesia. In 2020, major economies will still have negative growth, however, and hopefully it will turn positive in 2021. Now, turning to domestic Indonesia, you will see that back in the last quarter, all growth components are now in rebound. We see some signs of rebounding. And clearly, this is pushed majority by government expenditure, fiscal stimulus, as a counter-cyclical tool, both for COVID-19 handling and also for National Economic Recovery Program. Growth of government consumption clearly supported by this PEN implementation, National Economic Recovery Program. Domestic demand, we see this is starting to recover. We see improving household consumption slightly. And of course, government spending here that supports in terms of social security expenditure is a big factor in helping the household consumption. Also, to some extent, government spending, when government also purchase some capital, some goods, this is also can be seen as part of the higher investment slightly from several projects previously halted, and now it is starting again. Exports getting better. This is a blessing for us because it is really not a good environment for global trade nowadays. The fact that our export is actually better, even compared to 2019, this is actually one of the blessings that we need to see and to push even further. A little bit of warning clearly comes from the import performance. This is important because majority of our imports are in terms of inputs and also capital goods. So when firms are importing less of these inputs, less of these capital goods, clearly that will impact the production capacity in the future. Looking at the sector by sector, we see that manufacturing industry, trade, transportation, and warehousing impacted by pandemic. This is now recovering, rebounding slightly, and hopefully to get better. Some of the sectors becoming winner sectors during pandemic, especially those related to digital matters, such as information and communication. Health sector, clearly supported by government spending a lot in this sector, also experience a positive growth. Other sectors are still under pressure, although starting to rebound. Now, looking at the spatial perspective, we see that most provinces still recorded positive growth in first quarter. However, in second quarter, only Papua, West Nusa Tenggara still grow positively, while other provinces are already in a contraction zone, including Bali and Jakarta prominently. In third quarter, though, we see that growth have shown a turning point in most provinces, shown by a smaller economic contraction compared to the contractions back in second quarter. However, growth in Bali is slightly worsened Java is dominating the contribution in industry and services. Mostly more than 50% of the sectors are operating in Java. Services are dominated by four biggest provinces: Jakarta, West Java, Central Java, and East Java. Jakarta leads the services since it is the center of business and trade in Indonesia. Industry dominated by West Java, Banten, Central Java, and East Java. This is close to 61% of the total industry. Sumatra and Java, in terms of agriculture, is already more than 65%. Sumatra, for example, by the palm oil plantation, and also Java in terms of a lot of crops. Mining sector is clearly dominated by outside Java, especially Kalimantan and Sumatra. Negative growth in Sumatra, mostly affected by contraction on key sectors such as mining, industry, and transportation. Only agriculture were able to have a big positive contribution, especially for Aceh and Riau. In Java, Bali, and Nusa Tenggara, industry and services such as trade and transportation were clearly the one affected a lot by COVID-19. Bali, we can highlight accommodation and restaurant. Jogja, related to tourism activities. Information and communication services contribute positively across countries, across provinces, since digital activities is really increasing significantly this year. Provinces in Kalimantan, Sulawesi, mostly affected by contraction due to mining and industry. Central Sulawesi, supported by industry and mining. Maluku and Papua, also mining, trade, and transportation. North Maluku grew positively, supported by industry related to fisheries. Now, one of the biggest impacts of the pandemic is the increasing rate of unemployment. We see that through the numbers of open unemployment rate announced by BPS. Based on the latest data, August 2020, we see that almost all provinces have experienced increase in unemployment rate, ranging from 1% to 20%. Even Maluku Utara reached about 6.7% growth in third quarter of 2020, also recorded about 2% increase in unemployment rate. Meanwhile, Bali experienced the worst, recorded almost double in terms of their unemployment rate compared to number back in August 2019. Now, what the government budget has done, budget is main instrument to respond immediately to the impact of the pandemic, to support economic rebound and recovery, and maintaining future reforms. In 2020, the government is taking extraordinary steps by widening deficit to 6.34% of GDP, and this is focused on COVID-19 handling and economic recovery. We call it PEN program, and then we attack both the supply and also the demand side of the economy, and hopefully we can start to jumpstart the economy in the next quarter. In 2021, the budget is prepared to accelerate further the recovery and sustainability of economic recovery, while simultaneously promoting economic transformation as well through some structural reforms. Apart from playing a role in handling the pandemic and accelerating economic recovery, fiscal policy is also designed to maintain medium-term sustainability by controlling risks to economic uncertainty and reform. Medium-term sustainability, we will encourage this through fiscal consolidation, and we will see that deficit of budget will gradually decreases to a maximum of 3% of GDP again, starting in 2023. The primary balance will move towards positive and to attempt to reduce the debt ratio. Pandemic will be shown in terms of expenditure and production. And of course, government responded by government spending through various policy steps to deal with economic recovery and COVID-19 handling. Household consumption as main driver of Indonesian economy is supported and maintained through provision of subsidies, social protection. In addition, various fiscal incentives are provided to promote investment climate and support of the sustainability of international trade as well. Now, looking at the National Economic Recovery Program, PEN, 695.2 trillion rupiah. This is a comprehensive set of policies prepared to save lives and recover the economy, both from supply and demand side. From the demand side, government priority is to maintain purchasing power of households, especially the low-income ones. Supply side, the intervention is focused on helping the micro and small medium enterprises. The utilization of this PEN program is accelerated and produce various output on health, social assistance, micro, small, medium enterprises support, tax incentives, and etc. Moving on to slide 26, please. Fiscal policy in 2021 can be seen as expansive but yet consolidative in the framework of economic recovery to accelerate and strengthen reforms. We still continue to be effectively handling the COVID-19 crisis, but at the same time, we need to accelerate the economic recovery. Exit strategies from middle income trap is still in our mind, anticipating uncertainty and also making sure that our fiscal condition is sustainable yet flexible in the next few years. In 2021, we project our economic growth to be at 5%, while development indicators, we expect that unemployment rate to be at 7.7 minimum percent. Note that this is actually not too far from what we have achieved in 2020, since the unemployment rate in 2020 is actually much better than we anticipated. And mainly that is due to the government spending on social protection. That will be also a similar story about the poverty rate. We should be able to maintain our poverty rate not too high, and then by the end of the year, and in 2021, we should be able to reach the target as well. In 2021, national economic growth clearly will depend on COVID-19 situation, and this will be always supported by expansionary policies in terms of fiscal to improve. And also we will see how the global economy will improve. Moving on, 2021 budget clearly is a very critical tool to drive the economy in the midst of uncertainty still. We try to comprehensively design the support and to accelerate the economic recovery. And clearly we have to anticipate if the COVID-19 pandemic is still going to be prolonged. We direct our budget for acceleration of economic recovery and with transformation in mind. Budget priorities, key sectors, there are human capital, health, education and social protection, as well as physical capital in terms of infrastructure. We hope that these sectors can accelerate the economic recovery process and also the structural reform. Government will also focus on food security, and also tourism sector will have a certain priority because the sector is really affected by the pandemic quite deeply. ICT development is also prioritized. As we can see in 2020, we have gained a lot of our efficiency due to our use of ICT infrastructure. We will make sure that the positive benefit from this ICT development will still going to be continued to 2021 and onwards. Our PEN program will be continued in 2021. We will maintain our momentum of recovery. Social protection, health, micro, small, medium enterprises. We're still going to be designing the right approach for 2021. also including sectoral and corporate performance. Next slide. Related to transfers to region, in 2021, government is thinking to aim to increase the quality control of the regional transfer budget. And we will encourage local governments to also do counter-cyclical spending to recover their own economy, and also to spend more on education and health in the framework of supporting the national economic recovery as well, and strengthening our condition in 2021. Regional transfer is first directed to support economic recovery, in line with national development strategies, increasing accessibility, connectivity in the center of economic growth. Second, we would like to synergize our regional transfer with our line of ministries expenditures as well, to make sure that the development of human capital through education and health spending will be to the maximum. Third, we will always encourage regional infrastructure spending through creative financing, such as regional loans, PPP, as well as interregional cooperation to support the achievement of the medium-term development plan target, both nationally and also for the region. Fourth, we will redesign the management of government transfer to the region, especially the general and also special transfer funds, which is with performance-based budgeting and increased accountability. And last, we would like to improve the budget performance of transfer to the region, carrying out the regional budget reforms through the implementation of what we call regional unit price standards and the preparation of standard account charts.
Pak Febrio, you have 1 more minute.
Oh, okay. Sorry to take most of the time. I will continue, skip to slide number 31, please. In order to face medium and long-term challenges, we will still focus on our goal to overcome the middle income trap. We would improve our productivity, increase our competitiveness, and quality of human resources. The next slide. To avoid this middle income trap, reforms are needed. And then we've done one of the big things in the last several years by passing the omnibus law in terms of increasing our productivity. I would like to, since I have limited time left, I would like to go to the slide 33. So looking towards 2045, government had projected that Indonesia will achieve high income country status. By that year, it is estimated we will have 318 million people in terms of population. And 65% of them are going to be productive age, and 70% of them are going to be middle class. So this is a good view of us that we would like to target ourselves to go into. 2045 is not really that far. That it seemed 25 years from now, but in no time we are going to be there, and we need to be ready from today. In order to be achieving this high income country status, Indonesia has to overcome both long-term challenges and also clearly right now we are facing this COVID-19 impact. Long-term challenges consist of middle income trap, sustainable growth, productivity and competitiveness, human resources, technological innovation and adaptation, and the transformation in our industry. Economic transformation also, I would like to emphasize again, will need improvement significantly in human capital and also in our infrastructure development. The government, through bureaucratic reform, need to step up in the game as well. Economic transformation will need to be supported by ICT development as well. The support towards economic acceleration during this pandemic is clear right in front of our eyes, but we don't want to lose our sight to our ultimate prize, which is 2045. We still need to overcome our challenges in 2020 and also 2021, making sure that our economy to recover strongly and continue to introduce structural reforms, simplify licensing processes, simplify regulations, and we need a lot more investment for us to be able to be back on track that we already started back before the pandemic here. So with that as a conclusion, I would like to thank for having me and have a good conference. Back to you, Bu Novi.
Okay, Pak Febio, thank you. Pak, do you still have time to stay through Pak Felix presentation and then Q&A session, or do you have another pressing appointment?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to leave. So thank you for the time. I think somebody will be able to step in for me to answer questions.
Do you have to leave like right now? Because there's one.
Yeah, I have to leave right now.
Like
so
right now? Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay. So you will have someone who will because there is a question already, I think.
Yeah. BKF will take care of somebody will be covering for me.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Effie.
Thank you so much for your.
Thank you, Pak Febri.
Thank you, Pak Felix.
So many interesting data and very important. So yeah, hopefully we can reach the 2045 goals.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to remind attendees to please ask questions in the Q&A column. If you want to ask questions in Indonesian, please do. We will help translate. And I would also like to remind attendees that we have an interpretation button. You can click, and then if you prefer listening in Indonesian, there is an interpretation service. Please click the interpretation button. And if you'd like to raise hand later and ask a question in Indonesian, please do, because there is an interpretation service as well, and we can help translate as well. Thank you. Now, Pak Felix, silahkan Pak. You have 25 minutes as well until I think now it's 3:25. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Evi, for your time for me. First of all, I would like to thanks to West Java Economic Society, led by Indonesian Economic Association, ISE Bandung, and supported by, collaborated by Bank Indonesia. And first of all, I would like to present some key point about sustaining regional economic developments, anticipating global uncertainty. In the context of managing regional economic policy, I will borrow our president, Mr. President Joko Widodo speech in, I think, 3 days ago in G20 meetings. He says some point. I will share, but if I will share my. Okay, this is 3 point. I think this is the importance message introduced by Mr. President. he said that the COVID pandemic had provided valuable lessons for all countries in the world. And the second, he says that now is the also time for all countries to introspect and not only to recover from the health and economic crisis, but to rise up and grow stronger. And the third point, he emphasized that this can be realized if there is a big vision, big action, and big change or big transformations. I think, especially for the last point, I think he already mentioned for times in the last 2 years about how the internal of government to change the mindset, to change paradigm, to change the all pattern of how to manage the government or bureaucracy, and we build or find how the new pattern of managing government or development. And I think this is in line with the topic of West Java Economic Society about the global uncertainty. I think we are facing uncertainty in the context of global context, national context, and even in local context. I think Pa Febrio and Pa Professor Rohmin Dahuri already explains comprehensively about the context of Indonesia and the context of West Java economic setting. I just explain briefly about when we talk about sustaining economic development. I think before pandemic COVID-19 happened in the world, we already read the global megatrends, and many think tanks group and community, they make exercise, they make predictions about the world or global megatrends, even megatrend 2030, 2045. But in this context, I borrow global megatrends in 2045. That I think this is in line with Professor Rohmin explains before, and Dr. Febrio explains before in the last presentation, Febrio, about the rise of middle class. Now this happened in across the countries, including Indonesia, and we are facing competition in natural resources, technology revolutions. We are facing climate change, demographic shift, and we are facing urbanizations. For example, Indonesia, we will face urbanizations concentrated in Indonesia more than 60% in the 2030, and some about international and finance issues about emerging economics, international trade, and international finance. But we are look in the international geopolitics, the rise of China, and with some think tanks groups say the like the Cold War, Perang Dingin Baru, the new Cold War between China and US and his alliance. And in the context of Indonesia, because we talk about how we read the global uncertainty, I think when we Indonesians try to plan and how to make the major transformations, as Mr. President asked to all people, that I think we can see how international benchmarking to endorse all countries to follow like the criteria, the main criteria how to make major transformations. I think this is Indonesia is facing some global criteria. For example, global competitive index. This is some 12 point from institutions. I remember Professor Leonid said about inclusive institutions, economic and political institutions, until innovations. We see worldwide governance indicators, need about voice and accountability, political stability, until control of corruptions, and other things about open governance index, bureaucracy index, issue of doing business, and government effective index. I think when we try to step forward, I think we have to consider strongly about the main criteria about how we move to be upper middle income country or even a developed country. And in line with Fabrio in the last presentation, he present about how we define the vision of Indonesia in 2045. Mr. President Joko Widodo asked Bappenas to write and plan the vision of Indonesia. In this, and we have the new document about the vision of Indonesia, and now the Ministry of National Development Planning tried to put the vision of 2045 visions into the long-term plan from 2025 until 2045. Now we are discussing about divisions and about 5 or some pillars, the main pillars to achieve the vision of Indonesia. I think this is some point already explained by Fabrio. And how about our national midterm development plan? It means this is RPJM. I think this is from Bappenas' perspective that the national medium-term development plan in this context, in this year or in this period from 2019 until 2024, this is the basic or the foundations to be the long-term development plan. So this is very important because this is, it means we can call this is like a transition period from the first long-term plan from the 2007 until now, 2025, and now this is the transition period, how we evaluate all policies, all strategy, all approach we already taken for the last 20 years, and now how we deal or how we address with the new trend, for example, the new trend of global paradigm, sustainable development agenda, urban national urban agenda, or climate change, and collaborative governance, technology revolution. I think this is the new trend of global. We have to consider strongly in the new plan for the next 20 years. And this is, we consider about the the key aspect about quality human capital and character building, economic quality growth, about reducing inequality and ensuring equitable development. It means regional, the balance of regional economy, infrastructures, stability, and environment, and climate resilience. This is seventh priority agenda we already right in RPJM 2020-2024, 2020 until 2024, and how we deal with the key problems. I borrow Professor Romin Dahuri explains about the regional imbalance on regional inequality in Indonesia. He give the good data information about how we read the distribution of development Indonesia, and this is I just present that this is one of the like regional policy instrument. So this is one of the regional policy instruments we took in our national development. We endorse special economic zone. This is one of the regional policy instruments we already taken for the last 20 or 30 years, and I think there is transformation of economic growth approach from the like export processing zone, EPZ, and free trade economic zone, and now we endorse a special economic zone, and we learn from the many countries, and especially China or Tiongkok that already implemented the design of special economic zone, and I think we can learn from the best practice in some area, and we can learn from our success and our fail when we manage special economic zone. For example, I think Professor Rahmin have give attention on like CAPET, integrated economic development area in the last 90s and the early 2000. And this is, for example, distribution of special economic zone, KEK in Indonesia, and we endorse special economic zone and industrial park. Like Pak Rohmin said, industrial park, many located in West Java, and this is we designed that in line with our the new strategy for strengthening development across Indonesia, in line with President Joko Widodo vision about Indonesia-centric. So we try to make to balance development between Java Island and outside Java by introducing, planning, and developing some special economic zone atau KEK, and some kawasan industrial zone or park in some area in Sumatra, Java, Sulawesi, Maluku Islands, and Papua and Nusa Tenggara Islands, and we learned that there is the degree of difference degree of development. It means there is some area already it means developed, and many investments interested to invest in the special economic zone, but some area we are facing some obstacles. For example, the cost for logistic, like Professor Rohmin say before. And this is one regional policy instruments we take in our national strategy, and now we endorse a national strategic destination of tourism in Indonesia, and I think we try to put to maintain and repair about 3A, about attractions of destination, atraksi, and we emphasize amenitas. This is about local infrastructures, sarana prasarana, and the third about accessibility. I think we try to repair and build the 3A, or how to deal with national strategic destinations in Indonesia. And the last point, actually, this is we are facing regional inequality in the context of rural development. I think our brothers, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the map of development in the village context. In we call like underdeveloped village, concentrated in Kalimantan Island, Sulawesi, especially in the center of Sulawesi Islands, and all eastern part of Indonesia, mostly underdeveloped village, as well as Nusa Tenggara Island. So this is, we are facing one problem in the context of rural and urban context. So now, in line with Pak Febrio explained before, we now redesign Dana Desa village fund policy, and we try to emphasize the use of village fund in relation to economic development, economic community developments. Before, in the last 5 years, many village fund allocated in local infrastructures. But now, for the next 5 years, we try to change and introduce village fund in local community developments. So it means to make deliver local economy in the some area, especially in the eastern part of Indonesia. As well as we introduce, I borrow Professor Rohmin Dahuri again, that we try to endorse Badan Usaha Milik Desa. The village, it means the state-owned enterprise, the village owned enterprise, BUMDes, and we focus about like local special product by every single of village. They have a local product, and it means they have, we endorse how the local product more competitive, and they have relation with marketplace, global and national marketplace. I think this is as a part of rural economic transformations. Well, now Bappenas is planning for rural economic transformations policy. And in the context of Java, I think this is our brothers from West Java Economic Society already designed this activity today. I think Java context, I think we are facing regional inequality in West Java context, in northern part of Java. But in northern part of Java, we can divide to be two parts. In the west of the western part, in the close like Bekasi, Karawang, and this is industrial park built in Jabodetabek. And in the northern part, in Professor Rohmin hometown, Indramayu, Cirebon, Majalengka, this is one point of characteristics of West Java economic in the northern part of Java, in the coastal area. And I think different characteristics of economy from the Bekasi, Karawang, and in Cirebon, compared with Cirebon, Indramayu. I think this is a fishery and ocean activity dominated in local community. And the second, we are facing the center of West Java. And the last point about how we address development in southern part of West Java. And 3 weeks ago, the big team from Bappenas, led by Mr. Ministers, we make a roadshow across 5 cities or regencies in southern part of Java, Tasikmalaya, Garut, Ciamis, and Pangandaran, and we discuss with Mr. Governor how we deal with southern part of Java in the context of tourism, about fishery, about how to make agricultures, and we consider about the conservation area in the and consider about disaster resilience in the context of southern part of Java. So this is some our point about how we increase transportation links between the south and the north and the center, and we endorse south economic corridor in the southern part of Java, and we endorse fishery and tourism based on community in the southern part of Java. And I think this is our point in West Java. And the last point, I think this is related with West Java economic setting as well. I think we still focus on how we recovery our economy, but we strengthen local and regional economy community. And the second about endorse social reform. Now, Mr. President asked Bappenas to write 3 or 4 policy reform. First about social protections policy reform, and the second about national health policy reform, and the second about disaster resilience policy reform, and 4 about the national food security policy reform.
Pak Felix, I think you accidentally mute your microphone.
Okay, sorry. And I think this point in the post of pandemic COVID, I think this is very important to endorse collaborative governance. The government realized that the government is not the only the entity or institutions to provide public services. So now we endorse collaborative governance by many stakeholders to co-product public services, co-services, and etc. And now we try to Bappenas is planning economic transformation based in all perspective, especially some point Mr. President already give a task to Bappenas to design economic transformation, the draft, the early concept for economic transformations. And in the context of Java, West Java, I think it's important to balance economic development based on the vision of Indonesia-centric, especially West Java, northern and southern part of West Java. And the last point about to implement the new rural strategy. I think this is important things that some think tank institutions said that the all rural strategy, they can see that rural is based on agriculture sectors. But now, in the context of the new rural strategy, it means we can endorse like tourisms in the village, desa wisata, desa digital village, and desa kuliner, and industrial, mini industrial in the context of village. So it means multi sectors involved in every single of village, not in only agriculture based, in line with the all rural strategy, but now we endorse the more than one leading sectors in the context of rural development. And the last point about the characters of economic setting in or urban setting in West Java, I think it's very important to endorse urban new agenda. I think this is for inclusive and sustainable urban area in the cities, big city, Bandung Raya metropolitan city, and middle city and small cities across the West Java. I think this is very important when we apply the principle of new urban agenda. I think this is some point. I thank you very much for West Java Economic Society for inviting me to share point here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak Felix. Thank you very much, Pak Felix. And now we move on to the Q&A session. We have until 4 p.m. So we have about a half an hour. And we already have 6 questions here. So let me read the first question. So how can central and regional government push the absorption of realization of regional budget, APBD, since there is still large space for regional spending? Increased APBD will help boost the government spending in the fourth quarter in 2020 and sustain the economic recovery. Question comes from Pak Ronald Sofian. Maybe Pak Rohmin can, or Pak Felix maybe from Bappenas can answer how to increase absorption of APBD.
Yes, thank you very much for one question that I think I will mention about 2 points. The first point about how to deliver the implementation policy and the implementation of budget based on APBD. I think this is we are facing that APBD is still the main source of budget for the region across the country or across the Indonesia. I think APBD is still dominated in economic development in regions. And the second point, how we increase the own source, like we call PAD. I think this is based on data that we, I think, many cities and regency, I think they have PAD, own source of budget. I think tidak lebih dari 10% of the structure of local budget. I think this is the key point, how we deliver, how we allocate APBD in the appropriate sectors to provide public services. This is one point. But the second point, how we allocate the regional budget APBD to the productive economic sectors. So it means to make economic sector will deliver and to make a multiplier and to make job creating, to make money or to make to increase the own source budget or PAD.
Thank you, Felix. Now, I have here we have two questions that pertaining to small and medium enterprises. One from Bu Nurul Hermina. Bu Nurul Hermina asked that based on the data from Bandung City Development Planning Agency, the impact of COVID on micro enterprise, as many as 2,074 entrepreneurs experienced a decrease in turnover by 92%. It's almost like it's very steep, yeah, the drop. So how are the efforts to develop the economic, while the economic growth in Bandung is currently supported by 80% supported by SMEs? And this is the second question, a similar question from Bulira Mustika Sari, also asking about COVID-19 impact to MSMEs and how to help micro, small, medium enterprises to recovery amid this uncertainty. Maybe Pak Rohmin also, because Pak Rohmin in your presentation you mentioned about incentive for SME. You can answer first, and then Pak Felix maybe you would at some point. I think SME is a very important topic for a lot of our attendees today. Pak Rohmin. Pak Felix, please. I think Pak Rohmin maybe have some signal problem because he's not on the road, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Bu Dr. Nurul, for your questions. I think this is very important questions we are facing today, that after pandemic, it means in the middle of a pandemic COVID, I think the government, especially Mr. President, asked all ministers, especially for the Ministry for Small Medium Enterprise and Corporations, Menkop, UMKM, to design or to plan, we call like revitalizations of UMKM. So this is one point we already give on the table in the Sidang Kabinet, and now the government still planning and try to redesign rehabilitation of UMKM. Some key points, I think that Pak Rohmin, I think will explain that. But one point we give attention on climate policy, business climate policy, to means to memperbaiki ya, repair kebijakan iklim usaha. I think this is in the context of regulations to make easy of doing business for the micro and small medium enterprise. And the second about the institutions itself, for the people involved in UMKM, how the capacity buildings, how the access to budget, capital. And the last point, I think this is in line with the new trend of technology. So now one point we endorse in the grand design of revitalization of UMKM is to endorse digital marketplace. So it means UMKM they have own product, and they can translate or to make transmissions to a marketplace and a global or a national marketplace according to the specific product. I think this is some point now the government give great attention on how to deal with micro and small medium enterprise. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Felix. Pak Rohmin, the question is related to how the government can help as especially after the COVID. Yeah. Silahkan, Pak Rohmin.
I'm so sorry I missed the question because I just stopped over in one of the very delicious restaurant in the Ramayo. The head of catfish, very delicious one.
And this is as a part of micro and medium enterprise in restaurant.
Pak Rohmin is doing it at the moment.
So,
are you still in West Java, Pak Rohmin?
I am. As I said, in Indramayu, one of the best restaurant in Indramayu.
Wow, okay.
Iconic seafood is gombyang manyung. Manyung is like catfish.
Oh, wow, yes.
The type of masakan or culinary is gombyang. Call it gombyang. You better come here to Indramayu, Evi.
Actually, my husband is from Indramayu, Pak.
The participants.
Yes.
Okay, so the question.
What is the question, please?
The question is about how you support, aside from eating in the UMKM restaurant, but of course, how can government support MSMEs, UMKM, especially because they're really hit hard during the pandemic, right?
Yeah, three things. I think UKM or small medium enterprises need help from government very much. Number one is, of course, in the what we call capital, or we call it what we call access to credit, right? Number two is in technology of production, depending on the type of the business, right? So production, if in aquaculture, meaning the best aquaculture practices. If in processing technology, then government should provide with extension, training, and if possible, city of our UKM. And last but not least is market.
Pak Rohmin, you're freezing, Pak?
Market access. These three aspects, if the factor to our SMEs will be graduating, yeah. Yeah. So three what we call help that needed by our SMEs.
So access to credit, and then
right. Number two is technology, yeah, for production, processing technology and packaging, if that's in agribusiness or fisheries sector. Number three is market access, because most of our UKM do not have market access even in our domestic market, let alone into export market. So government, as in other country of the world, should help our UKM. Otherwise, if there is no what we call intervention from government, our UMKM will be lag behind larger company.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question is, I would like to read the question from Bu Sophie. Bu Sophie asked two questions, but I think this is a little bit related to each other. So first is, Bu Sophie asked, why is strategic destination in Indonesia has a lack of clean public toilets in villages for tourist areas? So Pak Felix mentioned about how to improve Dana Desa, village fund for tourism, like Desa Digital, Desa this and that, but public toilets seems to be like very important, of course, for tourists, but seems to be not really available. While in other countries, even in villages, the public toilets are clean. So this one is also related to village funds. How village funds, you can make sure that Dana Desa is really used for BUMDes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Evi, and thank you for one interesting questions about destination of tourisms related with Dana Desa or Village Fund. I think, but before I answer this question, that first of all, I appreciate to actually for the Java, West Java society or community that I think is very creative to design the many new destination of tourisms in West Java area, in the north part of Java, the center, even the southern part of Java. I think actually from Bapenas, I think we can learn much more from the West Java setting, that we learn from the how we deal with the I say before about how to implement the new rural policy NSP in the context of West Java, because I think we can see when we go to everywhere in West Java, and they can attract attention on not in only agriculture space like paddy, but they can make like the restaurant in the middle of sawah, or they can make the new interesting object of destinations in many things in West Java. I think we can. I think in many occasions I mentioned about we have to learn from the best practice success story of West Java to implement the tourisms based on the rural area. I think this is the first point. And the second point, I think we try to endorse, it means from the regional broader context, that when we try to balance, Professor Romin said before in his presentation, we try to balance between the new growth policy, cluster industry, cluster industry. I think we can, brothers, ladies and gentlemen, can now the character of industrial park. This is like satellite, economic concentrated in the some area, even technology-based industry, or maybe labor-intensive industry. This we can combine, but I think this is growth approach policy. So now it means for we have to endorse it means for the other policy to make public services close to the people with Dana Desa village in the grassroots, to make to bring money in the grassroots, to bring local democracy, how they plan, how they discuss, and how they decide their aspirations into village planning, and how they make to build or maintain social capital in the context of desa or village. I think this is the key point of Undang-Undang Desa presents in the context of national economy setting. Brothers and sisters, I remember in the one cabinet meeting in 11 December 2019, I think hampir 1 tahun yang lalu, and Mr. President emphasized again in some cabinet meeting, and he said that we have to make transforms rural development across the country. You can see in the many newspaper, and he said that menemukan, he find that we have to revitalizations BUMDes, and we have to change to make supply chains between from the rural to the national and marketplace. We have to endorse specific local productions, produk unggulan desa. Some people said, ya, Pak Profesor Rohmin, one village, one product. Some said now people endorse one village, one destination, Mbak Evi. Jadi satu desa, satu destinasi wisata. Itu one village, one destinations, one village, one product. I think some country like Japan already applied this strategy, and now we try to follow some this strategy, one village, one product, or one village, one destination. So, and we give attention on 3A, yang I already mentioned before about to make design the new attractions, how to make the calendar events regularly from the January until December, and we adjust with the high season, for example, and the low season, for example. This is to make the calendar event based on the local specific setting for social and cultural setting. And the second about amenity, we realize that one we are still facing about the lack of amenity. I think we realize this happened in some area. I think so. Now I think we have to improve the quality of public services, the quality of the basic sarana and prasarana, especially in the some interesting destination of tourism. And the last point about accessibility, I think we realized that many the beautiful place across the country we are still facing the lack of accessibility, the lack of connectivity. So I think this is I think this is for government. I think this is very important when we give great attention on how to improve the connectivity and logistic in some area, especially in the eastern part of Indonesia. Yeah. Thank you, Bu Evi. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Felix. I think we see more and more creativity from desa-desa, from villages, right? Which is a testament to the success of Dana Desa. Pak Rohmin, this is a question actually a little bit my curiosity. Pak Rohmin, are you still there? Or
I am
Pak,
still in the car.
Oh ya, manyungnya sudah habis, Pak. Pak, because you're in West Java and you're from West Java, right? You so have an expertise in fisheries and also ecology. I would like to ask you a question about what do you have a suggestion, like specific suggestion for UMKM, like MSMEs in West Java, to boost economic growth through maybe fisheries or other things? Yeah, like Pak Felix already mentioned about tourism in villages, which is very interesting. But maybe you have some other ideas. Could you please share with us?
Yeah, if we talk about the marine and fisheries sector in West Java province, we have to look at it from ecology and economic point of view, yeah? Meaning that if we look at from that two dimension and
Okay, Pak. Okay. Pak Rohmin, you're freezing, Pak. Maybe you can repeat later when you already get a connection again. Pak Rohmin, okay.
Then we can classify.
Oh, okay. So yeah, obviously digital infrastructure is still a big challenge for us, yeah.
Right. So if can I summarize, Effie and other audiences, that from ecologic and economic point of view, northern part of West Java already exceeding the carrying capacity, be it in capture fisheries as well as in aquaculture, yeah, like coastal aquaculture or shrimp pond, milkfish, and others. On the other hand, the south coast of West Java still underutilized. So my suggestion, if we want to expand the on-farm activities, be it in capture and aquaculture, we should move to the south coast of Java. But remember, don't follow the mistake what we have done in the northern part of West Java. Meaning, please considering the threshold, I mean ecological threshold, don't ever exceed the ecological carrying capacity, okay? So in the northern coast of West Java, what we have to do is the added value or processing industry of fisheries product, yeah, and also services, the value added. For example, talking about the seaweed, if we sell seaweed in raw condition, raw materials, the price is only 10,000 rupiah per kg or kilogram. But if we process into semi karaginan or agrosa, the price become 200,000 rupiah, meaning 20 times, right? So that kind of secondary activities or manufacturing activities should be the priority for the northern part of West Java. But for the what we call primary industrial activities, aquaculture or capture fisheries should be moved to southern part of West Java. Yeah. But the thing that I'm really concerned about West Java is the Gini ratio is very high, Pak Felix, 0.4. The third highest in Indonesia. So meaning the industrialization, okay, the economic rent do not accrue, okay, in West Java. It's like regional leakage.
It's right. It's right.
So this is the thing that make Indonesia facing three basic economic problems: unemployment, poverty, and inequality. So we have done something wrong in the past. So my recommendation for the Pak Ridwan Kamil and the future, we have to design economic development with the theme growth with equity. Because if the inequality keep widening, the social jealousy will be there, and then the fragmentation of among group of society will be also there, and we cannot develop our region with that kind of social fragmentation. So again, Pak Ridwan Kamil and all of us, we have to be serious in addressing the economic inequality in our province by designing and implementing economic development program, which is higher quality, meaning absorbing more employment and more inclusive. I mean, the economic or benefit should be enjoyed not only by a tiny fraction of population, but for all West Java population, of course, on fair basis, not like communism, sama rata, okay?
Yeah, I agree with Professor Romin explains before. I think we have to make a balance and the good links between rural and urban, from the industrial park and the village rural development area. So it means for our brothers, especially for our participants in this meeting, I think we have to give great attention on how design the new segitiga rebana kawasan. I think this is close to the Pak Rohmin hometown. I think we have to make the new design of rebana area. It means we learn from the many things. So I think Pak Rohmin already mentioned about how we consider about ecological carrying capacity, from the imbalance between the industrial park and surrounding area. I think this is and the links between the urban and rural. I think we can make build the new. It means for the new city, the new capital city of West Java. For example, to mix the new spirit of West Java. Yeah.
Very important and interesting suggestion and recommendation, Pak Felix and Pak Rohmin. We still have, apparently the panitia added some 10 minutes, so we still have about 14 minutes we still have like about 5 questions. Please, I would like to focus more on questions on West Java or economy. There is one question about Mandalika, but I think Mandalika is kind of far, so because we so excuse me, I won't read that question. But I would like to segue into human capital. Pak Rohmin already mentioned also like employment, like high skilled employment. So there is a question from Anonymous, unfortunately. Anonymous attendee asked, what are the government plan to improve the quality of the human capital? Maybe Pak Rohmin can answer specifically for West Java, Pak.
Yeah, this is a good question because according to the ILO, International Labour Organization, that labor productivity of Indonesian workers is only equal to $27 per annum, right? In ASEAN region, we are number 7, much lower than Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Darussalam, Vietnam, and the Philippines. That means we have big problem in the quality of our human capital or human resources. So the basic principle to improve or increase the quality of our human resources, number 1 is in health and nutritional services. As I presented in my previous slide, 30% of our children facing stunting growth problem. How can we manage this thing? Yeah. So again, number 1 is we have to be serious in providing our people with health services, if possible. Number 2, of course, in education. And to the best of my knowledge, one of our major weakness in our education system is our children mostly are encouraged to memorize, to menghafal, ya, not to have critical thinking, problem analysis, synthetic, logical thinking, and problem solving. So we have to transform our education system and curriculum from hafalan-based or memorizing-based system to become creative and innovative thinking type of things. Number 3 is actually in research and development. The research budget from our government is only 0.3% to our GDP, while the minimum requirement to be developed and prosperous nation should be 3%. So whoever the president in 2024, please be serious in supporting our R&D activities. So many of us doing study abroad with summa cum laude 4.0 straight A, but if we come back to Indonesia, only become minister, not become big scientist or researcher. Why? Because social reward and economic reward from our government and our society very low to scientists. Only to politicians, to bureaucrat, we give appreciation, be it in terms of economic and social reward. So if we want our generation to become big and leading scientists, researchers, we have to give them a better social and economic reward. Because after all, human being is not only Homo sapiens, but also Homo economicus. So we, all of us thinking about economy. If to be researcher or dosen teladan like me, but the destiny is very poor, we don't want to follow to be dosen teladan, right? We better become politician, anggota DPR, okay, become pengamat, and so forth and so forth. So the hard science, so-called math, engineering, science, engineering, technology, and math are what they call far from our young generation, because the alumni from this so-called hard science mostly difficult to find the job, and if find the job with very low, appreciation, be it in terms of economic and social reward. So without this kind of policies, I'm just very afraid, about the future of our human resources. Remember that the key for the advancement and prosperity of a nation not depend on the bounty of our natural resources, but on the quality of our human resources. So I hope 2024 we have a great leader who is serious to, to increase human quality through health, education, science, technology, and research and development activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Rohmin. Pak Felix, maybe you can add some more about that, because West Java is also you graduated from Unpad, right, Pak Felix? And also West Java has Bandung Institute of Technology, Bogor Agricultural, IPB, ITB, Unpad, Telkom, Sekolah Farmasi, like a lot of top-notch top-notch universities.
You are right. All Ivy Indonesian University located in West Java, actually. Number one, right on IPB. Number two, ITB Bandung, located in West Java.
I think Pak Felix is freezing and then disconnected. Digital technology, Pak, important. Okay, maybe while we wait for Pak Felix to answer a question about human capital, I would like to continue to this question about tourism from Pak Slamet Sugiharto. Tourism is naturally related to people gathering, right? Which is not really compatible with the pandemic, the PSBB, yeah. So considering, or physical distancing, at least on some regions that are not implementing PSBB, right? So is there any specific policies regarding tourism industries recovery that also can adhere to pandemic situation? Oh, Pak Felix is already here.
Yeah.
Pak, how about first the human capital first, Pak? Maybe Bapenas can add some more about Pak Rohmin suggestion about research funds, especially in West Java.
Yeah.
IPB, Unpad. You yourself, you graduated for Unpad, right, Pak?
Yeah.
So maybe you can add some more points to.
Thank you. I think I agree with the concern from Professor Rohmin about how to make the competitive of the center of excellences in West Java, because the big university and the best university in Indonesia located in West Java. I think this is it means from the government side. I think this is from our homework to make a collaborative work with the Center of Excellence from many university, private and public university in West Java. I think this is the one point. And I think for the last, my point for probably for the closing statement, I think from this conference, I think I put the 3 point I think we have to consider from the many policymakers and from the policy scientists in West Java. From this meeting, I think first we have to list many like a breakthrough policy terobosan di level internasional konteks. How the West Java we put in the international context. For example, how we deal with the rule of Kertajati airport. And the second, how we deal with the Patimban port, for example, and how the link Patimban and the new Tanjung Priok port, and how they link with the international trading or international connectivity or international logistics. I remember Professor Rohmin said about the effectivity of national logistics, and how the link with the many international flight can come to the West Java, especially from the Bandung and Kertajati airport. And from the international context, I think we have to, from policymaker and policy scientists, I think give attention on how the make the new value added. I think Professor Rohmin already said before that, like we can decide what kind of the commodity or varietas, for example, in many things they have like global value chains. For example, now we introduce like this is simple actually, Prof. Rohmin, like jahe, lada. I think this is the simple variety of tanaman, tetapi they have nilai value, international value. They export oriented plantation or agricultures. I think we have to design and decide what kind the best variety of commodity have export oriented. And the second point about we design for national context. I think actually I want to say about how the role of Center of Excellence in West Java province, many university in Java, West Java, and we now that West Java is economic creative community happen in across the West Java, and I think this is one point we can endorse economic creative based on for our Muslim society, like lifestyle, Muslim lifestyle, hijab, and many things about Indonesia. Well, now about the Muslim lifestyles. I think this is West Java as a part of the key driver from the Muslim or Islamic lifestyles. And the last point about the local West Java setting, I think we have to endorse regional imbalance between many parts in West Java. We have to give attention to how to links between urban and rural, how to links with industrial park, industrial zones, and surrounding area, or with rural development. I think this is we keep points. I think for my the last comment from West Java Economic Society Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Felix. Because this is already the time, but maybe Pak Rohmin maybe can make some just 1 minute, Pak Rohmin, closing statement for West Java competitiveness amid global uncertainties, Pak Rohmin.
Yeah, I think in order for West Java to be advanced, prosperous, and sustainable province, we have to do dual track economic what they call policies. Number one, as mentioned by Pak Felix, we have to integrate West Java economic into global supply chain system or global value chain system. This is very important because Indonesia located the very strategic in the what they call global trade. 45% of global trade in terms of commodities and product transported through Indonesian seas. And we have Patimban. So my suggestion to Pak Ridwan Kamil, you have to make proposal to the central government. Patimban also must have a right to do direct export. So don't goods or commodities product from Patimban before exported have to be transmitted in Singapore. Singapore or Tanjung Priok. That will be causing high economic costs. So we have to be able to export directly from Patimban port to the globe. The same is true from Kertajati. Pak Felix, I just visited the Kertajati.
Yes.
The morning, it's very empty.
Yeah.
The toll road from Bandung to Majalengka area are not finished. But I strongly believe if this toll road already finished, I think everything will be increasing. Number two, in terms of internal dynamic, beside increasing productivity, efficiency, and competitiveness of all economic sectors playing out in West Java, we have also to have economic linkage between northern part and southern part of West Java, rural and urban, and also between industrial estate and the surrounding area. If we can do this dual track approach, I think West Java will be in better shape because 20% of Indonesian population reside on West Java. If West Java become good, Indonesia also will be better. Thank you so much, Effie, and all the audience.
Thank you so much. Please give applause to a very passionate passionate recommendation for West Java from Pak Felix and Pak Rohmin. Thank you all. I apologize that I cannot read all the questions, but this has been such a wonderful session for all of us. Thank you, and this panel is already finished, closing to the end. Thank you, Pak Rohmin. Thank you, Pak Felix.
Thank you, Mbak Evi.
Selamat sore.
Terima kasih Pak Prof. Rohmin. Ya. Hati-hati di jalan juga.
Thank you.
Ya.
Pak Felix, do you have I should have Effie number because I send my article to Jakarta Post, but only to we and the Bayuni. I don't have your number yet.
Oh, okay. The committee will give you.
Thank you very much for the thank you for the committee.
Bye bye.
West Java Economic Society, West Java for Indonesia, West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Okay, highest appreciations to Ibu Evi Mariani, the Jakarta Post Managing Director. Round of applause for the session, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, then now we are going to move on to the next agenda, which is we are coming closer to the end of our activity today, and we are going to invite Bapak Dwi Pranoto, Assistant Governor, Head of Regional Department, the Central Bank of Indonesia, to give us the closing remark. But before inviting Bapak Dwi Pranoto, let me just introduce him to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Bapak Dwi Pranoto is a graduate from Bandung Institute of Technology in 1986, and he obtained his master's degree in business management in Asian Institute of Management (AIM), the Philippines, in 1993. And he has been active in participating in many executive programs, for example, the Wharton School, London Business School, INSEAD, Columbia Business School, and Harvard Business School. And just like what I mentioned earlier, that in 2020, he is now in the positions of Assistant Governor, Head of Regional Department, Bank of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, for the closing remark, Bapak Dwi Pranoto.
West Java Economic Society. Closing remarks. Dwi Pranoto, Assistant Governor, Head of Regional Department, the Central Bank of Indonesia. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Thank you, the Honorable Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister of Transportation, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Leonid Polishuk, Professor of Applied Analysis of Institution HSE University, Russia, Mr. Wahyu Utomo, Deputy for Regional Development, Spatial Planning Coordination, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, Mr. Herwanto, my colleague, Head of Bank Indonesia Rep Office, West Java Province, Professor Ina Primiana, President of West Java Economic Society, our colleagues from Bank Indonesia at Head Office and Rep Offices, management and members of Indonesia Economics Association, distinguished speakers and moderators in the plenary sessions, participants in the international seminars. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Sampurasun. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final agenda of the first West Java Economic Society International Seminar 2020. This seminar has been an outstanding event, and our mind get accumulated by torrents of ideas, information, statistics, interpretation, and vision. We have learned a lot from both plenary sessions delivered by the credible keynote speakers, who has shared their interesting works and ideas on how to address the topics discussed. Once again, thank you for delivering such insightful papers so that all of us can enhance and deepen our knowledge. Before closing this outstanding seminar, let me briefly look into both the current global and domestic economy. The COVID-19 pandemic brought great challenge to the world. The pandemic has also forced us to focus our minds on how to best move forward. We are determined to emerge from this time of relenting crisis to brighter futures. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, global economic improvement have continued after recording stronger growth in the third quarter of 2020. Economic growth began to regain upward momentum in many countries during the third quarter of 2020. Positive economic growth was recorded in China, while economic gain in the US, Europe, and Japan exceeded primary projection. The global economic gains are expected to endure in line with increasing public mobility and ongoing policy stimuli. Stronger global economic performance has raised world trade volume and internationally commodity prices beyond previous projection as advanced economics recover. The uptrend will likely continue for commodity prices, supported by the CPO price due to China's substantial demand. Meanwhile, global financial market uncertainty has eased due to positive expectation concerning the global economic outlook, together with less uncertainty surrounding the recent US election. Such development has boosted capital flows to developing economies and strengthened currencies in various countries. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by Mr. Wahyu Utomo in his presentation, domestic economic growth is rebounding in line with increasing mobility together with stronger global demand. Economic growth in Indonesia rebounded to 5.05% quarter to quarter in the third quarter of 2020 after contracting 4.19% quarter to quarter in the previous period. thereby reducing contraction annually to 3.49% year-on-year from 5.32% year-on-year. Higher stimulus realization and greater public mobility have gradually increased domestic demand in terms of consumption and investment. Meanwhile, export performance has also improved in the back of global demand in the United States and China in particular. Ongoing domestic economic amelioration, including West Java, were also confirmed by positive development in many indicators during October 2020, including public mobility, non-food and online retail sales, PMI manufacturing and private income. Investment upturn continues gradually in 2021 as business confidence improved in the support of job creation law and the continuation of national strategic project as mentioned earlier in some speakers, including infrastructure development. A higher infrastructure budget boosts government investment. Meanwhile, the continuation of fiscal stimulus will support the domestic economic recovery in 2021. Continuity of government stimulus as demonstrated by National Economic Recovery, a budget estimated at 356.4 trillion rupiah will also support state expenditure in 2021. State income is also improving in line with the economic recovery in 2021. Indonesia balance of payment remains solid, thus reinforcing external sector's resilience. The BOP for the third quarter of 2020 recorded a surplus of $2.1 billion. The capital and financial account returned to a surplus coupled with further current account improvement. Bank Indonesia also projects a low current account deficit in 2020 at below 1.5% of GDP and remain under control in 2021. The trade surplus has increased in line with improved export alongside the global economy recovery coupled with rebalancing of import as a corollary of weak domestic demand. The capital and financial account surplus was driven by maintained foreign capital inflows due to abundant global liquidity, highly attractive domestic financial assets for investment, as well as maintain investor confidence in the domestic economic outlook. As of the 18th of November 2020, the rupiah has appreciated 3.94% point to point in the October 2020 level. The value of the rupiah strengthened on increasing foreign capital inflows to domestic financial market in line with lower global financial market uncertainty and positive investor perception regarding the promising domestic economic outlook. In October 2020, inflation was recorded at low 1.44% year-on-year. Bank Indonesia predict 2020 inflation to be lower than the limit of the inflation target and return to its target of 3% plus minus 1% in 2021. Bank Indonesia consistently maintain price stability and strengthen policy coordination with the central and local government. In accordance with Bank Indonesia accommodative monetary and macroprudential policy stance, liquidity conditions remain loose, prompting lower interest rate and stimulating economic financing. Cash and non-cash payment system transactions are increasing in line with the economic recovery, accompanied by rapid economy and financial digitalization. Bank Indonesia expects economic growth to continue accelerating in 2021 in line with further global economic improvement, faster realization of the central and local government budget, progress in loan restructuring program, as well as ongoing monetary and macroprudential stimuli. Through its policy mix, Bank Indonesia will continue to strengthen synergy with the government and other authorities to ensure the various policies taken are effective in stimulating economic recovery. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, in line with domestic economic recovery and accommodative policies to support the economy, West Java shows an improvement in the third quarter of 2020, recorded at 3.37% quarter to quarter. West Java plays an important role in supporting the national economic recovery, as its economy shares for 13% of overall Indonesia. Despite of the current pandemic, the government of West Java has made good progress in promoting long-term sustainable economic growth in the past decades. West Java is a base of global manufacturers, like Prof. Rohmin mentioned earlier. Manufacturing sector contributes 40% to its West Java domestic product and is considered as the backbone of the economy of country. The export of manufactured goods expand trade and bring foreign exchange, which lead to economic development in Indonesia. Foreign direct investment flowing to West Java is the highest among other provinces. I also do believe that the development of the kawasan Segitiga Rebana, as mentioned by Mr. Taufik Budi Santoso in his presentation this morning, will become the center of new source of economic growth in West Java. This magnificent development, however, must pay attention to the environmental effect, as West Java is considered as one of the biggest food sources in Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia economy is on the road of recovery, but it is one that can easily fall trap to the many potholes brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. Government of Indonesia and Bank Indonesia are calculating the magnitude of the shock and sharpening tools to save the economy. Bank Indonesia has set out a broad framework that consists of 3 facets to speed up national economic recovery. First is the strategy to achieve goals under condition of uncertainties. Second, a policy to guide decision and achieve national outcome. Third is coordination or synergy. A good and responsive strategy creates a vision and direction for the Indonesia on how best to promising recovery. A strategy can provide a shared vision and prevent individuals from losing sight of government aim to escalate the economy. Supporting the strategy, we need clear and implementable policies as well as coordination among all stakeholders of Indonesia. We will accelerate national economic recovery into 2 periods, at least, long-term and short, medium term. In the long term, one of the most things to be considered is resiliency. Based on the economic sector resiliency mapping calculated by location quotient method, provinces need to diversify the economic sectors. It is due to the level of dependence that is very high in 1 or 2 main economic sectors of each province, indicated with high LQ value. If the main sector contract, then the province's overall economy will plummet more deeply. Provinces with a high level of dependence on one particular leading sector are less resilient to the crisis of economic shock that provinces that do not depend on certain sectors. For example, Bali, highly dependent on tourism, has more severely affected by the crisis than other provinces. Some provinces noted to be less resilient, such as Kepri, Banten, East and North Kalimantan, Southeast Sulawesi, etc. To accelerate economic recovery and prevent from economic stagnation, they should diversify the economic sector by developing new sources of growth in the futures. Next is inclusiveness through digitalization. The rise of digitalization has influenced various business activities, including micro, small, medium enterprises, by enabling various new forms of cooperation with big companies and various markets leading to new products and services. Based on Bank Indonesia survey, currently only around 26 to 27% of micro and small medium enterprises actively use e-commerce for their selling platform, and only a small portion of them using e-payment and e-finance to support the business. Therefore, we encourage micro and small and medium enterprises penetration toward the digital ecosystem. MSA, micro and small medium enterprises that are able to take advantage of technology will increase their production capacity, marketing, and financing. To encourage the digital ecosystem by micro and small medium enterprises, QR Indonesia standard or CRIS support integration of the financial ecosystem in payments, supply chain, and financing. Digital payment ecosystem support inclusivity as well as better data acquisition. Technology innovation has made major inroads into financial services, which has implications for payment and a key role for financial inclusion. Lastly, in competitiveness, primarily to compete effectively in the global market. Based on Global Competitiveness Report 2019, Indonesia is reported to be on the 50th position. Key driver in the index includes how well a nation is braced for change and the adaptability and agility of all stakeholders, including the government, that implement improvement in the economy, mainly in hard and soft infrastructure. To sum up the long-term plan, government should carry out structural reform in the economy, increase value added of the product made in Indonesia, develop new sources of growth in the economy, and increase human resource quality. The three keys described on the long-term plan will increase economic growth, stabilize inflation, improve digitalization, and reduce unemployment. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come for the short medium-term plan on how to accelerate national economic recovery. First is to open productive sectors safely which still comply with health and safety protocol. This effort is accordant with the characteristic of the respective regional economy. This aims to accelerate economic recovery through productive sectors that absorb many employment opportunities and contribute greatly to gross regional product. For example, Sumatra and Kalimantan's leading sectors is agriculture, especially CPO and food estate, while Sulampua is mining and maritime. And Bali Nusra is provision of accommodation, food, and beverage. Meanwhile, the manufacturing, agro, and craft sectors in Java and also West Java in particular. Opening the safe and productive sectors will also supported by the government plan to carry out a mass vaccination program late this year or early next year. Indonesia has secured a commitment to receive 1 million doses of potential vaccine by the end of this year or next year. It is a game changer. Mass vaccination and maintain the health protocol are necessary for Indonesia to keep up with the economic recovery in the near future. The second is to optimize fiscal policy. Fiscal policy response should match the dire and unprecedented needs during the COVID-19 pandemic, as it can cushion the impact of continued containment and mitigation policies and subsequently support economic recovery. The most immediate measures is to accelerate the central and local government consumption and investment. As the government consumes and invests, so do the private sectors. Third, it deals with the phenomenon of asymmetric information between banking and real sectors, especially for the small, medium enterprises, for broadening credit and financing access. Due to heightening risk as a COVID-19, banks reluctant to extend a credit even though they are still more prospective businesses. A similar phenomenon occurred during the economic crisis in 1998. Due to the collapse of global trade, banks were reluctant to extend credit for export-related activities. In overcoming the credit crunch program, the Financial Services Authority has now extended to credit restructuring until March 2022. It is to balance demand and access for credit in the market. Fourth is the accommodative monetary and macroprudential policies. On November 19, 2020, Board of Governors has decided to lower 7-day reverse repo rate by 25 basis points to 3.75%. Bank Indonesia is also maintaining accommodative macroprudential policy stance by relaxing some macroprudential instruments. The accommodative stance is based on projected low inflation and maintain external stability, expediting the national economic recovery and stimulating inclusive financing mainly for micro and small medium enterprises. Lastly is digitalization. Expanding economic and financial digitalization are also the keys to the economic recovery program. Digitalization is not only for efficiency, but also for an effort to make a greater inclusion to small and medium enterprises. This phenomenon is also spurred by public preference and greater acceptance of digital transaction. Moving forward, Bank Indonesia acknowledges for the importance of accelerating the payment system digitalization trend through faster implementation of the payment system blueprint 2025, as well as the expansion of financial electronification centrally and regionally. Furthermore, Bank Indonesia will orient payment system policy towards strengthening economic recovery momentum by reducing payment infrastructure services fees and strengthening digital transformation through stronger bank collaboration with fintech and by expanding digital acceptance in all regions of the Indonesian archipelago. Bank Indonesia will continue to monitor global economic and financial market dynamics, as well as the COVID-19 transmission and its impact of the economic outlook for Indonesia over time to determine the follow-up policy measures required to accelerate the national economic recovery program. Furthermore, Bank Indonesia will strengthen close policy coordination with the Government and Financial System Stability Committee to maintain macroeconomic and financial system stability while expediting the national economic recovery. Finally, distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of you all, I will once again like to thank all the speakers and panel members. Their presence has been invaluable and without a doubt has helped make this event a great success. We also greatly appreciate the support we have received from members of the media in covering our activities. It is very important that the views expressed here are disseminated to a wider audience or wider stakeholders. We are also grateful to all those who have been involved in the organization of the event. Finally, allow me to extend my pleasure in closing this event. Since the West Java Economic Society International Seminar is yearly event, we look forward to seeing you again in 2021, when we shall reconvene to discuss another topical theme affecting our economy. I would like to quote West Java Economic Society tagline. This is a very nice tagline. West Java for Indonesia, West Java for global economy. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
West Java Economic Society. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for global economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.
Bapak Dwi Pranoto, thank you very much for your closing remark. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment of truth. Why don't you just make some noise? Okay, so I think, this is the moment that everyone, the participants are waiting for. Who will be the winners of LKTI or research writing competitions? And then whose paper will be the best paper in call of paper sessions? And we are going to invite back Mr. Dwi Pranoto, and we are going to give him an honor to announce the winner. Bapak Dwi Pranoto, please give us the announcement.
Thank you. Ini pemenangnya orang Indonesia semua, jadi pakai bahasa Indonesia ya, moderator.
Silakan, Bapak.
Pemenang karya tulis ilmiah mahasiswa S1 ya. Kita mulai dari juara 3 dulu ya. Muhammad Ferdi Firmansyah and Aziz Syamsul Hamdani dari Universitas Siliwangi. Ini pakai tepuk tangan nggak ini ya? Enggak. dengan judul Analisis Pertumbuhan Ekonomi dalam Penentuan Basis Ekonomi, Isu Ketimpangan dan Penyemaran Lingkungan di Jawa Barat periode 2010-2019. Juara kedua, Eko Ramadhani. Susu pembayaran Nah, ini yang ditunggu-tunggu nih ya. Juara pertama dari IKOPIN, Institut Koperasi Indonesia. Dian Asmi Fadila dan Tami Pratiwi. Dengan judul Strategi Pemasaran Produk UMKM melalui penerapan digital marketing, studi kasus pada kelompok usaha Kremes Ubi di Desa Cibunar, Kecamatan Rancakalong, Sumedang, dengan nilai 872. Pemenang sekarang pemenang kegiatan Call for Papers ya.
Betul,
junior researchers atau dosen muda. Di sini hanya ada satu pemenang ya. Best Papers yaitu atas nama Setio Triwahyudi Kartikasari dan Rihana Sofina Bella dari Department Economics and Business University of Brawijaya dengan judul Disclosure of Ethical Identity and Performance, a study on Islamic banks in Indonesia.
Baik, Pak Dwi Pranoto, tugasnya sudah selesai Bapak, terima kasih banyak.
Aman ya.
Terima kasih, tepuk tangan untuk Bapak Pranoto. Terima kasih Bapak. Well, thank you very much Pak Pranoto. Okay, then, so that was the moment of the truth.
You're
Kita sudah
welcome.
mengetahui siapa pemenangnya. Then, coming closer to the end of our activity. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us, starting from early morning all the way to the afternoon. Thank you very much for being patient. Thank you very much for being attentive all the way to the end of our activity. And on behalf of the organizing committee, Bank Indonesia, Representative Office of West Java, and Indonesian Economists Association, ISE, Bandung would like to convey gratitude and appreciations to all participating both as prominent speakers, keynote speakers, and participants. Thank you very much all the committee in this studio. Why don't you just give yourself a round of applause. Okay, so all presentations materials, I would like to give you this information, very important information. All the presentations materials can be checked in our website, wjes.or.id. Let me repeat, wjes.or.id. So you can check all the materials if you think that you need to have a look at that. And ladies and gentlemen, it will not be perfect if we do not close our meeting or our seminar, international seminars, without mentioning or without yelling out our tagline. Would you like to repeat after me? West Java for Indonesia. Say it, please. One more time. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for global economy. Okay, for the last times, I would like to invite you in the studio, and I would like to invite everyone at home to do it together. In 3, 2, 1. West Java for Indonesia.
West Java for Indonesia.
Okay, one more time, please. Okay, after me then. Okay, so West Java for Indonesia. West Java for global economy. Well then, thank you very much. My name is Johanna. I am your MC, for the whole day. And one more times, I would like to say thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy another performance from the legend Java Jive.
Ya, selamat Society International Seminar yang diselenggarakan oleh Bank Indonesia ini Tur ya. Terima kasih Bank Indonesia sudah menghadirkan Java Jive. Jadi kita langsung aja ya tampilnya.
Siap, langsung.
Oke, selamat menikmati Java Jive.
Setiap saat, setiap waktu ku ingat dirimu. Setiap saat, setiap waktu ku ingin berjumpa. Sana terpisah jarak waktu. Aku di sini merindukan bayangmu. Mungkin kita harus bisa menahan gejolak, tapi kita manusia yang punya jiwa. Setiap saat, setiap bisa ku ucapkan, biar kau tahu yang ku rasakan. Getar jiwa terguncang buaikan, bersatu genggam di jarimu. Wow, wow, ku tahu jawabnya. Inikah gerangan cinta yang menghiasi kisah manusia? Sepanjang masa gairah pun dibuai terlena, nikmati manis kata asmara. Damainya terasa di dalam jiwa. Mari bercinta. Hingga tiada satu kata yang bisa ku ucapkan, biar kau tahu yang ku rasakan. Getar jiwa terguncang buaikan, bersatu genggam di jarimu. Wow, 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 wow. Inikah gerangan cinta yang menghiasi kisah manusia? Sepanjang masa gairah pun dibuai terlena, nikmati manis kata asmara. Damainya terasa di dalam jiwa. Inikah gerangan cinta yang menghiasi kisah manusia? Sepanjang masa gairah pun dibuai terlena, nikmati manis kata asmara. Damainya terasa di dalam jiwa. Inikah gerangan cinta yang menghiasi kisah manusia? Wow, sepanjang masa gairah pun dibuai terlena, nikmati manis kata asmara. Damainya terasa. Inikah gerangan cinta yang menghiasi kisah manusia? Sepanjang masa gairah pun dibuai terlena, nikmati manis kata asmara. Damainya terasa di dalam jiwa.
Ya, terima kasih untuk peserta West Java Economy Society. Yes, betul. Dan juga Bank Indonesia, Tur, yang sudah menyelenggarakan acara keren ini. Jangan lupa undang kita lagi di acara-acara keren berikutnya yang diselenggarakan oleh Bank Indonesia tentu saja ya.
Dan berikut adalah persembahan terakhir dari Java Jive.
Ini dia.
Gerangan Cinta.
Ya.
West Java Economic Society International Seminar Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery Policies and Actions 25 November 2020. Opening remarks Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister of Transportation Republic of Indonesia, Public Lecture. Leonid Polishchuk, Professor of Applied Analysis of Institution. Policy Update. Wahyu Utomo, Deputy for Regional Development, Ministry for Economic Affairs. Closing remarks. Dwi Pranoto, Assistant Governor, Head of Regional Department, the Central Bank of Indonesia. The first plenary session. Ralph van Doorn, Acting Lead Country Economist for Indonesia World Bank. Felix Fernando Wanggai, Head of Policy and Performance Analysis, National Development Agency, Bappenas. Taufik Budi Santoso, Head of Regional Development Board, Bapeda, West Java Province. Moderator, Diana Sari, Director Innovation and Corporation, Universitas Pajajaran. The second plenary session, Aladin De Rilo, Vice Secretary General of Asia. Rohmin Dahuri, Advisor of Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries. Febrio Natam Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, BKF. With moderator, Evi Mariani, Managing Editor, The Jakarta Post. Special Performance, Java Jive. West Java for Indonesia. West Java for Global Economy. Presented by Bank Indonesia, Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, Cabang Bandung.